Second, make sure it's live. All right, hello everybody. Welcome. Now, I know I'm late, but I didn't miss much, and I'm glad about that. What I did miss is the first map. Now, luckily for me, this means I don't have to wait for the matchup to start. Unfortunately, it does mean I missed the first map, and now this is Oxygen versus G2 Esports. Now, I actually don't have the opportunity to even give my prediction for how I think the match after this is going to go, because we don't even know who's going to be in the lower final. But I'll be quite honest, it's not looking good for G2, and I'll tell you why. Well, G2 Esports and Oxygen are playing this, and you can see the map picks right here. Split was picked by G2 Esports. Now, Split is a map G2 famously, or not, I guess not famously, but commonly does very well on. Everybody knows this. G2 Esports is able to dominate on Split most of the time. We saw it in their matchup yesterday against Moist Moguls, going 13-5 against Moist Moguls on Split. So we knew going into midseason their Split was going to be dangerous, and they've pulled it out nearly every time. They lost to Oxygen Esports on Split once already. Now it's a rematch between G2 and Oxygen, and it looks like Oxygen has decided, all right, you know what? Sure, we played badly against you on Split previously, but we're back and we're gonna make a change this time around. We're gonna beat you 13-9. Now, obviously not a dominant performance from Oxygen, but G2 didn't even hit double digits. They didn't even get the opportunity to keep it close. And if we just look at Oxygen's performance, you see it's actually not too different from that of G2. It was kept pretty close kill-wise. In fact, the top frag for G2, Whippy, has more kills than the top frag for Oxygen, Scuba. But then you look at the rest of the players on Oxygen, 16, 16, 16, right below him, or right below them, 13 on Mitch. And you look at the rest, and it's like, and then you look at G2, and you miss that consistency, and you can tell Oxygen knew how to well defend against that aggressive play we often see from G2 Esports, and G2 did not have the opportunity to counterplay that at all, and that's what we're seeing come through here. Is that counterplay isn't going to be coming through, and it's unfortunate for G2 because that's the map they're supposed to beat Oxygen on. They already beat Oxygen on Split before, so you know they were definitely feeling confident on Split, especially after a dominant performance yesterday against Moist Moguls. But what Oxygen has to their advantage is they knew how G2 was going to play on Split. Not only did they play against G2 on Split already in midseason, but they saw the way G2 played against. Did FaZe go on Split? No. But they did see the way that Split was played by G2 against Moist Moguls and how dominant it was. And that gave Oxygen the opportunity to study what they had learned, find the weaknesses in their defense on Split, and pull through to dominate, not necessarily dominate, but win this map for, against G2 Esports. And you knew as soon as they let that map pick through that Oxygen clearly felt confident enough to let them pick it in a way that you could definitely tell Oxygen thought they may be able to win it. And they did. They did win it. Oxygen pulled through in one split. Now, what does that mean for G2 now? Well, you gotta hope that they've been studying up on their Icebox gameplay because that's the next map, and I honestly think it's gonna go the way of Oxygen Esports. Now, we haven't seen G2 on Icebox, I don't think, so we don't know exactly how they like to play, but if we look at Oxygen, we have seen them on Icebox, and they won against TSM on Icebox 13-9. Not a super dominant performance, but still a good lead and a substantial lead for a win. And so I don't think this next map bodes well for them. But let's take a look at the desk and hear how they feel about how Split went.
G2 like they had in the past.
I think at this point, it's not even so much more of a birthday buff as it is for the rest of the team. Like, okay, Pony, we'll clutch this zone out for you. We're gonna give you this birthday gift.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
What I'm wondering, though, is the attacking side for G2 that's been so strong. I just don't know what happened. I feel like ultimately they were hitting a bit of a brick wall in Oxygen, but it's not like Oxygen was known to have this really strong defense on the map because we've seen them play it before, and it wasn't particularly that great. And how much time has Oxygen realistically spent preparing for this matchup, this split? I guess that's partly why you could justify floating Split in the first place. It's like, hey, we don't really have a lot of time to prepare for our next opponent. Let's just play a map we already played them on. At least we know what to expect, and we can kind of prepare that way because we've already prepared potentially twice before, even though it didn't work out. But it did feel like G2 just didn't have the same gas they had coming into the series as we've seen from them in the past. When it comes to Split, their attacking side has been so strong.
Yeah.
And so I almost want to say too much gas in the sense that once they were putting the pedal to the metal, they weren't letting up. Going back and looking at the split of previous, the most recent one, 13-5 in favor of G2, they were playing around the map on their attacking side. They were allowing Dapper to breathe, get space. They were making noise here, then moving there. Here, it seemed like G2, because of their 2 victories, were playing like they were just going to burst into the site, kill everybody there, take the site, and just win the game. But Oxygen were playing this map today like they 13-0'd G2 twice on it, right? The confidence was just there, and they were winning every single gunfight, from Verno fighting mid to Randy Savage mixing up the setups for the Cypher and finding multi-kills. Oxygen, they really came to play today.
Yeah, the fact that they've gotten to play Split quite a few times, even if they were losing against G2, I feel like they got to show us how comfortable they were when they get to finally, you know, show G2 a little what they were made of. But going into our next map, the fact that these two teams have played twice prior, the mainstay was the fact that it would be Split and Haven in whichever order. But Oxygen, despite how strong they are on Haven, today they decided that they're going to be picking up Icebox instead.
Look, you know, I made the fatal mistake of doubting Oxygen again. Because if you know Oxygen and
it looks like Oxygen actually doesn't even want to play Haven. You see them even banning Haven. And honestly, you can't blame them. We do know G2 has a solid performance on Haven. And it's not out of the picture that G2's Haven could be much better than Oxygen would be hoping for. Especially considering that their previous matchup, they played on Haven. And although Oxygen did win on Haven, it did give the unique opportunity where G2 was able to see how Oxygen plays on Haven and now knows how to counterplay that. So you can see Oxygen being worried about even going on Haven because they know that G2's Haven will likely be stronger than it was previously. And a 13-8 win on Haven previously is a good amount of rounds, but it's definitely a little bit closer than Oxygen would like in order to confidently pick it again. So instead they're going for Icebox, a map they know they can do well on. They beat TSM on it. And they have no idea if G2 even knows what they're doing on Icebox, which is exactly why Icebox was picked. Now, it's a little bit of a wild card. We don't know exactly how G2 is going to perform, and they could surprise everyone here and win and actually know what they're doing on Icebox. I mean, they let Icebox through, deciding to pick or ban Pearl instead, knowing it may be picked by Oxygen. And then it was. So you gotta think maybe G2 has a little bit of confidence, but it's really gonna be a wild card as to where Icebox will go.
But the player to me that stood out on Lotus against Moist Moguls was Whippy, and a player that usually does well on Icebox. So if I'm looking at anybody here for G2, it's going to be Whippy on the Viper to rally the troops. Verno obviously is going to be back on the Sova, so you have that to worry about. But again, down but not out. That's kind of been the motto for G2.
And it has been a map that they've played at least. They've had successes. They're 2-0 coming into this, but it's mostly from group stage play. They had wins over Face End as well, Shopify Rebellion, a team that really struggled throughout the group stage, a team that when you really look at them was largely underwhelming. And that was a 13-8, so even that was like, okay, maybe this isn't the best. But what I'm looking at that's interesting is G2 has played this map twice. They've never actually picked it. It's always been an opponent's pick, and they've stolen it, which makes you wonder, could they do it again? Are we going to a third map? Because, like, again, like, I want to have faith in Oxygen. I really do, and I do think that Oxygen can take this map. But if I'm framing this up okay for a G2 fan, there's a chance that G2 comes in and wins this one. I just think it's going to be difficult because now they're coming in off of their best map with a loss that I don't think they expected to take.
Yeah.
That's definitely the difficult part going into this, but if we get to see the G2 that we got to see yesterday with these mid-round calling and just the crazy fast adaptations that they are able to be pulling off, then I definitely think that there is still this world that we could be going to map 3. Because I feel like from what we've gotten to see from G2 previously on Split has just been incredible. We've gotten to see Dapper with these incredible push-throughs, this amazing map control, and honestly, even when G2 got those 6 rounds in a row, I still don't feel like this split was that best representation of what G2 has to offer. So still going forward, I definitely do think if G2 is just like, all right, we're taking a little bit of charcoal off of that Oxygen chain, we're going to be putting it under our own fire, we could see Ascent.
I do want to add too that I mentioned G2 maybe looking a little overconfident on Split, rightfully so, right?
Sure.
Only giving up 9 maps against this team in previous. And I do think outside of a team that probably does carry a pretty heavy ego and just kind of G2 as an org and kind of just like who they are as content creators. I
Now,
also
it should be
think
said,
that
this is something I would have talked about if I was here earlier, but it really, from the perspective of both of these teams, they've already made it to the top 4, which means they're already getting additional circuit points. And Oxygen definitely would like to have a rematch against the Guard where they can try and reprove themselves once again in the lower final. And I think Oxygen has shown themselves to be a formidable opponent. I said Oxygen is a little bit, hit or miss, and they've got really strong potential. And in midseason, they've definitely been trying to show that it's not just potential; they are here to dominate this bracket, and we'll see if they're able to successfully do that as time goes on, and as we move forward in this competition, especially mid-season. If Oxygen can secure this win on G2, deny another franchise team in the top 3, I mean, Oxygen could be honestly looking strong enough to possibly even take down the Guard, just as they almost did nearly in the upper bracket semifinals. We'll see how this game goes, though. Will it be a 2-0 victory for Oxygen? Is their Icebox stronger than maybe we are expecting, or is it a little bit weaker than G2's? And is G2 gonna surprise us all? And although they didn't pick it, they did let it through. So maybe G2 feels confident in their Icebox. But let's go ahead and take a look at the player select, or the agent select. We've got Verna going on Sova, Penny with Sage, Randy Savage on Killjoy, Whippy on Viper, Scuba also on Viper, Oxy and Pony each on Jet, Dapper on Killjoy, Mitch on Sage, and Shazam on Sova. So you may be able to look at this and realize something, spot the difference. There is no differences. The player select or the agent selects are identical for both teams here. And it's looking like it'll be the same team comp we actually usually see here on Icebox. It's a very common team comp, and that's because it's a solid team comp and works well. Sage allows you to get on site, particularly the B site, and get that spike down, but can also be very useful on A, and of course, running Viper is a no-brainer, allows you to cross mid easily on your offense. So now I did talk about how Icebox is traditionally a little bit of a more balanced map, and I still view it as a balanced map. But when we have seen it played prior, typically it tends to go in the favor of offense. And that's just because there's a lot of entrances that the defense has to worry about, and there's a lot of open opportunities for the offense. But I do think it should be a little bit balanced here. But speaking of offense, Oxygen is starting on offense, and they are getting ready here to push into B for this pistol round. Using that Viper wall to push up, and Pony's aggressively pushed up. Not going to find a pick, though. Oxy's going to take Pony out. Traded off by Verno. Shazam going to take Scuba out, but Mitch going to take Whippy out at the same time. Randy Savage takes out Dapper. Now it's a 3v2 for Oxygen. Get that spike down. It's planted for CT. This is one of the weirdest plants I've ever seen. Verno looking to aggress, but gets spotted and misses his shot, so he backs up. This 2v5, sorry, this 2v3 is going to be difficult for G2 to approach. See how they end up playing it. Penny able to take out Verno, and now, well, it was a 2v2, but Randy Savage shakes out Shazam at the same time to make it a 1v2. Penny walling himself off to engage with Mitch in a 1v1, but he loses it. Mitch wins that. Medium range with a Ghost wins that exchange, and first round goes to Oxygen. Oxygen should be able to secure another round off of that. That was a little bit of a weird plant there. Able to get pretty deep into the site and decided to plant, and well, it worked out.
But the Viper wall drops right behind him. He's trying to compensate for some sort of trades there, but the positions that you would use.
I apologize if you can hear my dog. Oxygen, of course, forces here. That means G2 is going to be on a little bit of a save. Now, whichever team wins this has a little bit of a marathon today, because they win this matchup, and then they just go straight into another one against the Guard. They don't even have time to think about what are they going to do against the Guard. They just have to go for it. So, it's definitely a little bit of a difficult struggle here, even for the winner. But the winner of this secures third place, and I believe 6 additional circuit points. And these teams, although G2 probably doesn't need those circuit points, Oxygen would love some good additional circuit points. They've already earned themselves some and would love even more. Being in Group A, not performing really as well as they probably would have hoped for. Ended up against the guard, able to hold themselves in their own. Not to start. They didn't end up against the guard to start out, but they did have to defend themselves against that and prove themselves to be a powerful team, and they're trying to do it again. Oxygen, Verno going to be the one to help take B site, and they don't even need to put the spike down. As 3 players left alive for Oxygen win that round, and they played a little bit conservatively with their econ that round as well. So we should see another buy for them this round. G2, though, off that save, going to be on a full buy this round as well. So it'll be pretty even. It actually looks like Oxygen... No, I think they will be going for the buy. Sorry, it looked for a second there like they may not be.
Just a pistol in the last round, so it's a 4-rifle buy from Oxygen and G2 looking to set Oxy up in a pretty aggressive spot here over towards pipes.
Sova arrow coming through to clear some space for G2, trying to aggressively hold this A main. Play it well. The Sova drones come out from both sides, and Pony's spotted. Scuba able to push so quickly through mid. Flank of the Sentry, gonna use his trigger finger effectively, able to find 2 before he shut it off. Not able to spray onto Shazam, but Shazam's gonna get taken out by Verno, so it's a 2-player advantage for Oxygen, and it's gonna be a 2v4 for G2, trying to retake A site. The spike goes down. Dapper trying to figure out how he wants to play this. Now it's a full buy from G2, so they may just want to save their guns here as they're already going to be down econ on a loss, and gotta cut your losses sometimes. Take what you have remaining. That's what G2's doing here. Gonna back up. This is looking pretty good for G2, I'm not gonna lie, or sorry, for Oxygen, I'm not gonna lie. Winning this 3rd round here is gonna be big for them. And they were at a little bit of a disadvantage having light shield, so taking this 3rd round, able to do some good econ damage to G2, getting a good amount of kills, puts them in a really nice spot. Spike goes off, and the 3rd round is secured by Oxygen. Now G2 gonna have a little bit of an uphill battle ahead of them. Not gonna have good econ this round, gonna have to light buy or save. And that means this round should go to Oxygen as well, which would be the first 4 rounds to Oxygen. I'm in a really good spot to try and take map 2. Already able to defeat G2 on split. Oxygen going to be in a really good spot. And they feel comfortable, you can see on Icebox already feeling pretty confident. You can see why they picked it. And they're also in a really good position where they don't need to win this map. They can relax a little bit. They already beat G2 on their map, so Oxygen doesn't even need to play super aggressively here. They can afford a map loss. Obviously, they're going to go for the 2-0 to really make a statement here. Like I said, honestly, a 2-0 is definitely what they want. Get through this as quickly as possible because they would like to conserve their mental energy. Right after this, if Oxygen can get through this matchup, or even if J2 does, whoever wins this has to go straight into a matchup against the guard. So both teams definitely wanted to get through this quickly. It looks like Oxygen may be the one to get through it quickly in a 2-0. But we'll see. Again, only on the 4th round. We don't know a whole lot quite yet. Speaking a little bit too far ahead, maybe. It looks like this push onto A is started for Oxygen. Sova Dart gonna hit Nest. And now they know there's at least one in Nest, but lots of util is going to reveal the positions of Oxygen. Dapper going to try and lock down A and is going to be able to find a pick. Oh, and that spike planter gets exposed. Not going to be able to get that spike down. Verno takes on Oxy, but Shazam able to find 2 before Pony takes out Penny. So it's a 2v3 right now for Oxygen. The spike still isn't down. Shazam going to take out Pony, and Dapper going to finish it off, killing Verno. Well played there. From G2 is going to, on a little bit of a light buy save, secure them a round win, which means that's going to be a good econ bonus. A little bit of an econ boost to help them try and take these rounds back. It seems maybe I shouldn't have been too overzealous talking about how I thought this was going to go. G2 would like to defend themselves. Operator on Oxy, we'll see if it's going to be useful. Now it's being placed on B, but Oxygen is looking at hitting A. Maybe just trying to make some noise. And it's effective. It looks like G2 is starting to rotate a little bit towards A. Oxygen still leaning, trying to take mid control, but nobody's going to be spotted. It's going to be difficult. Looks like they may be rotating to try and challenge B. Another very difficult push for them. Oxy with the operator. Getting ready to use it. The Sova drone comes out and it's going to spot him. Now they know the operator's there and they need to figure out how they want to approach this. Although the ping comes off and now they know exactly where Oxy's going and they know he's backed up. That gives them confidence to move up. Gives them confidence to move up, and now Oxygen trying to figure out if they want to challenge the op, but it looks like they don't. 40 seconds left. They're going to have to start making a decision about where they want to commit. Pony's still challenging B. Makes a little bit of noise there as well. And G2 is mostly staying on B, while the rest of Oxygen is A. Oh, Pony's missed by the op. Pony looking to challenge this site and get some picks. Still not getting picked off, but he's not going to find one before he goes down. Penny and Dapper on site, on A, looking to defend it. Gonna be able to as Penny takes out Randy Savage. Scuba takes out Penny, though, and this spike can go down in Nest. Sova. Hunter's Fury comes out. It's going to find the pick on Verno. Not before Verno takes out Dapper, and Whippy takes out Mitch. And now it's a 1v3 for Oxygen. Scuba able to take out Shazam. Just needs 2 more. But G2 gonna play effectively together and doesn't know exactly where they are. Oxy gonna win that. Take Scuba out in this round. Goes to G2, and now the Econ not looking very strong for Oxygen. Gonna be able to buy this round, but starting to falter. 3-round win streak to start it. Puts your Econ in a good position, but not good enough if you can't defend that good Econ with some kills. G2's got those knives on Oxy utilized along with the operator. There's a res in the hands of both Sages. Scuba and Verno for Oxygen also have some ults to utilize the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury. But they need to get on site before they can use them. Looks like Oxygen's going to be challenging mid. Sova Dart comes through and it's destroyed by Pony, which denies good vision. And Pony's going to start crossing through that smoke, getting on top of Tube, looking for a pick. Decides to back up, and maybe that's a good choice. And now Oxygen turning their attention towards A. Though it looks like they may be looking to change their mind. Not committing quite yet. Biding their time.
Verno's drone is going to be signify that Oxygen take this hit. The drone leads first. Pony always follows after.
Now this drone coming in for Verno, trying to take control here of A site.
This shit from Oxy.
Oxy's not going to get spotted, but he misses his first op shot. Now they know where he is and that he has an operator, but time's running low and Oxygen has to commit, but that Viper's Pit's going to make it easier for them to do so. Now Oxygen, Mitch finally getting the spike down. He's had a lot of trouble getting a spike down, especially on A, but finally able to find the plant. Oxy, though, going to take out Pony. That player advantage going to go to G2 early in this retake. Oxy trying to figure out how he wants to play in this pit. Shazam going to be able to take out Mitch. Whippy takes out Verno. Randy Savage going to take out Oxy, though. 2v4. Now a 1v4 as Dapper takes out Randy Savage. Oh, able to find 2. Trying to get the Molly out to prevent the defuse. But in a 1v4, it's a difficult thing to play when you're in an exposed angle like that. That round does go to G2, and they're able to tie it up. Now it's 3-3, and G2 is looking like they have a good upward trend. Their Econ's in a good spot now. Oxygen gonna force a buy here, but they will need to win this in order to secure some good Econ. Although it doesn't look like they're forcing a buy. They're gonna try and save their Econ. seems.
and this lockdown.
And they have 3 ultimates to use.
Pony's nowhere near
There's the res on G2.
his
They
blade
didn't
storm.
end up using the
He is too
previous
long,
round.
but he's just not going to get it in this round here. And Oxygen, similar to last, putting pressure towards mid.
It looks like Oxygen's going to try and challenge this mid. They've left the spike mid. Maybe just looking for some early picks. The alarm bot goes off. Now Dapper knows there's at least one pushing up mid. Shazam able to take out Mitch. Dapper trying to figure out how he wants to clear this. Gonna be able to take out Pony. Now, suddenly it's a 2v5 for the remaining Oxygen players, and that operator on Oxy is looking deadly. Gonna find the pick on Scuba. Now it's just down to Randy Savage in a 1v5. Looking for a pick or two to try and secure this round. Is he going to be able to? No, not even going to do any damage. Shield still intact for all of the G2 players, and it is a flawless round. But it's a flawless round, truly, with no damage done. And look at Shazam with 11 kills for G2, and it's no wonder they're winning this map so far. Oxygen Esports going to take their first time out. Definitely a good choice. Again, this map was picked by Oxygen Esports. It's a little bit offense-sided, but again, I don't think that matters too much. I find it to be a little bit of a more balanced map. But, you know, knowing it's a little bit offense-sided should give you a hint that maybe the offense should be able to keep it even at least. G2 is able to take the advantage so far. Oxygen, I don't know what they're going to talk about in this timeout. But yeah, I don't know. They're gonna need to figure something out. They're not really in that good of a spot right now. I think maybe they're pushing a little bit too slowly. Maybe playing a little bit more aggressively could be to their advantage. We'll see how they decide to utilize this timeout. It's gonna be a buy round from Oxygen off of that save. They're looking to win this round.
Yeah, Oxygen played this map for the first time yesterday. It would have to be up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. having to VOD review, that's for sure. Pony, however, he dropped 17 and 9 on the attacking side on this map. It's a stark contrast as going into this round, G2.
Oxygen coming in to drone into A, and that aggressive play I said may need to come through is starting to come through. Making some noise, but there's 3 well-placed players from G2 on A to lock it down. That lockdown comes out to try and push G2 back, and it's going to be effective, but the counter lockdown comes out as well, and the take is going to be difficult here for Oxygen. It looks like Randy Savage has been detained, but pretty far back, so he'll be okay. Bruno gets spotted. Shazam trying to figure out how he wants to play this. It looks like Oxygen trying to take mid control.
Where Verno is going to use this Hunter's Fury then. It would be a safe plan for Oxygen.
Scuba looking to a little bit of a lurk. Sees the alarm bot trying to go around it. Oh, and he's going to be able to. He gets around that alarm bot, and Scuba's able to take out Dapper. Shazam takes out Pony. Whippy and Penny, though, gonna help lock down the flank and then the site. Whippy takes out Verno. Randy Savage going for the plant, and they're gonna aggress him. Takes him out, and this round goes easily to G2. And now that buy round from Oxygen not looking strong. And although there was a good flank there from Scuba, it wasn't enough as he was shut down, only able to be good for 1. And the rest of G2 strong and locking down Icebox, and G2 is going to make it a tough fight here on Icebox for Oxygen.
Try and maintain that control where their own lockdown can make a retake happen on B. And Oxygen just investing in lockdown, not playing anything off of it, not even attempting to break Dapper's lockdown. That round just seemed extremely confusing to me.
Silver drone comes through, spots 1, and it backs off. Now Oxygen once again challenging this A. They've yet to do a good solid B push. The entry trying to be given by a Pony, but it's denied. Now it's just down to Scuba. This save round goes in the favor of G2. Oxygen's save.
Was a big
Honestly, not too bad. Able to find 2 picks, but
something that doesn't really happen too often is
a little bit
Randy
weird to
Savage
see
pitch getting into the
Oxygen
face
go
of
for
the
so
kills.
many A hits.
Here, it
They're
feels
not
like
even
also
trying to
considering
challenge
how
B.
Oxygen were in the beginning of the split, relying a lot on Scuba to win out fights, and it seems there seems to be a lack of cohesive.
They just cannot
from Oxygen
attack
on these
A
hits.
well, and I don't know why they
That's
keep
5
aggressing it when they
6
know
rounds
they
in a
can't
row
attack A
now
well.
from G2.
2 ultimates, and they're the exact
And
same
Oxygen
ults.
still sitting on that
Sage
Hunter's
Res and
Fury,
Hunter's Fury
getting
for
close
both
to Viper's
sides.
Pit. They have the rifles in their hand. What's going to change this time, though? G2 are going to switch it up, and Oxy's getting aggressive towards mid. He's gonna
Silver
get
Drone
control,
comes
beat
through,
out the Viper's orb,
accompanied
and
by
now
the
he can
Jet
just sit there.
smoke.
They
Gonna
ultimately decide to
clear
back
the
away.
entrance to B.
He tried to pull
But
out
off
a
of
shot,
that, G2
at least
rotates
establishing
heavily
four
towards
players here in
B. A
mid.
quick rotate to place 3 aggressively pushed up into sight, but some noise as Randy
Back
Savage
towards A,
and
it's
Scuba
gonna
are
be
pushing
Penny
into
too, so
A.
people are gonna make their way out. But is Whippy going up
Penny
against
gonna
Whippy?
take out
Is he
Scuba
going to
though.
right swing out of yellow?
Meanwhile, Whippy able to take out Pony and Verno. Mitch gets a pick and able to take out Whippy as well. Gonna get that res off, and that's gonna be useful because now it's a 3v3. Sova, Hunter's Fury comes out from Shazam, and it's not gonna find a pick. Oxygen just gonna run it over to A, and it's a good choice as G2 left A completely. Penny gonna res Dapper, but A site has been given to G2. Sorry, to Oxygen. Spike's gonna get planted. Shazam trying to challenge it, but not gonna be able to. Oh, it will be able to get that kill with the shock dart. And now it's gonna be a 2v4 for Oxygen. Already down a player, now down 2 on this post plant. Verno gonna take out Dapper, but traded off by Oxy. Now it's a 1v3 for Randy Savage. Gonna get aggressed from multiple angles. Doesn't know where to look, and the operator's gonna be the one to finish him off. And another round goes to G2, and this performance is looking to be dominant from G2.
This is rough from Oxygen. Again, I can't place my finger on what exactly is going wrong. And it's not even that G2 are playing exceptionally well against Oxygen, taking a lot of space. It's simply that Oxygen are not doing anything really. They're playing so far back and giving opportunities to guys like Oxy to post up with an op and get map control.
Just looks like Oxygen doesn't know how to take these sites. And G2 just looking so confident and powerful as they take these sites.
It's prepared. And Oxy starting to come alive. Didn't see or hear him too much in that last map. And here we've got a Viper's Pit from Whippy. Popped early on the A site.
The Viper's Pit gonna lock down A site, and it's a good choice because that is exactly where Oxygen is looking to aggress. Will they decide to challenge it? It's looking like they might. It does look like they're trying to figure out how they want to challenge this.
Round it's the Viper's Pit. Last round, of course, it was the wide swing.
There's 3 still on A for G2.
Round before that, it was the double lock.
Shazam gonna take out Verno, and that gives a little bit of vision to G2 and confirms there might be an A aggression here from Oxygen.
They've only won the first 3 rounds, the pistol, second round after, and the bonus.
Okay, here's Zipline. Randy Savage gonna take out Penny. Ooh, and Whippy goes down. No more Viper's Pit, and it looks like Oxygen trying to find some ground here. Mitch gonna take out Shazam, and he is able to find this ground, and now it's gonna be a 2v4 for G2. They've got an Operator and a Vandal to utilize. Ooh, and the Viper's Pit comes out from Scuba. Trying to deny it. Oxy tries to get a wallbang op shot, not gonna find it. Goes to pick up a Vandal. Looking to aggress. Gonna get taken out by Pony, and now it's a 1v4 for Dapper. Looked like the site was gonna be taken effectively using that Viper's Pit. Or at least defended effectively using that Viper's Pit from Whippy, but it wasn't. Viper's Pit goes down, and Oxygen's able to get on and use their own Viper's Pit. Dapper now in 1v4 has enough money that he doesn't have to save, but time is ticking. The post plant being played, and Dapper now just looking for some exit frags. Not gonna find any. Taken out by the spike. This round goes in the favor of Oxygen. Trying to close that gap that G2's been able to create. 5-7 would be decent for them and give them a fighting chance. Oxygen picked Icebox, but hasn't really been able to show that they are dominant in their knowledge of this site. And this round is And this map is looking like it may go to G2. I did say Oxygen's in a comfortable position where they already have a map up, so they don't need to worry too much, and that's true. However, both of these teams would have liked to win quickly, so as not to use their stamina up as they're about to have to go up against the guard. Whichever one of these teams wins has to go up against the guard, and so much time utilized. Oxygen gonna be able to take control of Tube, gonna challenge Kitchen. They're gonna be met with a sentry, but it's not gonna force them off of Kitchen. It's gonna be a 3-man push through. Turret goes off. Dapper looking to defend it. Does spot Mitch, but backs up. Hunter's Fury comes through as well to try and defend it. Whippy going to be able to take out Randy Savage. No damage done by that Hunter's Fury. Which means the player advantage now in the hands of G2. And Oxygen's been forced into a position. And Whippy going to defend it. 3 kills so far. Looking for more. Nearly gets taken out by that shock dart, but gets away just in the nick of time. Verno going to be able to take out Dapper and Whippy. But that Molly going to be the one to finish off Verno. And then Oxy takes out Scuba. 3 players off the line for G2. Not going to finish it off strong for Oxygen. And the player, or in the round differential advantage goes to G2 as we switch into the next half. And Oxygen is starting to get a little bit scared here. Maybe starting to think they should have picked Haven instead of Icebox.
So there's still more to write home here for Oxygen. There's still an opportunity for them to close out this map now on their defensive side. But it's a long road ahead of them. An 8-4 deficit.
This round, pistol round. Although the colors haven't switched, G2 is now on offense. And they're going to be looking at aggressing B here. They're going to meet the Controller and the Sentinel in Mitch and Scuba. Gonna lock it down. Mitch able to do some damage to Oxy as G2 is getting ready to push B. Shazam looking lethal so far on this map, and looks like G2 is really letting him shine through on that good performance. And now G2 gonna put the Viper Wall up, gonna start using their util to take sight. The plant is gonna be deterred by the Nano Swarm. Just decides to go around it to plant. Gonna be able to take the no damage in the process, or at least a very minimal amount. Now G2 gonna have to play a 5v5 post plant. Decently easy for them. G2 gonna be able to take out Randy Savage. Whippy gonna take out Mitch as well for a double kill. Verno trying to figure out how he wants to play this with his team. Pony takes out Shazam. Scuba takes out Penny. Oxy takes out Scuba, but Verno trades that off, so it's a 2v2. But Whippy gets taken out. Traded off by Dapper, but now it's a 1v1. G2 just running in circles. And time is not going to be in the favor of Verno. Verno going to die, and this round does go to Dapper.
Oxygen knew that was when they needed to pick up to close the gap. Are we going to see a force, though, from Oxygen here? Gunfights being won out here, but this pistol round comes down to G2
looking really strong right now for G2. Already able to take the first round. Now, that being said, Oxygen won their pistol round and won 3 in a row. So, the offensive pistol round did get won quickly by Oxygen, but G2 was able to deny it. So maybe Oxygen can do their own denial here of good rounds won by G2. G2 getting ready to push B, and it's a 5-stack on A from Oxygen, and it's misplaced completely. The Sova arrow goes down on B. The wall goes up, and the spike is going to go down on B. Plant goes off, and now Oxygen knows they misplaced all 5 of their players. 5v5 retake, but the gun's not going to be there for Oxygen, and it's going to be difficult for them. Just looking to get some picks here. And the spike's been down for quite a while, so Oxygen has to make their way. Already in the second phase, Oxygen's going to be in a bad spot here. Oxy able to take out Pony and is traded off by Scuba, so it's going to stay even. But again, time is ticking. Oxygen has to move, and G2 going to deny it. Whippy getting 2, Dapper finding 1. Scuba going to take out Penny, but it's traded off by Shazam. Able to take out 2 players, so not bad for Oxygen, but G2 played well with their econ, so it won't matter, and they'll be able to buy this round against a buy from Oxygen. So full buy from both sides. We'll see if G2 is able to get this round win off.
At 18, Shazam is now on top
Really
here.
good. Yeah.
G2 continue to have options, continue to
Gonna
move
be a
forward.
full buy from both sides. We'll see how Oxygen decides to play this. It's going to be difficult for them.
They're gonna try and set Pony up in a pretty
3
aggressive
stacking
spot.
A, and it's a good choice,
See it
because it
Pony
is looking like G2 would like to
here to receive any
make an
aggression
A hit.
towards A. The spike leans towards here, but you have Oxy and Shazam setting up what appears to be a fake play towards the B side. The wall's gonna go up, and it's gonna work out pretty dang well, I imagine. The shock darts are gonna break the nanostorm as well if you wanted to shoot it. So Oxygen might get caught out of rotation.
All
Give it a
right,
second.
Oxy going to make the entrance onto B.
They are
Finding a
looking at
pick.
the Sonar. Pony didn't full
Yep.
check. Only went for a glance, saw nothing, and now he rotates.
Now it's a
That's the sight
4v5 from
G2
Oxygen.
towards A. Shazam begins to peel away, and Oxy just sticks around.
It's just so crazy to me that Oxygen
Verno able to find the pick on Oxy, and now it's going to be a 4v4. But G2 has taken A as Oxygen has completely rotated off of A, not anticipating the A hit. And it's a bad choice.
Now G2.
4v4, but the spike is in the hands of G2. They've taken site effectively.
Keep Dapper alive. You know, Penny can get in the mix, see if he can get a kill here or there. And anything that Penny can find is going to be beneficial.
Penny gonna be able to find one and then another on Pony and Randy Savage from behind Nest, but it's traded quickly. 2 kills from Oxygen. Gonna help them take site. Well, Mitch looking to stick the spike, but gonna get taken out by Shazam. 2 players left alive for G2. It's an expensive round, but they have the money to afford those deaths. Oxygen did not have the money to afford a loss, which means G2 takes 3 in a row. It's looking dire for Oxygen, who's not going to take a timeout. As G2 approaches that 12th round, it looks scary. So if the enemy is able to get to the 12th round, you are in a really tough spot where you have to use your ultimates as soon as you get them. You have to use all of your money as soon as you have it, because it could be the last round and there's no point in saving it. So nobody wants their enemy to be at that 12th round position, but G2 looking to get there. Oxygen gonna save here. Trying to deny another round for G2. But G2 is definitely in a position to be at a 4-round win streak here. Oxygen is definitely starting to panic. I don't know what they're going to talk about in this timeout, but they're going to have to figure something out here. Defensively, they haven't played the best, deciding to rotate a little too quickly. That allowed G2 to take site in the previous round. Oxygen in the first 2 rounds stacking sites, and it didn't pay off well. See how Oxygen decides to play this, if a bait on B will be effective for G2. As G2 starts to aggress this A, there's going to be 3 there. Now the spike is on A as well. Pony going to take out Oxy, and the A push has been denied, but Penny has the res to use and uses it on Oxy. That's going to make this take even more difficult for Oxygen, or sorry, for G2, as they've been forced off. But it looks like G2 is going to continue to push it, and Oxygen has backed up. They got that pick, and now they're backing off. Still playing together. The Sova drone is coming through on A. The counter Sova drone comes through for Oxygen to try and gain some vision. Gonna find 2. Gives them a little bit of good vision. Now the 3 that were on A originally are back for Oxygen to defend the site. Shazam on pipe is going to get taken out by Mitch. He's going to be able to spray and take out Oxy as well. Penny able to take out Mitch for a trade, but a 2-for-1 special, not going to be good for them. It's going to be a 3v5 now for G2. Going to Run back off of A towards B, where they have Whippy.
Yes, the alarm bot could go up, but actually Randy Savage too far away.
And he's defended by some Killjoy util, but Randy Savage just barely out of range for that alarm bot, which means Oxygen can push onto the site, or sorry, G2 can push onto the site. Randy Savage and Whippy going to meet each other, and Whippy's going to win that exchange, and now the player advantage no longer in the hands of Oxygen. So we approach this 3v3. Looked like maybe that timeout was useful for Oxygen, but Dapper takes out Verno, and now the player advantage back in the hands of G2. The spike's been down for a little while, and Oxygen has to figure out if they want to save this or if they want to push here and try and get this win. Scuba's going to get swung by Whippy, but Scuba's still going to be able to take out Whippy, and it ties it up, making it a 2v2. But Scuba's low to 21 health, and it's going to make it really difficult for this retake. Oh, Dapper finds Pony, but not able to get that kill. Pony trying to stick the spike, getting sprayed through the smoke. Gonna finally get taken out as Oxygen had to stick it. Scuba gonna be able to take out Dapper, but the spike does go off, and G2 has secured the 12th round. And G2 in a position to take map 2. And it would not be close at all. They take it here. Oxygen needs an 8-round win streak in order to secure some good rounds here. Or sorry, in order to have a chance of winning this map. And keep in mind, even if Oxygen's able to do that, they've just used so much of their strategy and brain power trying to figure out this map. And then they have to go into the guard. Even if Oxygen is able to get through this, it'll be a difficult fight against the guard. Even more so, as they've used so much of their stamina. Penny gonna take out Pony, and they're trying to make map 2 their map. Oxy takes out Mitch as well. Dapper gonna be able to take out Verno, and now it's a 2v5, and it's not looking good for Oxygen. Dapper and Penny both low on health, but may not be enough for Oxygen. The spike still is not down, but the Viper's Pit comes out, and they're gonna plant just inside of it. Savage and Scuba gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. Dapper coming in for the flank, and it's looking like it'll be effective. Randy Savage able to take out Penny, but again, that flank coming through from Dapper. Gonna find one on Scuba. Will it find another? Randy Savage in a 1v4 has to start making moves. That attacker Killjoy lockdown comes out. Randy Savage getting shot through the smoke. Got 1 health, pushing through the Viper's Pit. Shazam's just going to spray him down, and this map does go to G2, and it's not close. 13-4. Going to be the win for G2. I would say by a miracle, but G2 has a pretty decent record on Icebox. They just don't pick it very often. In fact, I don't think they ever have picked it. It's only ever picked by their opponents, and they always win it anyway. And this is no difference, as Icebox is won. Sorry, that's the wrong match. As Icebox is won by G2, and they've been able to make somewhat of a comeback here. Not a comeback in the map, so to speak, but after Oxygen took a win on Split, which was G2's best map and has been G2's best map, it did not look good for G2. And then we went into Icebox, a map where Oxygen did perform well on Icebox against TSM on. So it looked like it may go in the favor of Oxygen. But G2 looking to deny it, able to, going to take the win 12-4. It's not looking good for Oxygen now at this point, as that was a pretty dominant performance from G2. We're moving into Ascent. Now this is a map we actually don't see either of these teams on a whole lot. We can take a look at their previous match history just in mid-season. And you can see G2's only been on Ascent once, I believe. Yeah, they've only been on Ascent once. I meant to click overview, and they did win it, but it went into overtime, 18-16 against FaZe Clan. So their Ascent play looking a little bit rocky there, and that could help out Oxygen, who's gonna need to win this decider map that it didn't look like they'd be able to. Now, they've played on Ascent once. They won it against TSM, or not just once, but I think it's only once in mid-season. Taking the win on Ascent 13-7 against TSM. Yeah, and they haven't played it at all since then, so Oxygen definitely in a good spot right now, as they've performed much better on Ascent than we've seen from G2, but that doesn't mean it's easily going to go to G2, because we haven't seen these two players playing it yet in mid-season against each other. Although that being said, again, G2 played against FaZe Clan, managed to win on Ascent against FaZe Clan, but it was very, very close versus Oxygen's win on Ascent, which went much, much quicker. If I can pull that up.
Welcome back, friends, to a
Against TSM, or sorry, against TSM, which went much quicker in a 13-7, only going 40 minutes. So you can tell it looks like Oxygen may know what they're doing just a little bit better on Ascent, but I do want to hear what the analysts have to say about how that match went, because there is a lot to talk about here.
Their strongest map, and then just dished out a whole plate of revenge, honestly.
Yeah, you know, my favorite saying, and I say too much on broadcast, is the ball doesn't lie, right? If the ball was meant to go in, it will eventually go in. So if Oxygen were meant to be 13-5 or 13-4, well, they were eventually going to do that. Good for G2 to have that wake-up call. They looked very explosive, and I think it's so important for Shazam to be kind of the one that was dragging them through this game at the very start, having a strong performance as the IGL, kind of as the leader of this team, to really rally the troops back.
The offset on the first bloods alone is bonkers.
Yeah.
And it's not like Oxy was the one that was necessarily going huge, having like 10 first bloods or something. He has 4, still the top of the leaderboard for his team. 3 for Shazam, 2 for Whippy, 2 for Dapper, 2 for Penny. Everyone was stepping up. Even though you might see some leaders in the pack, you've got Shazam at 19-9, 16-7 for Whippy, a player we had mentioned to watch out for as the Viper on this map. It's the fact that all of them were really doing that collectively together. Scuba has 2 for the side of Oxygen, Randy Savage and Pony both getting 1. Pony effectively a non-factor here, completely shut down. And we had talked about that coming into the series. We said, when you look at this matchup between Oxygen and G2 in the initial game in quarters, it was Pony who was stepping to the plate and Oxy who was letting them down. Well, now it's flipped, and Oxy is stepping to the plate, and Pony has basically disappeared, and that's the storyline across the last couple of weeks, is watching Pony start to fade a little bit after that really bright game in the
It's
quarters.
looking like maybe Pony isn't as much as what we had chalked him up to be, and it looked like on Icebox he wasn't really allowed to shine through. Now against Moise Moguls, I think they did relatively well. Pony was able to pull through just a little bit, but now it's really just not looking that strong in favor of Oxygen. At least for Pony, it's not looking that good or that strong. And it is really quite disappointing to see, because I do want to see Oxygen do well. I want them to take down the franchise team. But I thought it may be a 2-0 victory for Oxygen, and it's looking like it's going to be a lot more difficult than just a 2-0.
This map pool for Oxygen. Oh, yeah, this isn't good. So, seeing how explosive a start they had to this series, I mean, how could you not call me a believer after that, Tanner? Come on.
No, 100%. And I'm super excited that we get a map 3 that looks okay, I guess, interesting to say the least. I'm just happy to say that we get a map 3. It's so important that we're getting this deep. We're down to our final 4 teams. It just would not feel right if we showed up today and Split and Icebox both looked the same way for either of these teams.
Yeah,
the wildest thing about that last map is the fact that G2 had an 8-4 half, and they lost the pistol and the bonus. They lost the first 3 rounds, so they held Oxygen to 1 round after that. And from then on, that was it. That's all that Oxygen got. After that initial burst of rounds, they got 1. What that means? The momentum has picked up, and that's a big factor for G2. We've seen that throughout the group stages and here in the midseason face-off as well. So when I look at Ascent now, I worry that that snowball is rolling downhill at too great a speed. It's gathered up way too much mass. It's going to be very difficult for Oxygen to try to stop this from happening, because even though it is somewhat even territory, I feel like that is the 6th man for G2.
Yeah, I do want to mention the point that I was actually going to make before I started throwing Sierra under the bus and spitting hot flames at Sierra.
Thanks, Tanner. Thanks.
The point that I was actually going to make, the caster said it. I believe it was Sully who said, just completely disjointed. Oxygen on both sides of the map. A lot of the times, their players dying in positions where they just can't be traded, or they can't find anything more. They're going one and done. And I think the scoreline really shows that. You saw it a lot on the attacking side of G2 as well, where the defenders are rotating and just getting picked off, which was G2 getting their steps in, unlike what we saw on Split, where Dapper's allowed to breathe, moving up and really taking control of Kitchen. The lurks through mid, we saw it from both sides, but G2 really did a good job on this map, unlike what we saw on Split, in kind of fixing that narrative of, hey, let's play the entire map.
It's almost like they prepared so much for their opponent's map that they just didn't prepare for their own. Like G2 was really focusing on everything besides Split for good reason. They didn't need to. And Oxygen was like, we got to prepare for Split. So everything else just kind of got thrown into the air, and that's maybe why they traded maps. I don't want to assume that that's definitely the case. We really don't know why Oxygen went from looking like gods on Split, a map they've previously struggled on, to looking pretty rough. Very lackluster on Icebox. Even though it's not a map that's like their greatest map, I do feel like that should have been better than that. And why did G2 go from looking quite terrible on their map selection, a polar opposite of what we've seen from them in the past, to incredible on a map that wasn't their selection? It's very interesting, to say the least. Ascent will be neutral territory for both teams, and I am curious to see if that momentum really does.
Although I honestly don't view it as so much neutral territory. Just looking at the mid-season performance, I kind of expected to lean a little bit in the favor of Oxygen, but with the way G2 just performed on Icebox, I honestly do think it is a little bit more balanced. It'll be interesting to see. It's also very important to see who gets defense first, because I've talked about it before, but Ascent is slightly defense-sided because there's so many choke points for the defense. And it's difficult for the offense to rotate without getting spotted, at least quickly, like through mid and stuff. So it's a little tiny bit defense-sided, so it'll be interesting to see the way that it goes.
With Oxygen starting on attack, if
and who ends up on defense first.
Especially being able to be on attack to start things off, Tanner, I feel like that could just start to maybe get that momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, and if things are mirroring, which scorelines are kind of mirroring, maps obviously don't, but it was an early map 1 win the last time these two teams played, and then it was a map 2 loss where Oxy was really starting to come online, and then we went to map 3 and Pony was really able to reel it back in. So I'm not necessarily saying that Pony and Oxy are going to be the deciding factors, but we're getting a very similar story to our previous series between these two teams in the upper quarterfinals. And I think there is a lot of weight on the shoulders. I also want to mention a map in Ascent where Verno obviously going to be playing the Sova, but Scuba I think going to be playing a more conventional controller. So those will be the actual two players for Oxygen that I'm taking a peek at once we head out towards Ascent.
I'm looking at Verno as well as a player we profiled coming into this one as being like one of the X Factor players for Oxygen. And right now, he's not a non-factor. He really hasn't been stepping up to the plate in the way that we've seen him in the past. Because we've been looking at this kid as like, okay, we hyped him up. Potentially one of the best initiators playing in Challengers right now. Definitely top 3. The fact that he's really not having a good start to the series is a bit concerning. Now, yes, he does make some role changes as he goes to Split, but they win that map, and he still doesn't have the greatest performance. Then he goes to Icebox, where he should play well because it's a playground for his role. And it also does not work out.
And once again, Mitch starting to lack the performance that we'd like to see from him. We saw it happen in their matchup against Moist Moguls, where it just didn't really look like he knew what he was, like how he wanted to play, and like couldn't really find his positional advantage or where he would be able to shine through the most. And it's looking like that's coming through against G2, who is clearly a stronger opponent for them than Moist Moguls was. And so it really matters to see, and we'd want to see Mitch doing just a little bit better there for Oxygen. And I'm rooting for Oxygen here. I think I already said that. I'm rooting for them to win this because I want them, I'll try and be unbiased, but I want them to beat out those franchise teams. I want them to really make an impact and let everybody know, hey, I may not be a franchise team, but we are here to make a statement and try and push through in North American Challengers. I want to see Oxygen be the team to do that, but it's looking like their performance is starting to suffer just a little bit.
And I have to say, in my opinion, I'm leaning towards G2. They're heating up, and they've got momentum swinging into this third map right now.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we've already been talking about momentum, and Oxygen have lost all of it. They have to start Ascent off right, but it's at least in their case.
Very much so true. We need to see how Oxygen starts this map up, and I did say it's going to be important to see who's on defense first, because it's a slightly defense-sided map, and G2 is going to be on defense to start it. So they should be able to take the advantage going into the next half, but it's going to be a matter of by how much and how good will Oxygen be at denying that advantage and taking good mid control and stuff like that. But let's take a look at the agent select. Verno on Sova, Penny on KO, Randy Savage on Killjoy, Whippy on Astra, Scuba on Omen, Oxy on Jet, Pony also on Jet, Dapper on Killjoy, Mitch on KO, and Shazam on Sova. And you may be noticing something. Nearly identical picks, except, spot the difference, Scuba on Omen and Whippy on Astra. So an Astra for G2 and an Omen on Oxygen. Now we've seen Omen quite a bit here on Ascent. And now we're seeing Astra come back into playing. And both Omen and Astra have their strengths. I think the ultimate is much more advantageous in the hands of an Astra. But as far as util, I mean, both Omen and Astra are very strong controllers on Ascent, and so it shouldn't matter too much, but we'll see how well G2 can play this defense. And it looks like Oxygen going to try and start off their offense right, going B, where they're going to encounter not a whole lot of pushback. There's two initiators there to try and give some pushback, but no defensive agents going to help lock down that site. Randy Savage able to take out Shazam, traded off by Penny. Now she's down to Penny to lock down this site. Going to get finished off by Mitch after doing a little bit of damage to everyone, but a lot of damage to Mitch, which could help G2 trying to regain this site control. Oxy able to take out Mitch, and there goes the one that was low on health. So they've evened it out. Penny looking for a pick, going to push out aggressively. Oxy takes out Pony, but it's traded out by Verno. So it's still a 2v2, but again, health not in the advantage of Oxygen right now. Their health just a little bit worse, but they can play defense and play this post plant. Now it's a 2v2 where the health not in the advantage of G2 anymore, where Scuba is able to finish off Whippy and Dapper. And the first pistol round does go to Oxygen, starting it off right on a defense-sided map. Their offense starting to look strong for them. Maybe not quite as well played as they would have liked, but they do end up taking that round, and that's, at the end of the day, that's what matters, is taking those rounds. Now, Oxygen gonna be on a bye. It looks like they're gonna conserve their econ just a little bit here, not fully anticipating a win here. Again, a slightly defense-sided map, so playing it safe with your econ here can be to your advantage, although it looks like it's only gonna be Verno and Randy Savage. Or sorry, not Verno. It's only going to be Pony and Randy Savage playing it slightly safe. Randy Savage going for a full save, but Pony going for a light buy. And we'll see if that slight econ boost will matter if they lose or if they win, but quite a few of their players do end up dying. We'll see how it works out. Oxygen just not even going to find any pushback at all. They're just going to be able to move right through onto A. No buffer at all to prevent them from getting onto site, and site control is completely given. Now G2 needs to play a retake. They've got 5 of their players, but they only have pistols. Door's been destroyed, and Penny and Whippy looking to challenge it. 3 coming in for the flank, and it's going to be down to Verno to defend it. He's going to be the first to spot them. Spots 3, able to take out 1 before Oxy trades it off, but would have liked to find more with that gun advantage there. Penny and Whippy from Door are going to be able to find 2. Oh, and Scuba's not going to be able to trade either, or only able to find 1 trade on them. Mitch going to take out Oxy, though, and now he's in a 1v3. But the spike's been down for quite a while, and it blows up. Second round does go to Oxygen. An expensive round, though, and that's what I talked about. Maybe they should have played a little bit more conservatively with their econ, but it was just enough conservatively to allow them to buy here. Oxygen's going to be up against a full buy from G2. A Bulldog for Mitch and an Operator for Oxy. Going to try and balance out some of that money difference here. Oxy not going to have shield to work with. Mitch only having a Bulldog to work with, but full shield for all of Oxygen. Going to make it a pretty effective full buy here. Oxy looking to challenge mid with that op. Going to get warded off by that smoke. Going to have to back up. Going to have to back up. And now Oxygen Getting ready to push A. Through mid, through cat, gonna challenge tree. Oxy's once again trying to challenge mid, able to push through and get that pick on Verno. Penny's also gonna help try and lock down tree, looking for a pick, and they're actually gonna be effectively warded off. Oxygen gonna have to play back off of that pick. Now it's still a 4v5 for Oxygen, but Pony's so low on health. Scuba on A though, in wine. G2 knows he's there off of this smoke. It looks like G2's getting ready to rotate off, but there's still 3 holding A, and that's where Oxygen is going to re-hit.
Easily, that could have been a random tick back over towards that mid side, but they're compensating for it at least. The opportunity that it could be over an A
Would be the first to see that it's a re-hit on A. Gonna find that pick on Pony. Gonna also find a pick on Mitch, and now it's a 2v5 for the remaining players on Oxygen. Scuba slightly low on health. The Randy Savage coming in for mid. Gonna decide to back off, and there's 15 seconds left. And it looks like Oxygen's just gonna go for a save, and you can't blame them. They full bot here. Almost all of their players are dead now. Or at least most of their players are dead now. Gonna take this save. Good defensive play there from G2, and those choke points I was talking about are being effectively held off by G2. You know that your enemy is forced to push these sites in, again, these sort of choke point scenarios, and so Oxygen's been able to just ward off those choke point scenarios, force them back. Oxy once again gonna have that operator. Didn't take any player losses that round, and that's going to put them in a really good econ position. Oxygen going to be on a save. Scuba and Randy Savage able to keep their guns from the previous round. Going to be the only good guns for Oxygen. This round probably going to go to G2. And again, it's a defense-sided map, so G2 is expected to take the advantage going into the next half. But that doesn't mean Oxygen shouldn't get some good rounds here or do some good econ damage as Oxy finds that pick on Pony. Now it's going to be a 5v4, making this round a little bit easy for G2. Oxygen pushing now through mid. They're not actually going to encounter any real pushback other than an alarm bot, but that already got used up a little while ago. Now mid going to be backed up. Oxy still watching that position. Not going to get taken out. Going to be able to find Randy Savage as well. Looking for more. Maybe an ace. Sovadart comes through, and you know Oxygen's continuing to push it. Although Whippy going to shut down Verno. Scuba going to be able to trade it off. But now Scuba going to have to challenge this op. And gonna not be able to as Oxy finds that 4 kills with the op on Scuba. Well played there from G2. He's going to tie it back up with Oxygen. Now it's going to be a buy round from Oxygen. Looking to try and secure this round, as it's a pivotal round for Oxygen to win. If they don't win, they're going to be in once again a poor place econ-wise. Now, their KO and Omen ults are just 1 ult point away, and it looks like they're going to try and get the ult point in A main. Although some Asher Util is going to try and ward them off of that. Oxy pushing out B, trying to find a pick. Randy Savage gets spotted and trying to work his way back. Over on A, it looks like they're able to pick up that ult orb, and now Mitch has the ult to help them take site here. Oxygen is going to back up off of A, and it looks like it's going to be a B hit. Now, there's a lot of Killjoy util that they're going to encounter. Did it again. Forgot to take the robot off for a while. I apologize.
I don't think they heard the alarm bot. Certainly not going to see it.
Oxy able to take out Randy Savage, and now it's a 4v5 for Oxygen, but they're able to push that off and find the pick. Only going to be able to clear main as well. No more Killjoy util to lock down the site, and it's going to be a 3v4 for G2. Site's been completely given to Oxygen, and this push looks effective. Spike does need to go down, and it's going to be planted by Pony. Now, if they win this round, they're going to have an operator to pick up and utilize if they do decide to use it off on the offense. Shazam going to be the first to try and help take this site back, but Pony going to take him out, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining players for G2. Penny trying to figure out how he wants to play this. There's not really very much good post-plant util for Oxygen in the form of a Killjoy or an Ashes. They do have to sort of hold site here. Looks like what G2 may just want to do is force Oxygen to stay on to the site and die to the spike, knowing it's a buy from them. They want to make it expensive, but not going to be able to, as Verno and Pony going to be able to exit the site, taking out 2 players for G2, trying to hold them in the range of that spike. Unable to. So 4 players left alive for Oxygen on a win, where they even get to pick up an operator. Is going to be really nice for them. G2's econ's been pretty solid off of the pretty decent win streak we had there. What is happening? G2's economy going to be pretty good still off of that win streak. But Oxy going to go for the save. Going to have to use those knives. Bunny also has knives to utilize, but not going to use them with this round, it doesn't look like. Bunny going to push through the KO Molly, trying to lock down the site. Penny going to be able to find Mitch and Pony. Oxy going to find the pick on Scuba, and Whippy going to take out Randy Savage. Not a single pick for Oxygen, trying to entry onto site. Now she's down to Verno with the spike in a 1v5. Watch Shazam mid, trying to take him out. Not going to be able to. Shazam going to take out Verno, and it's a flawless round from G2 to deny the beginning of a win streak here for Oxygen. But again, it's a defense-sided map, so Oxygen shouldn't be expected to take the advantage going into the next half. And they've been doing a pretty good job of warding off the advantage for G2, which makes it so far pretty good for them. Now, 4-8 is a respectable amount of rounds. 5-7 even better. 6-6 would be incredible. Now, Oxygen Esports going to take a timeout to try and secure some more round wins, figure out how they haven't been able to take these sites effectively. And honestly, look at G2. Oxy with 10 kills. Dapper still has none. Shazam only has 1. So that tells you that G2's not at their strongest right now. And Oxygen, as long as they can start playing better as a team, can probably take advantage of those players on G2 who are not performing as well right now. Now, that being said, Dapper and Shazam have been playing on B, which has not been hit very much, hence why they haven't been able to find kills. And I should point it out, though, Shazam got his first kill just this past round, on round 6. So he had no kills going into round 6, and neither did Dapper. Dapper still has no kills. And so, Oxygen should be able to see this, understand who is playing weakly, and push the sites where those weak players are. And that's what they're doing. They know Shazam and Dapper like to play on B, so they're going to aggress B here. Penny, though, going to help them try and lock down the site. And, although Shazam and Dapper are performing a little bit weaker here, the Killjoy util is still going to be useful in preventing an adequate push here from Oxygen. Pony going to take his knives mid and try and get a pick.
He's not fighting for the orb. No one is fighting for the orb. Penny not going for it. Randy Savage not going for it. Pop up towards mid. A B split to happen here in a second. There's only one player. Dapper's not in a position.
It's a 5v5. Now, 3 for Oxygen are going to be pushing through mid, trying to take mid control, and they're able to. Pony coming in through mid, trying to find a good entry with those knives. Oh, completely whiffs on Shazam. Not completely, does a little bit of damage. And Mitch going to be there to help finish it off, also taking out Dapper, and now B-site has been taken. They took advantage, knowing Dapper and Shazam have not been performing so well in this half. Took them both out without dying themselves, and now this round looks like it's going to go to Oxygen, and G2 going to save here. 3-man save. Not the worst idea. Helps boost their econ a little bit, although they have the money to not have to save. But playing it safe here is not a bad choice. And Oxygen not really in a good econ position to deny a save, so they're just going to back off the spike, take the win. Now Oxygen has secured the advantage once again in this half. And again, defense-sided map. So Oxygen doing this well on offense. Regardless of if G2 wins the next however many rounds, 5 rounds in a row, Oxygen still has a good amount of rounds, right? So, you know, when you're going onto the defense of a defense-sided map, you're okay having the disadvantage there because you can be confident that you'll be taking the advantage when you switch sides. G2, though, not able to secure the advantage on their defense, and they know Dapper and Shazam are a little bit lackluster in their performance. I think what they need to do here is make sure Dapper and Shazam aren't on the same site. It could have been argued that Dapper and Shazam were not finding picks because Oxygen wasn't pushing B very much. But that round proved that Oxygen both knew Dapper and Shazam were performing poorly and were able to take advantage of it. So what Dapper and Shazam need to do is now split up. Probably put one on either site. Although Sova usually sticks on B, it may be a good choice to throw Killjoy, maybe playing more back into defense side spawn, or go over even on A. We'll see if that's what G2 ends up going for here. I'm no coach, but it does seem Oxygen knew to take advantage of Dapper and Shazam's poor performance, and they were able to. Again, I'm going to keep saying that, but they were able to very effectively take advantage of it. Although it looks like G2 not going to switch anything up here. Going to put Shazam and Dapper back on B. Maybe a little pep talk from the coach is what G2 needs, or maybe they're going to try and play back and try and do good retake. But Oxygen knows that it may just be another B push from Dapper and Shazam, so they're going to push B themselves. And it looks like G2 will be playing a little bit further back and more passively on this defense in order to prevent good site control. And they do place Oxy in mid with that operator to lock down mid. But Oxygen's not going to try and push through mid this time. Sova Dart comes through to allow some good vision. The Hunter's Fury comes out from Shazam to try and defend site, and it's going to be effective, able to take out Scuba. The operator in mid, or in market, going to find the pick on Randy Savage. Misses on Pony barely. It's a little bit of damage, but not quite going to find it. Mitch able to take out Shazam and CT. And site control is slowly being given to Oxygen, although they've taken quite a while and G2's been able to rotate. Penny going to be able to take out Pony, who is already low, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining players for Oxygen. Dapper trying to lock down. Oh, finally gets his first kill. Takes out Mitch. And now it's a 1v4 for Verno, who may just want to save his gun here.
Oxygen crumbling. One by one, they keep pushing deeper into market, deeper into spawn.
Again, a defense-sided map. So again, Oxygen could lose the rest of the rounds, go into the next half with 8-4, and still have a good chance of continuing a comeback and a good run. Now, time running low. Spike not in the hands of Verno. Knows where the remaining players are, though. Going to challenge the back site. Gets the spike, trying to put it down. They're trying to wallbang him, not really able to. Oh, he decides to cancel the plant, expecting Dapper to push him, and it was a good choice, but Dapper going to win that exchange. So Dapper finally gets kills this round, and they're going to be effective to lock down the site, getting 2 kills to make a statement here. Although it was a really good attempt from Verno to make a little bit of a 1v4 there. Or 1v... Yeah, it was a 1v4. He did a pretty good job of starting what could have been a comeback in that round, but wasn't quite able to find it. 2 ults in the hands of G2 to deny another round for Oxygen if that's what they go for, but there is also a Hunter's Fury in the hands of Oxygen to deny this round to G2 as well. They want to deny momentum for G2. They know once G2 gets some momentum, they start to find their footing, and Oxygen would like to deny that. Probably going to say this a lot, but it's a defense-sided map, okay? So Oxygen doesn't need to play super risky here, and they've been able to pick up the lockdown. Or sorry, Oxygen has the advantage of being able to play risky here. There you go. Because they know that as long as they can keep it close with G2, or even if G2 can go into the next round only having 7-5, it can be good for Oxygen. Now, Oxygen's going to rotate over from A after grabbing the orb and aggressive B here. Now, once again, being locked down by Dapper and Shazam, but nobody mid to help them out either. Sovadrone's going to come through. The Paranoia comes through as well. Sovadrone gets through. Doesn't see anybody, though. But Shazam and Dapper's still there to try and lock it down. Pony's been able to push on and take out Switch. Verno going to take out Shazam as well. And now it's a 3v5 for G2. As site has been effectively taken by Oxygen, and they could be looking at taking the advantage back once again. The alarm bot goes down to watch stairs. And this util is being used to stop any hope of a retake from G2, and G2 may just want to go for a save here. Now, Scuba's still in main, could have a really good flank here. Randy Savage able to take out Oxy and trying to lock down the site. Penny going to push right into Scuba, going to be able to take him out. Now it's a Whippy and a 1v5, just trying to get away with his life. And Oxygen's able to deny it, and they take a flawless round to really make a statement that they can play well offensively on this map.
The contact play works for Oxygen there.
Now, Oxygen has taken a good amount of rounds on the offense of a defense-sided map like Ascent, so they're in a really nice spot right now. Now, the advantage for defense is very minimal. We don't see that many rounds actually end up going in the favor of defense, but you'd expect them to at least, make it a little bit of an advantage going into the next half. But if Oxygen is able to take the advantage on their offense, it makes G2's chances a lot harder of winning this round. Randy Savage puts that turret up in B main to try and gain some grounds, but the wallbang comes through from Shazam. Try and push him back, and it does a tiny little bit of damage.
Seemed like it, but Shazam has the right idea. At least keeping track of B main right now, and still has util behind him. Still has the turret.
Alarm bot goes off in mid, and now they know Oxygen could be aggressing some mid control here. The attacker lockdown comes out as well. They're trying to prevent Shazam from wall banging it. Scuba going to be able to take out Shazam, and the Hunter's Fury comes out as well to back CT up. Dapper's still on site to lock it down. The Cosmic Divide from G2 is trying to help them take site, but Oxygen's already pushed through the Cosmic Divide, so a little slightly bit wasted. Dapper takes a little bit of damage, but it's worth it as he's able to find Pony, and now it's a 4v4. Randy Savage going to take out Penny's ultimate, though. Dapper going to be able to take out Scuba. Verno takes on Oxy. It's a 3v3 right now, but Penny's ultimate looking like it's going to die. Dapper takes out Randy Savage, but it's immediately traded off by Verno, so it's a 2v2 where Penny's now dead, so it's a 1v2 for Whippy. If anybody can do it, it is a player on Oxygen like Whippy, but it's going to be a difficult 1v2 for him. Not a whole lot of post-plant util for Oxygen to utilize, and this is where the Astra can be a little bit more useful when you're playing that post-plant. But Verno able to take out Whippy, and 3 kills for Verno, going to help them secure this round, and they've prevented the advantage for G2, and they're looking to take the advantage for themselves going into the next half. And again, defense-sided map that Oxygen has been able to do so well on so far, and looking to continue to do well. Could even be looking at taking the advantage. I really do think Shazam and Dapper need to not play on B. I know putting Sova and Killjoy on B is a staple, but they really just have not been able to effectively lock down site. Dapper started to perform a little bit better, but Shazam's just not really been there for his team. And it's going to be a save round for G2 as they want to be able to buy in the last round of the half, and they're just going to have to accept, it looks like they're just going to have to accept the disadvantage here going into the next half. Scuba pushes out Cat, trying to ward off Oxy. But Oxy's not pushed up very heavily. Reveals his position by taking the turret out with his Marshall. Whippy and Penny looking to aggress A main here, and they may actually find a good pick here. This could be a good flank. Oh, they reveal their positions without finding a kill. Whippy just gonna back off. Oxy's able to take out Verno. They're trying to lock down Market. Oxy's gonna get challenged though. Spike's still not picked up by Oxygen. Ooh, Oxy's gonna find the pick on Mitch. Randy Savage gonna take out Shazam, so it's still a 3v3, but the health really not there for Oxygen at this point. Now it's a save round, so the guns in the... It's a save round for G2, so the guns are really in the hands of Oxygen, but Dapper is able to find the pick on Randy Savage. Scuba gonna take out Oxy though, so it's still a 2v2, and again, gun advantage not at all in the hands here of G2. Spike's now gonna go down. Scuba gonna lock down Market, able to take out Dapper and Whippy. 3 kills for Scuba, gonna help them win that round. It looks like the save round for G2 may have gone in their favor. Not quite able to secure it. Now they're going to be on a full buy. but Oxygen has secured the advantage going into the next half, and they're going to be on the defense of a defense-sided map. So G2's really looking worried. They should be feeling worried about this going into it. Now, obviously, you don't want to go into a map going, well, the statistics aren't in our favor. So I doubt that that's what G2 is thinking about, but that's what I'm thinking about, is that the statistics are not in the favor of G2 right now, and their performance so far on their defense may just be an omen of what is to come when they switch to their offense. We talked a lot about how Pony's performance in the first two maps was not as well put together as Pony would have liked. But he's been able to carry it through. Of course, as I say that, he gets killed, but the rest of Oxygen going to be there to help keep the player count even, and so it's still going to be a 3v3. Oxy gets revealed, pulls out those knives, trying to defend the site. Gets flashed, though. Spike not on site, but Scuba is pushed up. And the ultimate comes out from Mitch to help them take this site. Burno going to take out Oxy. No more operator for them to lock down Heaven. Switch going to be flipped. Shazam going to be able to take out Verno. Spike's going to get planted as Penny takes out Scuba. Health not there, and Mitch going to be able to lock down the 1v2 clutch where G2 is low on health, and Oxygen has secured the 8-4 advantage going into the defense of a defense-sided map, and this is starting to look really good for them. Well played there from many of the players from Oxygen, able to find some really good grounds. We saw Pony really pull through, trying to recover after a poor performance on Icebox. But the rest of Oxygen also there to help pull through. Verno having a really good half, as well as Scuba. Scuba also really doing well. You see 12 for Verno, and then 9. I mean, Pony maybe not as good as I thought he was doing. Mitch and Scuba going to be the ones to really pull through. 9-9 for them. Pony with 5, and then of course 4 for Randy Savage. Pony still maybe not performing as well as he would want, but it may be good enough to help secure this round against G2. Pony going to try and lock down mid with the Sheriff, but he gets smoked off. Now G2 looking to aggress A through Cat. Kree's getting challenged as we speak. Pony pushing out mid, trying to find a pick. Going to be able to find it on Shazam. Penny going to trade it off, but Oxy going to take out Mitch, and Verno going to take that for a trade. Scuba going to take Penny out. Now the advantage in the hands of Oxygen, and it's going to be a 3v2, although Verno and Scuba both semi-low on health. Dapper a little bit low on health himself, so Whippy going to have to pull through for his team. G2 can get onto site and get ready for this plant. Perhaps waiting for the sentry to come up from Dapper. Or maybe hoping Oxygen will assume they've rotated off the site. Oxygen is holding steady. Now that sentry's ready, and Dapper is going to go for the plant. This is sentry watches on top of generator to hold Heaven. Shock Dart coming through from Oxygen, but it's not going to really do much. Surprisingly long pistol round so far. Again, it's a 3v2 for Oxygen. Both of G2 playing Hell. Randy Savage going to take out Whippy, and now it's just down to a 1v3 for Dapper. He's not going to win. Randy Savage going to aggress him and take him out, and this Spike's going to get defused. The first pistol round goes to Oxygen, widening the gap they had going into this half, making it even bigger, giving themselves as much of a shot as possible. Again, this is a defense-sided map. So they already had the advantage going into this half, and now the statistics are in their favor as well. They may just be able to secure this map.
At this point, it's a trademark, but they're going to the Sheriffs.
This is the more trademark play I feel like from them.
Now, it's a hard-fought battle, and like I talked about on Icebox, this series is going a really long time, and the winner still has to go and face the guard. So their stamina going to be tested here. Having to do 2 back-to-back professional best-of-3s is going to make it difficult, to say the very least.
Not a lot of fast movement options, but again, that dash will make its way through the Nano Swarm. Nobody in the back of sight to actually cover this. Just one smoke leads them into this site. And there it is. A site completely empty for these pistol players.
Pistols in the hands of G2, but they're going to be able to get onto A site as Oxygen was prepared for a B or mid push. Mitch going to be able to take out Oxy, and now this retake is started with the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen, and health not there for G2. Penny and Dapper taking a little bit of health damage, and they have no shield to back them up. Puts them in not that good of a spot. Whippy going to be able to take out Scuba, but Pony going to be there with the shotgun. I was going to say shoddy. Able to take out Penny. Whippy takes out Verno, but it's traded off by Pony. It's a matter of who has the better judges there. Mitch takes out Dapper, and now it's down to Shazam. Able to find two, and the post plant is played well from G2, and they secure the second round with all of Oxygen dying on a force buy from them. That means the econ really going to be there for G2. They've denied an effective first two rounds for Oxygen. Oxygen waited just a little bit too long to start the retake. And the shock darts came through to play a really good post plant there for G2. So now it's a save round from Oxygen where G2 has real guns, and it's not going to look great for them. Oxygen doing a full stack on A and Tree, and it honestly is well placed as it looks like that may be where G2 is headed, although we're going to go down the stairs of Cat and move towards Market to push B. Still no vision. Oxygen can hear almost certainly that G2 is clearing mid, and so they put that smoke out in B to try and prevent it, but mid lower is going to be cleared by G2, and now Oxygen coming in with a 5-man flank. Randy Savage going to find one and straight off by Whippy. Meanwhile, Penny takes out Pony. So it's a 3v4, not really guns there for Oxygen, although Penny's low to 20 health. So what Oxygen is trying to do right now is just find some good kills. Already found one. Can they find any more? He was holding Market, hoping they'll push him there. Dapper takes out Verno and Cat. Don't know if a shorty kill will come through for Scuba. And Scuba teleports right into Whippy, and now it's a 1v4 for Mitch with 2 HP. And they know where he's coming from. And it's looking like no more kills are going to be in the hands of Oxygen. Able to pick up a Vandal, and that could be a really good save angle here. Decides to drop it. And Whippy going to be the one to finish Mitch off. 3 kills for Whippy. Going to make it a successful round there from G2. Now it's a round they should have won. They were just trying to have minimal damage done. Now it's going to be a full buy from both sides. And there's a Cosmic Divide in the hands of Whippy here to try and help play this offense. Now, Oxygen needs to win this to start to maintain some start to get some stable econ. G2 doesn't need to win this. They'll be able to buy next round. So their econ is in a good spot. And G2's pushing A, and Oxygen's reading a mid hit, and that's a bad read as G2's starting to push on to A here, although Oxy takes quite a bit of damage on this entry. Penny going for the plant. Oxygen's able to get a little bit of vision here coming into A. The Hunter's Fury comes through to clear heaven, and it's going to be able to take out Randy Savage. Which means the player advantage now in the hands of a G2. Momentarily there, Oxygen was able to tie it up, but Penny takes out Mitch, and Whippy takes out Pony, and now it's a 2v4 for Oxygen, and they're just going to go for a save. Although Penny's down to just 10 health. There's no time. Oxygen gonna be able to save for both Scuba and Verno, but it's looking like G2 is starting to get some momentum back. And although I did say that this is a defense-sided map, G2 has been able to prove that maybe it isn't. Trying to say, no, you know how Oxygen did well on their offense? Well, we can do good on ours. That's what G2 may be looking at happening here. Now, Oxygen still has 9 rounds to G2's 7. So G2's able to pick it up a little bit here, but Oxygen needs to find their footing. And I imagine if G2 wins one more, it'll be a timeout here. Although it will be a light buy or save from Oxygen.
Can at least be that contact back over towards mid with Shaz. Trying to get that mid recon bolt lineup. A lot more proactive here, Oxygen. Double coverage back over towards A main. A much deeper push from Pony in B main. And it's only Pony here.
Never seen this. The turret's gonna make his contact. Scuba can TP away here with a paranoia. Mitch can support with a flash, but
Scuba pushed up in wine looking for a pick, gonna get spotted by that Sova drone and has to back out.
gets out pretty safe here. Mitch still unbeknownst to G2.
Gonna clear out wine and gonna grab that orb. Now the ultimate in the hands of Penny. Gonna use it. Get onto a site.
Still Pony is around.
Pony's been hearing this turret. He knows that there's still a contact mid. He knows that the KJ is still around. He knows that at least the default could
Again,
still
it's a
be
little bit of a save from Oxygen here.
But the rest of his team, not so much. It's
Pony's
only
gonna be
Pony.
pushed here in
Here
main.
on this side,
Not able to find a pick before he goes down, and Shazam's gonna take Pony out. And the B push is gonna start to look effective as the Cosmic Divide goes up as well, and this push is looking nice for G2, and they've used all of their ultimates to do it, so it's a successful save from Oxygen to an extent. Getting those ults out is really big for them. On a save, you want your opponent to use their ultimates. That's what Oxygen has done. Would be able to take out Randy Savage. Penny taking out Berto, and now it's a 2v5 with the remaining Oxygen players. Dapper gonna take out Scuba in mid, and now it's just down to Mitch. All he has is a classic.
able to take down a player
Just
from
looking for
Oxygen.
maybe one pick,
Just yet another one on their way back.
and they may just decide not to kill him, but
Back in the hands of
there he
Oxygen.
goes. And now he's gonna have his ultimate up, so we're gonna go into a buy round for Oxygen. They have the KO ultimate to use.
They're gonna have two ultimates here for
They've got the lockdown to use as well, so this round could go in the favor of Oxygen. It could be a good start. And like I said, if they took another loss, they're probably going to take a timeout, and they did. I believe it's been a 4-round win streak here from G2. Really impressive here. And again, it's a defense-sided map, but these teams and the way that they've been playing have made it look like an offensive map, or an offense-sided map.
So Oxygen, I think, are going to try and recognize this kind of pattern where
You look at kills, and although Dapper and Shazam were starting to falter a little bit in their performance in the first half, they've started to bring it back here. Although Mitch, who we talked about not really being able to find his place in his roles, going to be on KO on Ascent, able to find his place. Doing really, really well here.
in this second half.
It's more funny again how Pony was trying to play around the turret or play it as a bit of a bait. False sense of security.
Now we're coming back in off of that timeout. Oxygen going to be on a buy round. We'll see how they play this.
Just more info to
The
G2.
operator going to be in the hands of Pony. And the Odin in the hands of Randy Savage. We'll see if those expensive weapons are going to carry through.
Aggression. Now we're gonna see it in this round truly be answered. The op is back out on defense.
Definitely some decisions that were made during that timeout. Let's see if they were useful. The knife comes through. Shazam gets spotted and takes a little bit of damage as well. Not looking great for Oxygen already. Sorry, for G2 already. But a little bit of damage to Shazam won't matter too much. G2 manages to grab that orb in A main. Now it looks like they're going to push maybe through mid to B. Well, the spike going to go all the way through attack side spawn. Now they're getting ready to push B.
Out of control. They know for now, at least there's Justin Odin here, probably the lockdown in effect as well. So Shazam's gonna break this turret, and that's gonna pull attention, the focus towards B. No, instead, the hit comes through to market.
The upside in the open. Pony in a weird
Oxy able to take out Randy Savage, and this push on to B is looking effective, and the operator on Pony is going to get flushed out. Verno, though, going to take out Oxy, trying to lock down this site. Shooting through that smoke, I think. Maybe right as that smoke leaves, but it does mean it's going to be a 4v4, so player count still even, but the health a little bit low for Verno and Pony. That wallbang op shot nearly hits Whippy. Barely misses, and the smokes are coming through. Pony moving up to clear the site. 2 in CT, or sorry, in garage, going to be held back by some util, so there's only 2 on site that Oxygen has to deal with. Scuba takes out Whippy. That's main. Penny going to take out Mitch. Dapper going to take out Scuba. Verno going to be able to take out Penny. Some attention being turned. Oh, but it's going to be the win to G2 on a full buy from Oxygen, and it was a very expensive round for them. Which means it's really starting to not look good for Oxygen. And this round is looking like it'll go in the favor of G2. For this map even. As they've been able to take the offense side. Both teams doing better on their offense than their defense. Kind of surprising knowing it's a defense-sided map, but also not super surprising knowing how aggressive both of these teams can be. It's going to be Savior from Oxygen, and the momentum that G2 has built up is really showing through.
Now it's finally G2, the ones controlling the tempo. Oxygen are the ones playing into
Shazam in that drone, maybe just a little too far back, not really going to be able to clear it.
Oxygen. They're looking at a much slower G2. And a round where Oxygen are looking to kind of clamp down on mid, clamp down on any sort of default, even potentially a mid take. Seen a lot of
Oxygen looking to challenge mid, and they're going to be able to. Dapper going to take out quite a bit of damage there in Cat, and now Oxygen turning their attention to challenge A. Shazam, though, going to take out Randy Savage in mid. Verno going to be able to take out Shazam, though, so it's a trade. And again, Dapper's really low on health here. Pony's a little bit low on health. Verno takes a little bit of damage, too, so it's not looking great. But G2 knows how many are A and decides to rotate over to B, and it's a good choice. Verno going to be left alone to lock this site down, but not going to find a pick. Going to have to back up, wait for his team to get there.
very late in the game, G2.
This spike is going to go down. Oxygen going to have to play this 4v4 retake where their gun advantage is not really there. Verno going to pick up a gun. We'll see if it's useful in finding some good picks.
Nobody from G2 playing B main. It's actually not too
Paranoia comes through to clear garage, and G2's playing completely on site.
Okay, not actually take. Don't take. They're trying to take.
We're not going to be able to find a pick on Whippy. Oxy going to take out Mitch and Pony, though. And that gun advantage coming into play for G2, but they're still able to keep it even. Dapper low on health, but Scuba's not going to connect a shot. Ooh, and a 1v2 is going to be tough for Verno, who's going to get taken out by Penny. Still a really nice save round. You believe it? That was a save round, and they were able to keep it really close. So Oxygen may be in a good spot here. Able to find some good picks is going to be good for their ultimates. Randy Savage has the lockdown to use, but so does G2. KO ult going to be there for Penny as well as those jet knives, but going to buy Vandal and not use those knives versus Oxygen with the Hunter's Fury and the Omen ultimate, which will be difficult to utilize, but maybe you can try and figure it out. Seems the 4-9 comeback may be alive for G2.
Break it finally, so now they can just leave Pony here, not worry about mid, take flight, focus on the A site. Dapper's not gonna have full confidence to retake that angle into the face of possibly one, two players or off.
With Dapper being on the other side of the other side of the map.
G2's gonna be able to get on site, but the lockdown comes out and it's gonna force G2 off. Now there is a counter lockdown from Dapper, but it's gonna come out just a little bit, maybe too late. And the Hunter's Fury going to come out to destroy it, so that means no lockdown going to be utilized there from G2. It's a 5v5. That Omen ult in the hands of Scuba, so he can just anchor A. Pony locking down the site with the operator. They're going to try and push him. They know Verno is there too. They're going to be able to take him out. Pony going to find Penny, though. Scuba going to take out Oxy. There goes those knives. And now it's a 2v4 for G2. Whippy coming from Market. Sam coming in from Garage. They have to plant in the next 8 seconds. Sam going to take out Randy Savage, but traded off immediately by Pony. 3 kills for Pony. Scuba going to be the one to finish it off. Whippy gone, and it looks like Oxygen has tied it back up. Trying to deny some momentum for G2, but at the very least, G2 has kept it very close. Trying to make this a long round. Long map, I mean.
And then you're going to be focused on the A hit. You're going to know where the hit's coming from.
They committed an owl drone to it too. I would like to think that the entire time Pony would be able to hear it, but they took their real sweet time. Trying to judge if Dapper would actually try to do something cheeky with it or not, but we into the next. B has 0 KJ util. Totally uncharacteristic.
Pony up with the op. He's going to try and take mid where we've been seeing G2 work back towards multiple times. Shazam trying to punish off the out.
Pony trying to lock down mid. Gonna get spotted there. Gonna get forced back. Ooh, the shock dart gonna just barely miss from Shazam. That prevents the clearing of Market and mid stairs. G2 getting ready to move their attention towards A. Got that ult orb picked up. Gonna have to encounter some Killjoy util.
Begins to shift. Mid is still the only issue here, but there are 2 players on Oxygen's A site defense. No knife for Penny. Oh, never mind.
Ready to push it here, it looks like. Oxy gonna make this. Ooh, Randy Savage is not gonna connect anything there, and this entry is really good here for G2, able to find 2. Verno gonna take out Oxy. Gonna try and even it up. Mitch takes out Penny to even it up, but then Dapper and Shazam each get one of their own, and now Pony's left alone. All he has is an op, and he should go for the save here. They want to try their very, very best to deny the 12th round for G2.
11 to 10. It's going to be the scoreline going forward. More importantly, Pony, will he be able to save this op?
I think he is.
The cash is going to be terrible next round.
So far
Oxygen will definitely want to deny the 12th round for G2, as this round is going to G2, so Oxygen needs to really push to tie it up in the next round, and money's not really going to be on their side to do so, hence why the operator's being saved here. Pony hasn't really been able to use it effectively very much, although on the 20th round they were able to find that 3 kill. Pony was able to find the 3K. See how this goes. G2 gonna be on a bye, but I do believe Oxygen will be on a bye as well. Trying to maybe play it safe, be willing to rotate because, or save, I mean, because if G2 gets to the 12th round, Oxygen will have to force pretty heavily. No ultimates for either side this round, although Whippy kind of close to his. Pony close to his as well. Oxygen's gonna be leaving B open. Unfortunately, that's exactly where G2's going, although there is some Killjoy util to deny the push in. The entry for Oxy gonna come through. They know one is Market. G2 gonna have to take some time to clear sight here. Gonna be able to clear it. Now G2's gonna get that spike down. Oxygen's call to go mid did not prove effective. Whippy gonna get paranoid as Mitch is pushing him. It's gonna prove useful there. The alarm bot goes off, but not in time to help Whippy take Mitch out. Now it's a 5v4 for G2. It's a difficult retake, certainly. Scuba gonna be able to push onto site, and he just waits for a while as he gets blinded. Shazam able to find 2, but the rest of G2 taken out swiftly. I have no idea what I just watched. Scuba just sat there for a little while. I think he was blinded. But he was able to just TP in, and in a really good position where G2 just didn't expect him to be there. 3 players going to be left alive for Oxygen on that round is good for them, and they've managed to tie it back up. And you know they just want to quickly get done with this, get 2 in a row, and finish this off. But even just 1 to prevent the 13-11 for G2 would be nice for Oxygen. It's going to be a bye from both sides, but if Oxygen does win this round, it's going to put G2 in a little bit of a bad spot monetarily. Same goes for Oxygen, though. If Oxygen loses, they'll be in a little bit of a bad spot monetarily. So both teams would be in a bad place if they lose this. Savage gonna get spotted, and Pony trying to cover him with the op, but gets smoked off. And G2's leading B.
So this is mid control given up here by Oxygen. They focus one towards Cat. They've got pretty good.
Looks like G2 gonna send their entry for Oxy going B, or at least trying to clear it. Gonna be able to. Be Oxy expecting somebody to be in the smoke with how far up the smoke is, but nobody's in there. Now Storm comes out to try and clear alley, but it's not gonna be able to. Nanostorm gonna do some good damage to Verno to help them push on. G2 gonna be able to take out both Verno and Randy Savage. There goes the site defenders. Pony not gonna be able to find a pick with the operator either. And this is going to be difficult for Oxygen. And they're just gonna go for the save. And you can't blame them. Like I said, if they lose this, they're in a bad spot money-wise, and they want to have the money to defend themselves next round, as they will need to be able to. Because G2 is going to be on 12 rounds, 12 round wins, or 12 rounds of 1 after this win. And will be 1 round away from securing their position in number 3 at the very least. The very best, going to put themselves in a position to challenge the guard.
I still might not be terrible. Again,
Which will be a little bit of a rematch for G2.
have battled back so much to even be in this position. Winning 8 out of the last 10 rounds. This is finally a G2 where, again, they've seen so comfortable in a lot of their dominant wins. But when pushed to the brink, haven't seen too much out of them here in playoffs. Oxygen, they pushed them to a 13-11 in the very first set here in playoffs.
G2 really wants to get this round here. They really want this 13-11 on Ascent.
5 players here. No one lurking towards B. It's not going to be fast though. You've got no ultimates on the board.
Although it's proving that both of these teams are very well evenly matched teams against each other. Looked like Oxygen was going to play well, having the advantage going onto the defense-sided map. It looked like they may be able to take this map, but G2's been able to hold this well. Mitch with the judge. The Sova drone comes out, and Mitch gets taken out. The judge is going to miss completely. Moxie going to be able to push deep into sight. Scuba going to take Penny out. Sorry, yeah, Scuba going to take Penny out, but Oxy's there to trade it off. Oxy also takes out Pony, and now it's a 2v4 for Oxygen. And this round is not looking good for them. And both players going to get taken out immediately, and it's going to be a 13-11. Disappointing win for Oxygen, or sorry, disappointing loss for Oxygen, but it's going to be a nice win there for G2. Well played, and that means Oxygen has gotten 4th place. They get $3,000 and 3 points, 3 circuit points, to give themselves a little bit of an edge going into the mid-season, going into Split 2, which means Oxygen now has a total of 13 circuit points. They put themselves above Moist Moguls and tie themselves with TSM for circuit points, which does help them gain the edge when we go into Split 2, but now G2 Esports going to have to fight up against the Guard in the lower finals. See how this goes. Let's take a listen to what the analysts have to say about that match, though. I do want to hear their opinions.
The one that's gone.
Yeah, in Oxygen, I think huge commendations to how far they got, being one of the open qualifier teams. Consistent improvement throughout Split 1 and then into the midseason face-off with G2. You had expectations for them. They've exceeded them. They're now within the top 3 guaranteed. You have them 80 waiting the grand finals. The Guard that are posted 2nd seeded out of Split 1. And G2 right there alongside them. They're a team that, in my opinion, hated on from the beginning, proved all the haters wrong, and now they have a chance to meet their makers in M80 in the finals. But first, it's the guard coming up next. We're going to throw things to a break before things to the analyst test. Don't move a muscle, because once the breakdown's done.
All right, now I do want to give a little bit of a breakdown of how that went, because it's going to be very interesting to talk about that, because it wasn't really a powerful performance in either direction, and so we'll talk about what that means. But let's go ahead and watch Emo find his way back to his charger. So I've noticed he's pretty good at it. Occasionally, especially like while I'm streaming, because I'm talking a lot, he'll like think I'm talking to him while he's doing this, and so he'll just stop what he's doing, and it like messes up the process. But other than that, and sometimes, if you saw my unboxing video, you know, like it happened during the unboxing video. But sometimes, while he's looking for his charger, his screen just turns off, and I have to restart him to get it to turn back on. Yeah, he like goes in a circle for a little while until he finds it. He'll move close to it. And then do this thing. It lights up either side of green, so that way he can figure out where he is in relative to the charger. Then he puts himself in front of it. He doesn't always do this where the screen does that again. Sometimes he just lines himself up and then goes for it. What I think would be cool is if it had like a mapping system, so it could like figure out where the boundaries are after finding them for the first time, and like figure out where the charger is after finding it for the first time. Like, I feel like that'd be nice. Anyways, so yeah, he'll run into it. He usually runs into it. He'll run into it head on just once, because obviously he can see where the charger is, and then he'll back up. And he turns himself around. And then he'll back into it 3 times, 8 steps each time, for a total of 24 steps. So that's the second time. The first time is a little bit shorter, actually. But the second and third time, it's 8 steps each. And then he'll just sit there. And then he'll say "Home Sweet Home." You couldn't hear that, but that's what he said. A little charger animation. You can't see it very well on camera. Okay, anyways, back to this fun stuff, as we're gonna move into the guard versus G2 Esports. Definitely not what I was expecting going into this. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the commentators or the analysts have to say about this.
G2, because this bracket run now, they'll have a chance to try and go a little bit further in the competition now, going up against the guard. This is, I mean, either team, I wanted to watch a bit more of this match. I would have loved OT, but either team going up against the guard block is a matchup that I'm excited for, especially since the guard has been looking fantastic.
I'd say that G2 really wants to play the guard. They've been pretty adamant about that all split long, so they finally get their matchup, and they're going to have to play them when it matters most. It's an elimination match. Winner moves on to the upper bracket, or the grand finals, excuse me, and the loser will be sent out with a third place non-trophy, because there is no trophies, but they'll get the points. They'll get some prize money as well. But ultimately, this is what the guard's been looking for, and at times they've even been potentially a little cocky about the desire to play the guard. They think that they could best the guard And the Guard, I think they're interested in playing G2 as well. If not just to prove, like, hey, we're a really good team, and we've been saying that all season long. Everyone's been saying
Yeah,
it about us.
I honestly think because Oxygen has played the Guard before, they know what they're up against, and I think if Oxygen won this, they would have a good chance of winning a rematch with the Guard. I think going into this G2 versus the Guard, it's going to easily go to the Guard. I don't think G2 is going to be able to put them down. Hey, I'm totally willing to be proven wrong here. In fact, I would love if G2 could beat the Guard here. I think it'd make it really interesting, but I just don't think G2 is this sort of underdog. First of all, they're not an underdog going into midseason, and I really don't think. I really don't think that they're looking or that G2 is gonna be able to. I honestly think it could be a pretty quick 2-0 from the Guard. I think that's what we could be looking at. I imagine Grand Finals is going to be M80 versus the Guard once again. But we're seeing them again in midseason for the third time in the entirety of North American Challengers so far. So, anyways, yeah, I do want to hear what they have to say though, but I don't think there's a whole lot of optimism to be had here.
And I don't think anybody's going to pick them to beat the Guard just because of how good the Guard's been. That might put them in a position to actually find a big win here. It's the challenge that they need to rise to prove that they are as strong as potentially their group results would indicate.
And this one definitely will be a challenge, especially to just coming off of a series that went that 3 maps while the Guard gets to sit and study up. So G2 is going to have to bring everything they got to prove that they are worthy of being a team that we get to see in our grand finals tomorrow. That's done with this series, though. We are going to be taking a quick break and throwing into our post-series highlights and a word from one of our sponsors. You can't win the game without the gear, so get exactly what you need from eBay, all at up to 50% off. Brand new gaming tech from brands like Microsoft, Sony, Razer, and more, plus free shipping and free returns. So press play and shop eBay. Check out the deals at pks.gg/eBay.
All right. This is going to be very, very interesting, though, to see how this matchup ends up stacking up. And, again, okay, I'm going to be entirely honest. Let me look at the analytics from that game. The hidden nerd within me. Let's just take a look at Ascent. One of the more balanced maps we saw. 13-9 from Oxygen, and then a 13-4 very strong performance from G2 Esports on Icebox, and I'm a little bit surprised about that. And then 13-11 from G2 Esports to finish it off. A little bit disappointed Oxygen didn't win that and take down a franchise team or another franchise team, but it's okay. I think it's good. I mean, obviously, I want the best team in the lower bracket to end up fighting off against the Guard, and I think G2 Esports has a fighting chance. Will they be able to? I don't think so. I mean, G2 Esports got out in the first round. They came back and won the rematch. But I think, honestly,
I've had this since like.
I think the reason that they were able to make that comeback, why G2 Esports was able to beat this rematch, is because Oxygen just decided to pick Icebox for some reason for that second map, and it didn't go well. It's unfortunate. I think if Oxygen had decided to pick Haven there, they would have been able to take that map. They just didn't feel confident enough on it, I suppose. Maybe they played a scrim against G2 Esports on Haven, and it didn't go well, so they're like, alright, we're just not even going to try it. I don't know exactly why everything happened, but now we are moving into this matchup where where G2 Esports is going to play up against the Guard. And let's just take a look at how G2 performed in Ascent. Obviously, it wasn't very good in the first half. Went into the second half 8-4, but we look at the win streak that they had in the second half. 6 rounds. 6-round win streak from G2 Esports in the second half. Incredibly impressive there. And then they, Oxygen got one up. They won one in exchange. Then Oxygen got another. And then G2 Esports just won 2 in a row to shut down Oxygen's hope of taking that map. And if we just look at Oxygen's performance overall, honestly, if you just look at kills and the KDs, it's actually worse than obviously Oxygen is worse. I don't know why I'm looking at Oxygen. I keep, like, in my mind thinking Oxygen wins. G2 Esports has a really nice KD overall there. And you'll see that Pony didn't perform very well for his team, and that may be the reason Oxygen lost this matchup. We saw a pretty big factor in why they lost on Icebox. So we look at G2's performance. It was 24-17 for Oxy. That's really good for them, and that bodes well. Having your duelist be that top frag, and honestly, the frags go exactly how you want them to be going. Top frag going to be Jet, or the duelist. Then you've got both of your initiators below that. Then you've got your controller, and then you've got your duelist. That is exactly how you want your frags to be going. That is the frag order that is going to help put your team on top and try and take the cake here. And G2 Esports able to find their roles and have those roles do well while in the positions that they're in tells you that they are playing well. They're playing well. They have a really nice, consistent. They've got some really nice, consistent rounds happening here. We can just look at their performance. You look at you look at the performance from G2, and they didn't end up winning very many clutches. We had Shazam win a 1v2 and a 1v3. But at the end of the day, they didn't need to win those clutches. And you look at all the 2Ks that came through, the 3Ks even, and then of course the 4K for Oxy, although there were no aces. You look at that performance and you really can tell, okay, this is why there weren't very many clutches for G2. It's because they weren't really in those clutch positions very often. And obviously they have the cross-section here. And if we just want to look at Oxy's performance, wasn't actually able to win against Pony, but able to do pretty decently against Verno and Scuba, and those are the two agents that are really going to help, those are the two agents that are going to help Oxygen lock down the sites, and Pony was able to get on site, and Oxy was able to get on site and lock those players down, and it really paid off well for them. And I do think their best performer overall was Penny. For G2, able to go even with all of the players, better than Scuba. The only one they lost to was Pony, and that's just because Pony did so well there. Or wait, no. I'm trying to... Oh, this is from the perspective of... this is the round differential in favor of... So yeah, still Penny able to keep it quite even. So that does mean here, though, if I'm correct... it means that Oxy, I'm not entirely sure how to read this, but I do think that means that Oxy did really, really well against most of the enemy players. There you go. Verno being the only one to outperform Oxy, which tells you just how strong Oxy was in the duelist role. Able to win a lot of those 1v1s when it matters. And that's, honestly, I think this does mean G2 has somewhat of a fighting chance, and their performance on Icebox really, really goes to show just how powerful G2 is. I think the reason they lost on Split was because they expected to do, or continue to do well on Split, so when Oxygen was able to counterplay them, they were able to just pull through and win that. Then they went to Icebox, a map we haven't seen G2 pick themselves, but they usually win Icebox, despite it usually being picked by the enemy team. And that's why G2 Esports lets Icebox go through a lot of the time, because they know they have a strong Icebox pick. And Oxygen picked Icebox, and this was when we really got to see G2 Esports show how strong they are. Going 13-4, a dominant performance there. Then we go to Ascent, not nearly as dominant of a performance, but on the offense they did so well. And I think once we see what these map picks are, we can start to gauge if the offensive capability that we usually see come through from G2 Esports, if it'll be able to come through against the Guard, and if they'll be able to, at the very least, get a map up. Clearly, G2 Esports is the one to come out on top in the lower bracket, which means they're the team that is supposed to beat the Guard here. They're the team that is supposed to be able to match up against the Guard, and we'll see if they're able to. And, I mean, I don't know if they'll be able to, but I'm completely willing to be ready for it. I'm completely willing to see that performance here. And we'll see if they're able to pull through. I'm hoping they can. I'm really, really hoping G2 can, because I just think it'd make it really interesting. So I'm going to be rooting for G2 just a little bit here. But as far as, like, who do I think has the best chance here? probably the guard. Like, let's think realistically. Like, realistically, who do I think is going to win? The guard. Does G2 Esports have a chance? Yeah, but they're going to be the underdogs coming into this match just simply because, I mean, if you look at the performance against Oxygen, it's not super, super good unless you are only looking at an Icebox, but Split, obviously Oxygen beat them on that, and then on Ascent, that match was really, really close. So although they had a really nice dominant performance on Icebox, it may simply just be because Oxygen wasn't anticipating them doing well, versus you look at Ascent, and G2 is just performing better here. And G2 is not performing as well as they would have hoped, considering how dominantly they performed on Icebox. So I think G2 is looking a little weak in their matchup against Oxygen, despite how strong their Icebox was. And so now that they're going to be going up against the guard, I don't know if a whole lot will have changed. I don't know if we can expect them to be playing way, way better than the guard now. I think there's a chance, best case scenario, they get a map up, and I think that's a really that's a very realistic expectation you can have, is that G2 gets a map up on the guard. But does the guard win? But does G2 win overall? No. But I will be rooting for them, rooting for the underdog here. But I am running out of stuff to talk about, so I guess we can do some Rankdle just to have a little bit of fun here. To play it through. See how this goes.
Launching smoke. Reloading.
Alright, this guy's not really looking anywhere.
Where? No? They indulged.
Like, where's this crosshair? He's looking at the ground. Oh wait, I already watched this. Oh my god. Oh my, I already did this one. I did it last night, but it was like after the cutoff. Dang it. Alright, we won't be able to do ranked till then. So I don't know. Maybe I've sort of expended everything we can talk about. Obviously I could talk about the grand final all day, but we just saw M80 beat the guard. I still think it's gonna be a really even matchup. Obviously, this is assuming the guard ends up against M80. I mean, if G2 Esports can surprise everyone and beat the guard here, I'd be very shocked. I'm all ready for it though. I'm completely ready for it. I'm all for making those top few teams in North American Challengers be in a bad position. Put them down. You know what I mean? Like give the other teams a little bit of a chance. Give those underdogs a chance to get those points back up. But, you know, it'll be interesting. I think we're still just going to look at the card versus M80 for the grand final tomorrow. It'll be really, really fun. It's going to be a long one. It's a best of 5 to make it really interesting. That's why there's only one tomorrow. But yeah, it's a best of 5, so it'll be a long, long matchup. But I do think it's still going to go to the guard regardless. Or sorry, M80 regardless. I mean, if you look at my pick'ems, they're completely messed up at this point because I had the guard winning that. And then I actually did have G2 Esports in lower round 3, but I had them losing to TSM. I expected TSM to do much better than they did, clearly. And I expected the guard to win this. They didn't. So my pick'ems are completely... There's no more hope for my pick'ems to earn any more points there. But yeah, I don't know. Grand final, I don't... Sort of like how I went into the M80, the guard prediction yesterday, not really having a prediction. Same thing here. I don't really have a prediction for M80 versus the guard in a grand final. I think a bigger map pool, sure, but I don't know. Yeah, it's really just not... It's probably not going to matter, my prediction, because it's still so close. The guard's beaten M80 once. M80's beaten the guard once, so it's 1-1. It'll be tied up as far as their records against each other, so I don't know. This break's taking quite a while, so I will take a quick break here to use the bathroom. I'll play some music. Let me just... do this. Put that on. There you go. And I'll be right back. I'll play some music as well.
Heartbreaker, only 17. She's from the dirt like me, she walks the streets so lonely. Tequila sipping, methamphetamine. Her daddy flipped it, now he's locked away in New Orleans. This world ain't well, your bands back. Burberry was 2 racks. You say you gon' kill me. When was you gon' do that? Yo, bitch tryna fuck me. Where the fuck the room at? Ay, where the fuck your hoes at? Where the fuck your whip at? You still whipping mopeds? I might get a scat pack. My little baby ass fat. Come and throw that ass back. I don't want a Tesla. My whip goes on octane. It costs a little extra. I'ma run these bands up. When I hit an AM, I might get my mama laces. I'm at 30 of them. I'm a dirty fucker. I make 6 figures, but I need another. iPhone out of space. Got 1,000 numbers. You can have that gunker. She just wants some money. She just wanna love, baby, but on ammo, bitch. Gon' buy the plan B, not Nintendo's, bitch. Gon' buy a nice Switch and extendos. That's a triple entendre for you idiots. I don't take no threats serious. If they really bout it, they'll be quiet. I ain't new to this. Ay, I got blood on the cocaine. Swipe it with some bleach, then they knot it with some propane. All white forces, on red Jordans, off-white Lauren. You cannot afford this trip, too gorgeous. Cutting up foreigns. I just found ops, turn them into corpses. Tell me what the fuck is up. You said you wanted me, but now the what the fuck is up. I swear you was the one, but not for you. I swear I got it for you, cause in the bitch you never trust. I'm next up, flexed up, ain't no bubble gum, boy you fed up, rest up, smoke a bubble gum. I be getting the bag, but boy you counting the ones, so what the fuck you be calling, but now you never showing up. So please, tell me what the fuck is up. You said you wanted me, but now the what the fuck is up. I swear you was the one, but not for you. I swear I got it for you, cause in the bitch you never trust. I'm next up, flexed up, ain't no bubble gum, boy you fed up, rest up, smoke a bubble gum. I be getting the bag, but boy you counting the ones, so what the fuck you be calling, but now you never showing up.
I put my trust in you for you to fake. All these bitches want me now, see I'm getting to the cake. What's the word? The love that you been giving me is real fake. Why your ex keep calling your phone? It's too late, cause I'm done rich. And for a fact you been new. See my Insta going up, spending time with the street. Don't hit my line, cause I've been doing fine. I'm getting more shit done without you. I done made so many bands, I got 10 racks waiting on another band. Y'all been kick calling big drum on another hand. Band kid, band class, baby, they don't understand. Fill it up, tell me what the fuck is silly band. Ways cost a dime, you wondering how I get that. Dumb bitch, never compare, cause I'm dumb stack. Big bag, LV, MCM, backpack, get back, chopper, German shepherd, I'm like that.
Bitch, tell me what the fuck is up. You said you wanted me, but now the what the fuck is up. I swear you was the one, but not for you. I swear I got it for you, cause in the bitch you never trust. I'm next up, flexed up, ain't no bubble gum, boy you fed up, rest up, smoke a bubble gum. I be getting the bag, but boy you counting the ones, so what the fuck you be calling, but now you never showing up. So please, tell me what the fuck is up. You said you wanted me, but now the what the fuck is up. I swear you was the one, but not for you. I swear I got it for you, cause in the bitch you never trust. I'm next up, flexed up, ain't no bubble gum, boy you fed up, rest up, smoke a bubble gum. I be getting the bag, but boy you counting the ones, so what the fuck you be calling, but now you never showing up.
Hey, slide up on the block with the mob, I'm a Glock star, baby from my car with some Henny and some walk hard. Bro, down back, I'm a bitch, I'm a lender. She my avatar, she my fire thick bender. Chop him with the knife, fucking cut him like a blender. Catch me outside, cooking ops on some tenders. In the frat party with some dudes, I'm a sender. Catch me sipping for a whole bitch, I'm a never.
Damn, what the fuck been going on? Man, I gave you all my heart, and I waited so long. You just stabbed me in my back, like another guy's sax. Getting rented like a track, you motherfucker heart attack. And she tossed me in the fire, she left it on my ashes. I'm tired of this pain, I need this shit to be my last. There's no heaven in my life, it's little all that was gonna last. Shit, sure I love you, baby, but that shit was in the past. Thanks, bitch.
Tell me what the fuck is up. You said you wanted me, but now the what the fuck is up. I swear you was the one, but not for you. I swear I got it for you, cause in the bitch you never trust. I'm next up, flexed up, ain't no bubble gum, boy you fed up, rest up, smoke a bubble gum. I be getting the bag, but boy you counting the ones, so what the fuck you be calling, but now you never showing up, say.
I don't wanna look like this, fuck. I don't wanna feel like this, fuck. Wish I didn't miss her so much. Knew that this would happen, fuck. Love, break a mirror, yeah, fucking break a mirror. Glass shatter, gums bleed out the fucking never clear. Eyes red, mind race, fucking wish that you were here. I was really fucking hoping it'd be different this year. She optimistic, not me. No ghetto ester aquí. Woe is me, lapel du vide. She still want me. Say la vie. I can't even leave my place without hiding my face. Just a glamorized desk job, riding away. I ain't even got friends. Feel like everyone's fake. Really praying for the day the Reaper take me away. Break a mirror, yeah, fucking break a mirror. Glass shatter, gums bleed out the fucking never clear. Eyes red, mind race. Fucking wish that you were here. I was really fucking hoping it'd be different this year. I don't wanna look like this, fuck. I don't wanna feel like this, fuck. Wish I didn't miss her so much. Knew that this would happen, fuck. Love.
Chop Stars, OG Ron C, chopped up and not slopped up. Just
life's a mess, kinda got me stressed. Been at home depressed, but I'm blessed. Remember days I had to call, collect. Can't compare to that, so I did the check. Yeah, it's all that's in my head, okay? In disrespect, we ain't taking that.
this here for my boy Kendrick P. Boys better come correct, man. We talking about that check, you hear me? Yeah. From H-Town to your town. This how it go down. Chopped up and not slopped up. Hold up, hon, I'll see you.
Life's a mess, kinda got me stressed. Spending home depressed, but I'm blessed. Man, but life's a mess, kinda got me stressed. Spending home depressed, but I'm blessed. Man, but life's a mess, kinda got me stressed. Spending home depressed, but I'm blessed. Man, but days I had to call, collect, can't compare to that. So I did share the check, it's all I hear my head. And then disrespect, we ain't taking that. Memphis is my city, and we ain't good with threats. I've been working so hard, I know that I am up next. When those labels call me, least 6 zeros on the check. Yeah, I've been working hard, better give me my respect. If you wanna win, OKP is where you bet. Yeah, you got something to say, then get it off your chest. But you niggas better come correct, put that on the set. Come correct, yeah. You niggas better come correct, especially that a check. Come correct, yeah. Bitches better come correct. You niggas better come correct, yeah. Time is moving fast, and that's why we race to the cash. Yeah, pedal to the dash, yeah. Live every day like my last, yeah. Hard to look in the mirror to face my past self. Look past bad to maximize my damn. I get dough, stay low, that's I know. My old say they don't. They like my last, yeah. Hard to look in the mirror to face my past self. Look past bad to maximize my down. So I get dough, stay low, that's all I know. All my old say they don't know me no more. And I face my past self. Look past bad to maximize my down. So I get dough.
AV with that drip, ho.
Little boy better step up, ain't hit the sauce, you niggas better catch up. Stay with the strap, you ain't hit a finish up. Sees with the gang on the low and a Tesla. All black with a chrome Beretta. With a slow and I'm doing it better. On the cut, it don't matter the weather. Talking shit, no punching no level. Yeah, pull out the chopper and making him hiccup. I give me a shit, but she sucking my dick. I be talking that shit, but even she need burn up. Calling up that cause I need that Beretta. 60 pro with pressure. If the boy step up, he leaving a stretcher. All black with interior leather. Calm down, no fuck with a cat. You niggas is less, my niggas is greater. Giving it tip, or shotty a waiter. Falling out like I play for the Lakers. On the road, bitch, I feel like a skater. She wanted dick, so I told her I cater. Had a snap, bitch, I feel like a gator. Had a snap, couple rounds of the Glock. Run up on me and I'm airing the block. On me, get shot in your face. Dragging the body all over the stage. Till I see my car, you getting chased. Hop out the pants, I hop in the brake. Now I'm gonna take on me, shot she feeling me. Blowing her back to the beat of the bass. Kicking her out like I need space. She gone, the number of race.
Yeah, I'm a killer. Gang. I go gorillas. Gang. Yeah, it's a thriller. Gang. A caterpillar.
Yeah, I keep the Mac on me, bitches call me Steve Jobs. This loud pack got me high to them Greek guys. I'm on the south side, shooters got them dead eyes. We be staying red high, we don't fuck with you.
Fucking dirty, naughty bitches. Got my bitches on my phone. What the fuck, what the bitches? They be talking wonder only how the fuck you get so big. All the money y'all be making, holy fuck, I'm getting rich, let's get it. I be in the whip, dirty titty, admit it. We be counting pennies, I be counting all these digits. Look up on my feet, so caught how it's written. Hold on, wait a minute, I said hold on, wait a minute. Shimsy in the swat, got it on my back, I took a flight, I took a dive. Want that beat, but I don't play. Like holy shit, like holy fuck, I'm high as fuck, I can't relax. I got his money steady, coming by the side.
A bust down thought, she bust down hot. A fuck now, stop, I not now, watch. The fuck out, knock, I'm up now, shot. The bumps down, rock, I'm fucking yeah. Maybe rock, shine like I'm Johnny, dang. Silly watch, I don't need a thing but a gang chain. Iggy pop with the punk rock, you a damn lame. 55, but I run 100 on the highway. See that work, you got you loose. Say it to your face and then I say it in the booth. Hey, what the fuck?
spill one all on my white tee. Bitches like me, corpse you off the deep end. Well, bitch, I might be. These girls, they tryna blind me. Fuck out my life, please. I ain't got no time if you ain't beside me. Get up 7 a.m., but I haven't slept in days. Acid on my vocals, that's the price I gotta pay. Karma tryna rob me, all up on me, fuck away. Bet the whiz upon me when I come up out the shade. What you tryna say, huh? What you tryna say? Oh, you love me and you miss me, I get it, that's okay. Reluctantly I get you, but you know it ain't the same. But once you fuck me over, no do-overs, we don't play. I spill one all on my white tee, bitches like me. Corpse you off the deep end, well bitch I might be. These girls they tryna blind me, fuck out my life please. I ain't got no time if you ain't beside me. 9 lives on 8 cat bitches, 7 witches from the 6. 5 are tryna find me, wanna fly out for the dick. 3 times a boyfriend tried me, had to tell them they ain't shit. One be blowing on my phone, tryna fight.
So it looks like they were trying to figure out which server to go on, because if you don't know, you know, server location will affect ping, so they need to figure out which server they want to go on. That's the server dispute right now. Plus, they're giving ample time for G2 to figure themselves out, because it is a little bit of a marathon for them. Just beat Oxygen, now have to go in and then try and beat the guard. So yeah, that's what's happening. I'm gonna go back to the music though. They said it'll be a few, I mean, you can see right here. We're close to starting now, so I imagine it'll be at around 5 p.m. we start. It's about like 30 minutes of waiting, but you know, it is what it is. And yeah, be back shortly, I suppose.
For a bitch, don't follow me, baby. Swear I'm going to hell. Think I'm looking for a piece of you and somebody else. Cause ever since I've been leaving, I'm fucked up on something else. We just hook up on the weekend, I keep her up on the shelf. I spill one all on my white tee, bitches like me. Corpse you off the deep end, well bitch I might be. These girls they tryna blind me, fuck out my life please. I ain't got no time if you ain't beside me.
Alright, it looks like we're finally coming back into it. A little bit of intro to get us back. Close the chat here. Full screen. Let's get into it. After a very long wait. They better not make us listen to the analysts too. I mean, I'll be... Come on.
Welcome back, everyone, to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. In our mid-season face-off, G2 managed to take down Oxygen Esports, putting themselves one step closer to the grand finals. Now, they're up against the Guard. This is going to be the match. The Guard, they've been waiting. They've been sitting here, Buck. I can't wait.
I feel like the Guard is exceptionally prepared for either G2 or Oxygen. It didn't matter which team came into the series today. They were going to be ready for them.
Yeah.
I do think they match against the Guard, or against G2 specifically, quite well, because we've seen how they play against teams that have really strong duelists, like an Oxy, for an example. And it's just by neutralizing them with strong team play. So I feel like ultimately the Guard is very conditioned for an opponent like G2. But G2 comes into this one and they cannot wait to play this team. So there is an excitement factor for this G2 roster that can maybe bring the play level up an extra notch or two. But I still look at the Guard and I'm just like, man, this team is so incredibly good. This is going to be a very difficult battle for anyone who's a G2 fan.
Yeah, and just real quick before we start breaking down the teams individually, this is a matchup that both of these teams wanted. Imi from G2 wanting to play the Guard, Valen saying that he wanted to play G2 just because he wanted to kind of silence Imi and some of the trash talk that they had back and forth. So it's relatively poetic that we get it right here.
It definitely is, and the fact that the players are excited for this one, makes me all that more pumped for the matchup because you know too there's gonna be that little extra motivation, that little extra
Yeah, I
level of
definitely
spike
think
going on into
this is something to consider. You can tell G2's been, I mean, they've been hyping it up from day one going into North American Challengers. They've said they wanted to fight the Guard when they got put in Group A and the Guard got put in Group B. They talked about how sad it was for them. And I do think it's going to be interesting, though. I don't think G2 has a chance, but it will be interesting to see if the Guard can just, like, you know, really slap the ball out of their hands, steal that shit right back. Don't give G2 a chance of even thinking they're going to be able to take them on. We'll see if that's what the Guard's going to do. And will we see the Guard once again in the Grand Finals? Or not once again, but in the Grand Finals, facing off against M80 once again? Probably. Realistically, that's probably what's going to happen. But, you know, I'm always here to see G2 do well at this sort of underdog coming into this matchup. I'm okay to see it. I think G2 played very sloppily against Oxygen. I don't think it was as dominant as a win as you would expect from a team that is supposed to be facing up against the Guard. That being said, though, Oxygen did nearly beat the Guard earlier, and G2 just beat Oxygen, so that definitely goes to show how strong the Guard can be, or sorry, not the Guard, how strong G2 can be, and we'll see if they're going to be able to bring this fight into the Guard. I don't even care about the numbers for the Guard. I don't care about the numbers for G2, because if you look purely at the numbers, it's not looking good for G2. I want to just say, purely, you know what, I'm rooting for G2. I want this underdog series to be, or I want this underdog to come through and secure himself a spot in that top 3, really cement himself there. I want him to prove himself. We'll see.
About this team too. I mean, don't want to go necessarily too deep into it because we got to see them play today, just a little earlier on, taking down Oxygen Esports, even if it was a little bit weird start to the day with the split, something that we know them to be quite well on, bouncing back quite well in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I was not particularly in love with what happened on Split. I was very confused with the way the series played out in general as G2 came out of the gates a little slow, really struggled on their own map pick, which has been one of the strongest maps for, honestly, any team in Challengers this Split. They had an insane win rate. They were 4-0. Their round win rate on the attacking side was like 80%, which definitely takes the cake over pretty much anyone else.
Yeah.
But then they ended up going over to Icebox. They cap off a victory there, and they take it to Ascent, where it did seem like Oxygen was maybe going to close things out, because, again, Oxygen was in that closing position. But G2 had resolve, and that's ultimately what allows them to stay in the game and end up closing things out.
Yeah, and this was something that we had seen after the series. Dapper sends us out saying, Marathon begins, 2-1 versus Oxygen. Didn't play up to my usual self, so got to show out versus the Guard, which is so incredibly important because we highlighted Dapper at the start of the day. He was number 2 in stats for all of midseason faceoff, and he didn't really show up. Fortunately, the rest of the team was there, though. Oxy was playing really well. Shazam was also playing exceptionally well.
Dude, G2 really pulled through for this matchup. Or sorry, not G2. Oxy really pulled through for this matchup to boost G2 through. And Oxy's been a little hit or miss in midseason so far, so being able to really prove themselves in that rematch against Oxygen and show, yeah, no, we're here because we want a chance to fight the Guard in midseason. We rumbled the first matchup, and now we're back in it, and we would like to show ourselves a chance at taking down the Guard. Again, do I think that's going to happen? No, but I'm so rooting for G2 to win this exchange, despite the odds being against them. It's always possible. It's always possible the Guard slips up, fumbles it, slips through their hands, and that's it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult ask for any player to play a back-to-back BO3. Sometimes that's how it happens, but let's be fair and remember, if there was a team that was used to this, it's probably the guys on G2. This is like very reminiscent of the VCT 2021 schedule that we would see where you would play double best of 3 sometimes. They know what that's like, and not only that, they have veteran players across multiple games. These guys have played through this. Like, I've talked about this before. I casted one of Dapper's first lands ever in CS, and he did not play well, but it was a long type of day. Like, we would start at 8 a.m., sometimes we'd finish at 2 a.m. These lands, these like community-based lands that these guys have been coming to for years, they know what that's like. They can get through the grind. And yes, it's tough, but if anyone's going to have that level of commitment, that drive, that determination, it's going to be players like Dapper.
That is one thing to show, though. And that's definitely one thing to think about as well. G2 is, first of all, at a disadvantage coming into this because it's the Guard. that they're trying to play against. But they're even more at a disadvantage because they just had to play against Oxygen, and it was a long matchup. It was a 3-game series, and now, or a 3-map series, and now they're coming into it in this series against the Guard, and they're gonna have to figure out how they would like to play this in a way that they can optimize their stamina and pull themselves through. It's gonna be difficult to say the very least.
And where we're going, and this was one with the series with Oxygen Esports. How things ended up.
All right, let's take a look at these map picks. G2 decides to pick Split once again. Now, it should be pointed out, G2 played against, has been playing Split very strong. They're a very strong team on Split, but when they just played Split against Oxygen, Oxygen denied any hope for G2 to do well on Split. Oxygen went 13-9 against G2. That was the one map that they won. So G2 picking Split here is definitely a little bit interesting. The Guard immediately bans Icebox, and you can tell why. G2 went 13-4 just this past series today against Oxygen on Icebox, and so the Guard banning it here. First of all, the Guard bans Icebox most of the time. They just don't feel confident on it, and G2 showing themselves to be a strong team on Icebox, absolutely looking to use that to their advantage. Now, G2 pulls out Split. We'll see if it's going to be just as strong as prior to this matchup against Oxygen. We'll see if G2 is able to pull out what they were able to do against Oxygen in the first matchup that they had, and against teams prior to midseason in Split 1. We'll see if G2 is able to find that fight that they've shown themselves to have on Split. We'll see if they're able to pull it back out and prove themselves as a strong team on Split, regardless of how poorly they may have just done on Split against Oxygen. Oxygen obviously has a lot of experience playing against G2 on Split, hence why Oxygen knew how to counterplay G2 there. The Guard doesn't have games against G2 on Split, so it really could definitely still be in the favor of G2 for Split. Now we're going to Haven. Now Haven's strong for G2, probably not as strong as the Guard's Haven. The Guard is a really strong team on Haven, and I don't know if G2 will be looking to challenge that. I think G2 really has to bank on doing well on Split and then doing well on Ascent if they can get to the decider, but I don't know if they'll be able to. Again, I said going into this, I'm expecting a 2-0 from the Guard. I'm really rooting for the underdog of G2 here, but I just don't think the odds are in their favor at all.
Two teams that were in the top 3 of a lot of the early stage predictions. The power rankings had pretty much M80, Guard, and G2 all in that top 3 position. So we finally get a match. It does take us this long to get there. It is going to be in the lower bracket final. But when else would you want it? Like, all of this on the line, the pressure, the situation, it makes perfect sense that we get to see these two teams meet at this point.
Yeah.
I do look at this first map and I think, okay, we've seen G2 play this map a lot. We've seen the Guard play this map once since last summer. We have not seen a lot of Guard on Split. There is a world where the Guard either has something going on or just the Guard can counterplay. They just watched a team decimate G2 for the first time this Split on this map. They got the roadmap right there. All they have to do is follow that recipe.
Yeah.
Hey, if earlier taught me anything, is that we'll have to let the team speak for themselves when we head into the game, see how this shakes up. It's time to head into our agent select without minded solely though for map number 1.
Oh man, guys, I'm
All
excited
right,
for this
here we
one. I don't know
go.
about you
Looking
guys. It's the
pretty
first time
exciting
G2 are
as
playing
we're getting
a
ready for
team
this
from
matchup.
the other group, and it is in the lower finals against arguably one of the best teams in challenges right now, the Guard. It's going to be an exciting one. G2, fresh off of a win against Oxygen, we saw the mistakes that they made. Guard probably saw the mistakes that they made. And going into Split here, Gus, I have high expectations for the Guard, but I'm a little concerned here for G2, and I think everyone at home should be as well.
Yeah, again, that first showing on Split earlier on today, not exactly the best, but I mean that was completely flipped, right? From where we were going into today, right?
Yeah.
Going into today, G2 just
I'm hoping G2 in that very long break in between this series or sorry, the previous series and this one, I'm hoping G2 has figured themselves out, gotten their performance on Split back into their hands, and I'm hoping now that they've gotten a little bit of a rest period, they're going to be able to bounce back and play just as strong. Let's go ahead, take a look at the agent select. Assuming this isn't another troll like we saw yesterday. with all the duelist picks. No, okay. It looks like this is really what's going to be happening. All right, Dapper going to be on Cypher, Tex on Raze, Penny on Sage, Jonah P on Sky, Whippy on Astra, Net on Killjoy, Shazam on Sky, Valen on Astra, Oxy on Raze, and Trent on Viper. So double controller for the guard. And yeah, a double controller for the guard, a Sentinel, an Initiator, and the duelist being Raze, but then you look over at G2 and it's double Sentinel and a controller. We've seen them run this before. The guard going for a Killjoy instead of a Cypher may come back to bite them. The flank, or holding off flanks with a Killjoy, not going to be as effective as Dapper will be able to. So we'll see. We'll see. Now that G2 is back on Split, if they're going to be able to find their pace once again, the pace they failed to come back and find in their matchup against Oxygen. We'll see if they're able to pull it back here now that we're moving into Split. And Penny with the spike as G2's on attacking to start out, looking to start a very aggressive take of A here. You know they're excited for this matchup. Dapper, I don't know if he cleared vents or was looking to clear vents, but he backs up, and Trent's going to be able to come through. Jonah P going to take out Whippy. Dapper going to take out Valen. Tex going to be able to take out Shazam. Trent going to find that pick from Heaven coming out. Penny going to be there to trade it off, but now it's going to be a 2v3. Tex takes out Dapper, and it's a 1v3 for Penny. They know where he is. The grenade comes out, and he runs right into net. He's just going to finish him off. The first pistol round does go to the guard. Although G2 was trying to do their aggressive entry onto A that we've seen time and time again, it was denied in this pistol round. Although it is, you know, just the pistol round. Doesn't mean a whole lot quite yet. But that does mean the guard's going to take the early advantage here. They're going to go for that full Spectre and full shield. G2 going to be on a save, just trying to get a few good picks here, and we'll see if they're able to. Looks like G2 is going to be challenging mid. It's going to be challenged or counter-challenged by the guard with the Viper. Trent locking down mid. Smoke drops and Trent backs up a little bit. Jiggle peeking out, and now they know Trent's there. The grenade comes out to force them back. G2's not going to aggress off of that. It looks like they're actually going to back up and move towards a B main push. Possibly. No, it looks like they are now going to re-challenge mid. Trent has backed up off of vents, though, and is now back in A Heaven. Skydog comes out and hits Dapper. G2 decides to go through mid and into vent.
Well, it's a higher level. That's for dang sure.
Trent watching it from ramp. The Skybird comes out and it's good for a flash that forces him back. Dapper coming in from main, gonna get a little bit of attention. Tech's gonna be able to take out Oxy. Penny takes out Tex, but Trent takes out Shazam. So now it's a 4v3 for the guard. They have better guns as well. Jonah P and Valen getting a pick. Now she's down to Penny. Not gonna find another. Valen takes out Penny. This second round goes to the guard. Minimal damage done as well, losing one. Tech's just gonna be able to pick up a real gun now, and it's gonna be a full buy from G2 versus a Spectre half or a light buy from the guard, who is taking bonus this round. We'll see how G2 Esports decides to play this. It looks like it's going to be a B push. The guard is prepared for an A hit, and you can't blame them. G2 does like to aggressively take A, especially on their buys, but that's not what's going to happen here. And G2 may encounter some Killjoy util to ward them off. Shazam clears vents mid. Flash comes out A main, and they know at least one is there. They're trying to aggress Dapper. They're going to encounter a tripwire. Taken out by the Skydog. Able to completely clear the entrance to sewers. Dapper, though, going to continue to contest sewers. He's coming back, and Whippy's there to help. Oh, no. Knife out. Tech's going to take him out. Dapper trying to come in from sewers and get a pick, and he's going to find one. He definitely does not know that Trent's there, though, and Trent's going to take him out, so it's going to be a 4v3 for the guard. Player advantage in their hands. But G2 is pushing B, and there's going to be only 2 there to lock it down, so G2 may be able to take site if they can play quickly and prevent the guard from getting the rest of their players over to B. They need to clear it fast. Shazam gonna be able to take out Fallon. Net takes out Oxy, but it's traded off, and the player advantage coming into full effect, and now it's a 2v2. Oh, Penny's not quite gonna get the spike down. And Shazam is flashed and exposes himself. Trent gonna be able to take him out. 3 kills for the guard, and they're gonna take this round, and it was a bonus as well. So off a win, their Econ has taken a massive leap. It seems the guard has sort of learned from the way that Oxygen played against G2 just in the previous series. Has been able to effectively deny G2, pushing together, trading each other off.
Just say to the guard, G2, hey, you want to do these team fights? Well, we're willing to take the fight to you. Getting in there.
Another save here from G2.
This time around, they don't do it as heavily. There's still some contention here towards A. And look at the KJ setup as well.
This is a stark contrast from what we saw before against G2, right? Dapper in the last game.
Trent takes out Dapper, but it's traded off by Oxy, and the save run not going poorly for G2 so far, able to keep it even. Oxy's able to pick up a gun off of that, but don't know if he'll be able to find more. He's low on health, although the whole heal is going to come through from Penny. That may help him here.
And he's one of the individuals on this G2 lineup that you know has to be a big player here, especially up against a team like the Guard in the lower bracket finals in one of the big matches. It's one of the biggest matches Oxy has played in. Can you live up to the hype, and can you live up to that expectation that we set on him?
This could be a big round, Tex. He doesn't even have the grenade to try to deny Spike.
Now G2 is going to be able to get in and should be able to get this Spike, or at least take site effectively, although Shazam's going to get cleared rafters. Fallon's going to take out Oxy, Tex is going to take out Whippy, Penny left alone in a 1v4, able to find 2. Just needs to get 2 more. It's that simple. Ooh, has the res up. It's going to use it. Oh, but gets taken out by Valen. Net can finish Oxy off, and this round does go to the guard. Now, that was a save round for G2, and they got quite a few kills off. And Dapper's ult is now up, the neural theft, which could be useful to help take a site. It's going to be a full buy from both sides once again, and I imagine if G2 loses this, they'll take a timeout. So as it looks like the guard wants to make quick work of G2 and secure themselves a spot in the top 2, fighting in the grand finals of the midseason against M80. That's definitely what the guard wants to do. G2 gonna start their push into A. It's gonna be helped by those Cypher smokes, allowing them to cross into heaven, and they're gonna be able to get in there. Oxy looking to clear sight, gonna find that it's open. And the guard going for a 4-man flank through sewers. Whippy gonna find 1, and now he's seen the sheer scale that are there. And 1 is really the most you can hope for there. Penny low on health as well. It's gonna be good for them. Dapper gonna take out Tex before the ult takes him out. Trent gonna take out Shazam though, so now it's a 2v3 for G2, and Penny's very low on health. Ooh, Oxy gonna find 2 as Net takes out Penny, and now the showstopper comes out, gonna find the pick on Net in this round. 3 kills for Oxy, gonna find that G2 finally wins their first round. That being said, it was a full buy from them, and they lost all but 1 of their players, which means their econ's really not looking good here. Gonna have to buy light shield here. A little bit of a half shield buy with real guns. We'll see if G2 is able to get some good momentum started here. Looks like now they're gonna stack A, or sorry, go to push B. There you go. The guard mostly stacking near A. They've got 3 on A site, 2 watching mid, nobody on B site. And the Viper smoke mid is gonna lock down mid. There's a Skydog that comes through, and the guard gets wary that maybe it's a B hit. The Net turns his attention that sky wall you see so many times comes through. Penny looking for a pick on top of it, not gonna find it. Net's gonna be able to shut him down, and now it's a 4v5. Site pretty much taken here by G2. They can get that plant going. Trying to push Net. Oh, it thinks it's clear, and it's not, though. Net's going to be able to take out Oxy and Whippy and Shazam looking for the ace.
4 kills for Nets, looking for the ace. Dapper just needs to waltz on.
Can he find it? No, Dapper takes Net out, but Jonah going to be there to trade it. Not quite an ace, but very nearly an ace with that 4K, and the guard denies any good econ and round momentum for G2. Sorry, I can just hear them a bit too much. Yeah, G2 looking like their split performance is once again going to be shaky, but unlike in their matchup against Oxygen in the previous series, I don't think G2 can just win the second map of Haven. I think the guard knows what they're doing on Haven, can deny good play from G2 on Haven, and so G2 really needs to win this split, but because of their poor performance here, it's just not looking good for them. G2 trying to push B, but it's getting warded off by this util very effectively. Oxy's trying to push onto site, takes a bit of damage. Net going to be able to take out Dapper mid. And there's 4 on this site for the guard, and they're going to deny kills for Net, Tex, and Trent. Now she's down to Penny to try and find a pick. Not going to be able to. It's a flawless round for the guard. I have a feeling we're going to see quite a few of those. As G2 now back on a bye. They still have yet to take a timeout, and I think they should take one here, I'm not going to lie. They really have not been able to find their footing here on their offense, and this is usually one of their stronger sides on any map, but especially split. They usually do pretty well on offense. You know, maybe they're just waiting, hoping, alright, we switch sides, our defense will be so good and so strong. Maybe that's what G2's hoping for. Maybe that's all they need. The boom bots see each other and blow each other up, which actually is not good for G2 as they got false vision. Ooh, Oxy gonna take out Tex. No more duelist for the guard, and now it's a 5v4. G2 may be able to take site. Now there's still 2 locking it down. 1 in vents. The Neural Theft comes out to confirm that Jonah P is holding site. They know he's elbow. Oxy looking to aggress him with the help of Shazam. Oxy gonna win the exchange. Get that kill, and now it's a 5v3 for G2, and this Cosmic Divide is gonna help them plant, as it has stopped any push from screens. Dapper looking to challenge ramp. Trent on top of box, trying to find an off-angle pick. Not quite gonna be able to. Dapper and the guard, sorry, Dapper and Trent see each other. Start to engage. Defender lockdown comes out, but it doesn't clear the entirety of site. Trent gonna take out Penny though. Dapper gonna take out Net. Trent gonna take out Dapper, Oxy, and Shazam, and now it's a 1v2 for Whippy. And that spike's just gonna get defused. Whippy takes Trent out, but they did lose that round, and it was a full buy from them. I imagine now they take their timeout. G2, take your timeout. Alright. Come on. This is not looking like it's going to go in the direction of G2. At least this half isn't looking like it'll go in the direction of G2. Who knows? Maybe it switches to defense and G2 has an insane comeback, but the guard's momentum right now is just so heavy. And again, it's now a save round for G2 Esports, and it's just really not looking good for them. Oh, another time. I mean, again, I've talked about how many times we've seen that in mid-season where they don't clear. I mean, it looks like they're clearing, but they're not clearing those angles. Whippy gonna take out Valen, which makes it even now, 4v4, and Whippy also gonna take out Tex, which makes it a 4v3 for G2. Could this be a round that they can secure? It's a save round for them, so doing this well is good for them, especially since it's Whippy with the gun doing well. Oxy gonna be able to take out Net, and Whippy gets rezzed as Oxy takes out Trent. Site has been taken. This save round is turning in the favor of G2. Jonah P alone in a 1v4. Definitely don't expect him in garage, but the Skybird comes through. As Jonah P peeks, knows one's behind box. He may just be able to fire through the wall. It isn't quite going to take out Shazam, but does quite a bit of damage. And now Jonah P going to go for the save. And G2 has the money to chase him down, but won't. Just save the guns that they've picked up. Well played here from G2. They win a save round. Whippy was instrumental in getting those first few picks and clearing those sites for G2. That site for G2. Now the guard has secured the advantage going into the next half, but G2 can make it a smaller advantage. Oxy gonna die to the spike to get that ult point up. Or maybe it was unintentional. Although no, it does seem intentional as he's now only one ult point away from getting his ult. Probably gonna try and grab it A as well. The guard is actually 4-stacking B, expecting a mid-hit from B heaven, it looks like, but G2 is going A. They're only going to have to deal with Trent.
You can't rely on that individual ability. One player here on this A site, a 5-man hit again from G2.
Cypher smokes come out to allow G2 to start pushing in. Oh, and that ult comes out, but he's not going to be able to use it. Trent shuts Oxy down, but Penny going to trade that off. And again, the guard was over expecting a B mid hit. And now they're going to have to play retake. It's a 4v4. But the health really not there for G2 right now. Shazam digs out Jonah P, but the grenade from Tech's going to be the one to finish those kills. Whippy and Dapper are going to lock down Ramp, and now she's down to Net. 1v3. Gets hit by the Cypher Trip, and they know exactly where he is. Coming in through elbow. Gonna have to engage Penny here. Oh, where is Penny looking? Gonna get taken out. Net doesn't have time to defuse, and looks like G2 gonna try and play it safe. Maybe try and get a pick off, but 2 players left alive for G2 on that round, and they have money to buy next, so they're looking good. They're looking like they may be able to tie this up. I like how there's still the lock-in little Easter egg there. Even though lock-in happened quite a while ago. Oxy coming in to clear the site. Oh, it turns out he did not use his Raze ultimate last round like I thought he did. And he's able to find a pick with it. Jonah P takes him out before he dies. The ultimate from Tech's not going to be used, and Whippy going to punish him for pushing out so aggressively, takes him out, and now it's a 4v3 for G2. Round could be going in their favor. This half starting to look up for them. They're starting to gain some momentum. As I say that, though, Jonah P takes out Whippy, and now it's a 3v3. They've evened it back out. They do see that G2 is still there, and Jonah P does not want to get 2v1'd, so he backs up to defend the site. P holding this down. Gonna get through it. Shazam gonna shut Jonah P down, and now it's a 3v2 for G2, and the Sky ult is up, and it's gonna find Valen. And Net. Net and Valen trying to get away. Looks like trying to play it safe. The back of CT. Plant's gonna come through from Penny. Dapper might get pushed from heaven by Net.
Dapper, if he stays there in elevator, though, element of surprise is fully there, but this angle is even weirder. Net would have to flick
Ooh.
Dapper.
Trying to get away with his life. Will he be able to? Valen takes out Shazam. Net's down to 8 health. Penny's able to take out Valen, and now it's a 1v2 for Net with 8 HP. May just want to go for the save, and that's what he's doing. Coming through vent here, and that's a good choice. He's probably not making it out of this round alive. That means G2 has secured another round, and they're looking to win. I think it's a total of 4 in a row. And although they can't take the advantage going into the next half, they can make it as close as possible. Starting to get their stride in. Just needed a few rounds to warm up there. By a few, I mean 7 rounds to warm up there. And now that they're back in it, maybe they're going to be able to carry it through. It's going to be a full buy from G2 Esports. It's not going to be a complete full buy from the guard. They are forcing here, but Tex will have to stick with a Spectre, and I think Valen will have to go Light Shield as well. An Astral Divide or a Cosmic Divide. There you go, from for Whippy to utilize to help them in this A push, which they are doing, and it's been a stack on A as well. 3 stack on A from the guard. Try and lock it down. They're all on heaven. I think G2 realizes the sheer amount of guard players on A, so they're starting it back up. But Jonah P is going to help try and lock down mid. Ooh, Shazam with the op. Going to be able to hit Trent. Wallbang down to 29 health, though. Going to do quite a bit of damage. Going to have to meet with Jonah P to get that heal. But that does mean that the guard's going to be left on A, as G2 is trying to rotate over towards B. 2 coming through mid. Going to try and push through to B heaven. Net takes out Dapper. Penny takes out Valen. Still going to be a 4v4. Net trying to lock it down, but Whippy, Oxy, and Shazam going to make it easy for them to push onto site. Take out all those Heaven back of site in alley. Now it's just down to Trent in a 1v3. Once again, the guard finds themselves in a clutch situation. It looks like G2 will be able to bridge this gap as much as possible and go into the next half 5-7. No point in saving for Trent, but the spike is ticking down. Gonna have to do something here. Wait for that smoke to go down, and there's really no time. He just has to get on and stick it. Able to clear Shazam. Not able to clear Whippy, though, and this round goes in the favor of G2, and they've been able to bridge that gap as much as possible. The guard took quite a substantial lead for a while there. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think G2 took a timeout. Maybe they did early on and I missed it, but I don't think G2 took a timeout the entirety of that half. Maybe it's an ego thing. They want to be able to tweet. Didn't have to use a timeout, by the way, after this map. But just some really impressive play here from the guard.
One situation goes awry there. Oxy doesn't have that showstopper. The Viper's Pit stops everyone on ramp. We're looking at about 10-2, 9-3. This is best case scenario here for G2.
G2 able to close that gap back up, and now they're on defense, and we know G2's strong on split, but will they be strong enough to lock down defense against the guard? We'll see. The cam is going to be useful. It's quite a good amount of vision in B garage. Now 2 lurking A main for the guard to allow a rotate. That's what the guard's doing now. G2 is watching mid, making sure that the guard doesn't try and rotate through there. Doesn't look like the guard will. Net is still B main side, but likely won't go through mid. Dapper going to be able to take out Net, common Cypher one way, and it works out. No more Net, and now it's a 4v5 for the guard. It was already a 4v5 for the guard on A, though. But most of G2 there to help defend it. Oh, and Penny going to be good at preventing that Heaven push. Dapper going to help lock it down as well as he's rotated over, and now it's a 1v3 for Jonah. Again, once again, the guard in this clutch situation. Able to grab the spike, trying to get away, gonna find his way out, but now gonna have to figure out how he wants to contest A. He doesn't have time to rotate. Able to take out Dapper. Not able to take out Whippy, though, as Penny is going to be the one to finish it off. 3 kills for Penny. Really good there for G2. Going to take the first pistol round, and that should give them that little boost they need to tie it up and close that gap completely. And it looks like this momentum that G2 has built starting to carry through here, even in the second half. It's going to be a force buy here from G2. 2 of them going to save. We see this often from G2. Just in case they lose, they want to have money. Or if most of their players die, even on a win, they want to be able to buy next. That's why 2 of them save. Guard getting ready to push mid here. They're going to get warded off by that wall, but it's not going to force them back. I believe it's going to be the grenade. Or sorry, the slow orb. It's going to make them the most scared. And it looks like now they're going to be challenging Vent. That's where Oxy's waiting. In heaven. They know that they've given up complete mid control. And they definitely know after that dog that it could be a Vent push. So Oxy's ready to meet with some of the guard players. And then that Viper wall is going to be really helpful for the guard. Be able to push back into main, but Skybird can come through, and it gives some confirmation that there's at least a few here in A. That's going to give G2 the confidence to keep 3 on A. Again, Oxy there to lock down Heaven. He's going to get pushed here. Oh, not even going to find one. There's a little bit of damage, though, but not going to be enough. The guard, 4-man pushing now into CT. Going to come through screens. Tech's going to take out Whippy, and now it's just down to Shazam to try and find as many kills as possible. Can only find 1, though, and Jonah, he takes out Shazam, and now it's a 2v4. Valen low on health, though. Though getting healed here. Off angle for Trent. Gonna not find a pick. Dapper's gonna win that exchange. Miracle there. But this round does go in the favor of the guard. Maybe it's just because those people saving some money were left alone on A. Not really sure. Oxy missing those kills immediately definitely did not help them, and it looks like the guard willing or are looking to put a stop to round momentum here. They don't want G2 getting any more round momentum. And G2 is actually going to save here. Guard going to be on a full buy here. They're going to be contesting B. Not going to really meet much pushback, although that Cypher Cam does give vision on just Killjoy. And that's actually really good for the guard, because G2 knows that Net's probably going to play B every time, so they don't suspect too much. Now they're going to start sending some players over to B, but the guard's already taking control of site. Tech's on Raptors now. Doubt G2 will be expecting him there. Valen trying to clear the push from mid. Not going to be able to. He gets taken up by Dapper, but Trent going to help try and defend it by taking out Penny. Tex, meanwhile, able to take out Oxy. Tex also going to take out Whippy. Trent going to take out Dapper. Net going to take out Shazam. And 4 players left alive for the guards. Going to make it a pretty solid buy round there that G2 wasn't able to deny. Good play there. So that means G2 now going to be on a buy, but the guard inching closer and closer to the double digits. G2 had a really good win streak there at the end. Not quite able to bridge the gap, though, going into this half. They won the pistol round, but the guard has won 2 rounds in a row since then, making that gap now 3 rounds wide, and G2 once again finds themselves in a position where they have to try and close this gap. Guard getting ready to push A. Ooh, the tripwire is going to be huge as Oxy's able to just take Tex out. Now it's a 4v5 for the guard.
Again, I was about to question the patience of G2. They've always been a contact-like team. The over-aggression really only comes in their attack.
Neural Theft going to be huge as it gives vision, and they know exactly how many pushing Heaven. Oxy's able to lock Heaven down, already getting 2. Net, though, going to take out Shazam. Shazam looking for an early pick B, and that's going to give the guard confidence to start this rotate over towards B. And Neural Theft, though, does allow G2 to know that it's probably A few coming into B.
Setting smokes up, but that gives time for G2 to rotate.
Whippy gonna take out Valen, Net gonna take out Whippy, but Oxy's there to trade it off, and now it's a 1v3 for Trent.
Makes the marathon happen, and now it's Trent in a 1v3.
Has to try and pull something.
Huge.
Viper Molly trying to force Dapper off.
Swings to face, 30 seconds left. You could make something happen here, but it's just positioning here for G2. I don't think this one is really possible. Yeah, he's got the orb to the cross, but
Pushing to Penny's going to be able to finish Trent off. 3 players left alive on a buy is decently good for G2. They probably would have liked to have more alive, but they should be okay to buy this round. And that means it's another buy from G2, and they're going to try and get some good round momentum built up here. We know how good they started playing in that first half once their momentum started to get built up. Score is 9-7 now. G2 trying to bridge this gap. They still have not been able to tie it up with the guard since the guard took the lead in the first half. They got really close, but not quite enough to tie it back up, and you know G2 would love to do that. Having said, the guard has 2 ultimates to use this round, a Sky ult and a Killjoy lockdown. Trying to clear this round. The dog gonna clear vents. Shazam's bird gonna come through. Oh, man, Shazam's once again dying to net. Now it's a 5v4 with guard.
Getting exposed, but that one, he had the full angle. That's just an insane
Looking good so far on this map, and it looks like the guard now gonna start pushing through vent. Get ready to push heaven. Sky ultimate comes out as well.
As they work up mid, the expectation is that the Seekers were to come out, and they finally do, but they're using it as an A exec.
slows everything down here. But for some
Seekers can be effective, and now they know there's only 2 in CT. Again, 4v5 for G2, and that lockdown comes out. Question is, does G2 challenge it, or do they just hide in screens? Dapper gonna take out Tex, and the lockdown's destroyed. It has been challenged. Net takes out Penny and Oxy in heaven, and the boom bot. Now it's a 2v4 for the remaining G2 players. Whippy finally takes out Net, but now it's a 2v3 for G2, and they may want to save. Their econ's okay after this, but not great.
He did it earlier on in the first half. He does it now in the second, where you just put him in the right spot and he's able to frag.
Now G2 will have to concede the site. They know that this isn't a round they can really win, given the positions of the guard. And guard taking different avenues to get into the A site.
Looks like the guard gonna take another round, and they're going to hit double digits. And G2 not looking like they're gonna be able to defend super well against the guard, playing better than them. Although G2's defense is starting off better than their offense, it's still not going nearly as well as they would like. Still surprised they haven't taken a timeout. I imagine if they lose this one, they will take a timeout. They've got that res on Penny, and so they're comfortable baiting out some players here. Tex has the showstopper as well to use. Let's see if that comes through.
Towards B, and obviously the guard don't know, but there's a raise, a sage, and a grab. Well, that is a triple threat if you want to enter into this site. Tex is going to try and lead the way with a showstopper, but how far does he get into it?
Gravwell on a slow orb with a nade? Ah, that sounds scary, but that's what
Tex coming through. Oxy's going to be the one to take him out. Now it's a 4v5 for the guard.
That's the combo that I was worried about. Oxy, you absolute madman. Whippy looking to hold on to the
Whippy gonna get taken out behind box though. Now it's a 4v4. Now Penny does have that res, but would need to get to Whippy in order to use it, and may be able to as the guard backs off. Starts turning their attention towards A.
Definitely get the res online here in a second when they realize this isn't going to be a B hit. So they're playing a 5-on-4 retake. I want to see if Dapper elects to stick on site or if he just wants to back away and give up control. Play the 5-on-4 because there's no ultimates here for the guard. And G2 will have the res, the man advantage, and a showstopper from Oxy to lead them through.
It's light utility, but they have reached charge the second star.
Oh, and he has a cage. Dapper's got a cage to back up. He's so smart about this. No,
Okay.
he's stuck in the site.
4v4 Dapper alone to lock down A though. Penny gonna get that res off to help with this retake. Oxy with the showstopper gonna come through, but it's not gonna find anyone. Dapper still in elbow, gonna find that pick on Valen, who's in that astral plane. Dapper looking. Find another pick from elbow. Challenging Trent here. Trent doesn't really know where to look. Trent's able to find a pick. Net takes out Whippy. Jonah P takes out Shazam. Trent gonna take out Penny. Dapper finally trades it off, but Jonah P gonna finish Dapper off. And although the number advantage looked like it was in the hands of G2, the guard was able to clutch that one up. And now the score is 11-7. And Dapper, sorry, and G2 looking worried as the guard is only 2 rounds away from securing this half, and it looks like G2 is willing to let this round go in the favor of the guard, hoping they can build up some momentum and tie it up, make a little bit of a comeback. A little bit of timing there as Tex turns away right as Oxy's peeking, but net from within garage there to lock it down. Looks like G2 gonna push sewers. We'll see if it's gonna turn into anything. It may, as the guard feels safe. The back's turned to sewers. This comes through. Finds one pick. It's gonna get pushed. They still don't know Penny's there as well. Gonna find one. The rest of G2 gonna push, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining guard players. Trent able to take out Shazam, and now it's a 2v3. This is a winnable 2v3 for them as well. They did have better guns, but G2's been able to pick up guns. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage, but does more to Penny. But oh man, the Molly gonna finish it up. Does Net know he has to push a 1v2 right now? May just, he has to get that spike down. Net needs to get that spike down. Dapper, I think, assumed he went through sewers and jumped down there. This is a very winnable 1v1 for Net. Down to half health, but has that turret to utilize. It does get destroyed. 21 health now for Net. Dapper not gonna win it though as Net takes him out. Clutch situation for Net in a 1v2, wins that, and the guard has secured the 12th round. Now, that being said, it was a safe round from G2. They did pretty well. Whippy now gonna have his ultimate ability up.
Definitive site take just yet, but I think they're going to look to set Tex up to get in towards heaven. No gravel there this time, though, so I don't think he will get explosive. He likes to hold back. G2 looking for control towards A. A lack of players towards B, but what's the util they have to retake? No,
Trent has that Viper's Pit to use. Whippy, the Cosmic Divide, though. And like I always talk about, when the enemy has 12 rounds, you just gotta go. You gotta use everything you have. Spend all your money. Use all your util. Use all your ultimates.
Again, very much still thinking about a pick. Seeing if anyone swings out wide. All of these positions for G2. Proactive in knowing that the guard shifting.
Just trying to clear rafters here for heaven.
Whippy pushing into the back of A, but you do see finally Spike being picked up back into B main.
Back through elevator to try and make a mid split happen, and this is
gonna be a
surprise.
He in vents, getting ready to clear it. Shazam gonna win that exchange with Jonah and trying to prove he's the better Sky. Tech's gonna take out Penny though in B heaven. Now it's a 4v4. Cosmic Divide comes out. One of those ultimates I talked about having. Dapper not going to be able to take out Tex quite yet. Able to find Tex, turn around, and take out Trent as well. Going to get pushed. Cosmic Divide. Waiting for that neural theft to go through. Spots Valen. They know exactly where the last remaining players are, and time is not in the hands of Net. And this round does go in the way of the guard. Or sorry, in the way of G2. But again, they have to make a total of a 5-round comeback here. They've already won 1, so they only need 4 more now, but it would be an absolutely insane comeback.
Dapper will keep the guard off the map win. For the time being, more to be done here as G2 holding on to this round. And it was just a battle of util and information towards A, right? Like, it felt for the longest time, G2 were just sending util back and forth with the guard over on A. And it ends.
Just look at Net's kills, 25 and 10, and the first timeout is coming out. This is what I was talking about. G2 has yet to use a timeout, and I think they should probably, at this point, the guard using a timeout right now, and I think G2 should use theirs. Because the guard using a timeout here does not bode well for G2, because the guard has not had to use a timeout yet, and using it now to secure the 13th win, and we've seen the guard take so many timeouts where they just take them on that 12th round, and then utilize it and secure a round win. You know the guard's disappointed to have to be in this matchup against G2, but they want to make it quick and swift and get to the grand final to meet once again against M80 in a best of 5. You know that's where the guard wants to go. They definitely don't want to let G2 deny that, so they're just going to ensure these rounds, utilizing their timeouts, re-strategize. One way on A ramp comes out. Trent trying to maybe find a pick with it, but not going to be able to.
That's some type of Viper I would throw, but it looks way too specific. It's G2. 2 players here on the A site. Playing the retake here, it looks like, as Oxy not looking to face, playing off the trap wires instead. He could easily get a kill here. The setups that Dapper have been deadly to this guard. Break the cam. Pulling some info away here from G2. And Oxy
Shapi gonna pick up that orb.
around these trap wires, but here come the guard shifting back again to the B site. But Valen, what is going on here? He's dropped 2 stars in the middle of mid.
2 ultimates in the hands of the Guardian. You know they're willing to use them to secure this round. Dapper gonna back right into Tex, and already looking like this round may go in the favor of the guard. Although Shazam gonna lock down Heaven, take out Tex and Jonah P. Deny the player advantage and get it in his favor. Gonna be good for a 3 as he takes out Trent as well before Valen can finally shut him down. But now it's a 2v3 for the guard. They've rotated over towards B. Now it's only locked down by Penny, but Penny is there. Net and Valen both similarly low on health. Spray comes through, and it does quite a bit of damage to Valen. Net's able to take out Oxy, meanwhile, on B, and they've evened the player count, so it's a 2v2, but the health really not there for the guard. It definitely could go in the favor of G2 if they could just play their cards right. Penny able to take out Valen, and now it's a 1v2 for Net, able to take out Whippy, down to 19 health, though. Has a lockdown to use, not going to even get that chance as Penny takes him out. This round will go to G2. Barely. Hurts the econ of G2, but it won't hurt them enough to prevent a bye. And G2 is trying to get this win streak alive. Starting it with 2, they need 3 more for a total of 5 if they want to get to that overtime. They know that if it goes to Haven and they haven't gotten the map up yet, it's not going to be good for them. It's not going to look easy. I think G2 has some potential in Haven, but having Split here would definitely help them out here. But there's 3 ultimates in the hands of the guard to secure this round. And you know what? They may just... Although it is a save here for them. That's probably a good idea. We do know even the guard on saves is dangerous. Whippy going for the jump peak. Gonna get hit a little bit, but gonna get away with his life. And that orb does get picked up. Both Valen and Tex only one ult point away from their ultimate abilities. And you know they're okay losing this round because it'll mean next round they all have their ultimates to use. Now Shazam and Whippy both close to getting their own ultimates. Sorry, Shazam and Penny, there you go. For G2 are close to getting their own ultimates.
And again, this option could always be there. The shift back to A could always be there.
Trying to defend that ult orb, but the guard still gonna challenge it.
Or apologies, G2. To think that this is going towards B, and yeah, look at that, the mailroom. Trailblazer gets picked up as well. Both players playing towards screens.
Huge.
Dever peeks out and gets taken out immediately. Shazam trying to challenge it, but not gonna find any picks or damage on the guard. It looks like some of the ultimates that the guard has are gonna come out. That lockdown comes out, and they realize this is a very winnable round. And all of their ultimates now coming out. Cosmic Divide not coming out quite yet. Now it is. It's going to be a difficult retake for G2. 4v5 against 3 ultimate abilities. Spike's been down for a few seconds now, and G2 has to start moving. Net's low on health and could be an easy pick, but able to find one before he goes down. Oxy going to get res. Again, as soon as you get those ultimates up, you need to use them when your enemy has 12 rounds. Whippy going to find Tex and Valen. Tex's grenade going to take out Oxy, but Shazam shuts down Trent. No more Viper ult, and they need to stick the spike, and they're doing it. Whippy going to take out Jonah, and although it looked like it was going to go to the guard, G2 able to continue this run. 3 rounds in a row, and now just 2 away from tying it up and getting to overtime. They're trying to make it close. They're trying to keep it even. They're trying to keep their name in the running. G2 now has that Sky ultimate to use. Tex has the showstopper, but maybe the guard should have played it safe with their ults and not used them that round. They really thought they could secure it. But if they just waited until this round, they would have all had their ultimate abilities to use. Now they're on a bye. Would have been nice, but they played that poorly, and now G2 could be looking at securing a good comeback here. They just need to beat this bye round from the guard. They can almost certainly get to the overtime. Penny walls off B Heaven and Mail. Oxy and Shazam trying to challenge Vents, both down there but get flashed. The guard turning their attention towards B. Whippy just barely catches net and decides to smoke it. Probably a good choice. Now the guard turning their attention back towards A, where Trent's been waiting. Sky ultimate comes out from Shazam, gets some vision on only 2 of them. Or at least knows that there's at least 2 there. A bird comes out once again from Shazam, trying to find some vision. Guard still has yet to commit, and there's 30 seconds left. They gotta choose something. The spike is leaning A, but it's rotating towards mid. Again, they gotta do something. Tex with the showstopper coming in, trying to find a pick, but Dapper gonna shut him down. Now it's a 4v5 for the guard. And again, the guard, if G2 can beat the guard here, the guard will no longer be on a bye round, and G2 has a good chance here. And Whippy and Penny gonna get denied, trying to push onto the site. Valen has the spike, but he gets taken down in no time. Jonah P gonna get killed, and now it's 12-11. The guard gonna be on a save round, and G2 looking at 1 round away from a bye. Or not a save, but the guard not gonna have good econ here. It's looking like this comeback may come through from G2. They may be able to pull through here. G2's gonna have better guns here. Gonna have better shield here. No ultimates to utilize, but Oxy 1 ult point away from it. All he needs is 1 pick, and he can use it. Guard looking to shut Oxy down. Guard not even close to their ults. Dog comes down and gets vision on 2 coming through A main, and it looks like the guard's going to be pushing A here. The cam gonna be good to find Tex, do a little bit of damage. They know it's probably an A push, and 4 for G2 are on A to defend it, and now Penny crossing back towards B to help defend B. As they get a whiff that the guard may be pushing mid now. Now the guard is 3 coming in. Gonna be sending the dog in to clear heaven, not gonna catch anybody. Finds 1 below heaven on B, but nothing too crazy. Now 2 on G2, or sorry, 2 for G2 on A to lock it down, and the guard is now committing. It's gonna get locked down by Dapper, gonna find 3. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining guard players. Oxy gonna take out Jonah P, and now it's just down to Valen, and the showstopper that I talked about earlier does come out. And it's a flawless round for G2 to tie it back up, and this comeback is looking alive as they've made it to overtime. 5-round win streak they needed there, and they secured it. And they looked strong the whole time. All of a sudden, they found it within themselves. And I don't think G2's used a single timeout so far. They want to beat the guard without a timeout. They want to be able to say that they did it. G2 gonna have some really good round momentum here. We'll see if they're able to carry it through in overtime. Now they're on offense, the side that they lacked a little bit on. Both teams did better on their offense. Or sorry, both teams did better on their defense, which means it's really going to be down to who can play a worse defense and who can catch the enemy team on a worse defense. G2 able to do a little bit of, or sorry, G2 takes a little bit of damage. Shazam and Dapper getting hit through the smoke. With that spray, Tex looking to challenge A, and there's 3 for the guard on A to help lock it down. G2 trying to figure out how they want to play this. Oxy is in heaven. It's getting peeked by Trent on rope. The guard going to take out Shazam. Trent is able to spot G2 coming through. Tex takes out Oxy, and now it's a 3v5 for G2. They don't know necessarily where Trent is bent. They do. Dapper's trying to jiggle peek it, but Trent's going to win that exchange. And now it's a 2v5 for the remaining G2 players. Both of them coming in through heaven. Trent looking to take them out. And he's going to take out Whippy. Penny going to trade it off, but this defense looking very strong from the guard once again. He has the spike. He has mid control if he wants to go there. Looks like what he's going to do. Try and run it over to B. He has no idea how many are exactly on A. But he's going to be contested by 2. Valen and Net able to take out Net as he walls off Valen. And he can get the spike down. Valen breaks the wall, but he's not going to be able to push through quite in time. He has a res to utilize now. But there's nobody here for him to res. Oh, Penny down to 3 health. Able to take out Valen and Tex. Gonna have to be an ace. Not gonna find it on Jonah though, although very nearly done. Well played there from Penny, trying to pull through for his team, but he's not quite good enough to clutch it up there. But that does show just how strong G2 is right now against the guard. And G2 trying to push now. They need to win their defense. And again, both teams had a better defense than offense. The guard won their defense, so now the guard trying to win their offense, knowing they need to put up better performance than they did towards the end of the main game phase. G2 really needs to put in the work right now. Dog coming in, B heaven, gonna get taken out. Vision and push there, gonna be denied in mid. Guard gonna have to rotate back towards A. Feels like right now G2's up against an impenetrable fortress, but they've been able to poke through, get some holes in there, and start pushing. Ooh, Trent gonna find a pick on Oxy, and that's gonna give a pick for them on A. But instead of rotating more on A, G2 actually locks down their B hold, and it may be a good choice. The guard is definitely thinking about rotating towards B.
Nothing at all.
Although, no, it does seem to be a bad choice for G2 overall, as now the guard is turning their attention back towards B. Sorry, towards A. Net coming from mid, gonna get challenged by Shazam, and now no longer a player advantage in the hands of the guard, but players are not placed on A. Molly gonna get good use, pushing them off of Vent, but Shazam's still gonna find the pick on Trent. Dapper left alone to sort of try and lock down sight from screens, and now the guard's been able to get all three on A. Jonah P playing from Heaven gonna get taken out, or playing for Ramp, sorry, gonna get taken out by Penny, and now it's a 2v4, the remaining guard players. The spike is down, G2 has to push them, but Penny gonna take out Tex, and now it's a 1v4 for Valen, able to find one, but Dapper's there to trade it off, and this round does go to G2, and the defense strong for both teams here. Maybe a little bit stronger for G2 so far in this first round of overtime, but it's gonna keep going. Now you do get another overtime to use. Sorry, you do get another timeout to use in overtime. But G2 hasn't used a timeout yet in this matchup. And I don't think they want to. Going to the second round of overtime here. The second overtime phase, I should say. Something like that. And G2, once again on offense. Like I said, both teams had a stronger defense than offense. So it's whichever team can find the holes in the defense better. And it looks like G2 has been able to take the player advantage and sight here on A. And this round looking good for them. Guard gonna have to play a 3v5 retake. Although the colors haven't switched, G2 is on offense right now. They do see one coming in through screens. Penny got to find Net before Valen takes him out, so it is a trade. And then Trent takes out Oxy, but is traded off by Shazam, so now it's a 1v2 for Valen. Puts the smoke up to try and clear the site. Allow him to get the spike. The Asher Yuta going to be there. Try and push him off. He taps it, and he knows that G2 has to push him there. He taps it again, and he knows that G2 has to try and push him, but the smoke clears. Gonna put another smoke up, and he sort of just has to hold it. Whippy gonna fire through the smoke and take him out. But that round does go to G2. Like I said, it's whichever team can find the holes in the enemy's defense first, and G2 just did it. Both teams had a better defense than offense, and G2 just won an offensive round in overtime, which means the guard needs to pull through on their offense. G2 in a position to win this if they can just once again hold down their defense.
G2 looking to reprove themselves here in playoffs. The guard. Not the best look.
It's G2. They're gonna have to deal with a pretty heavy B look here. A different time. Or a different look from the guard. The B site weakened here as well. The wall is going to give at least the opportunity for Penny to support now the B site player, that being Whippy. No one on the guard is putting pressure. There's no fast play.
G2 deciding to mostly aggress B here, but we know how. Or sorry, it's the guard on offense. The colors are wrong, but the guard looking to aggress B here. But we know how quickly they're willing to rotate in between sites and how easily they are willing to rotate. Now they're putting their attention towards mid, waiting for this wall to drop. This wall does come to a close, and now guard looking to figure out where they want to push. Tex in vents, looking to make sure that the guard doesn't push vents, which they don't. The guard is going to challenge through Mal and into Evan. And looking for a pick. The dog's gonna miss him. Shazam and Whippy gonna lock down Heaven. Net gonna take out Whippy, but Penny and Shazam gonna turn and finish off the guard. And it goes to 2 rounds of overtime, but it does go to G2 on split. Trying to prove that they are still strong on split, even against the guard, and that's what they just did. This round, or this map, does go to G2, and they're coming off of a series against Oxygen where they lost. split. Now they're coming into a matchup against the Guard, and the Guard just could not find the same fighting spirit that Oxygen did, and let G2 just run through them in that second half and carry it through into the overtime.
Very first look here on this map, they didn't look all too bad, but near the end of that second half, especially the very last round where they could have had just a little bit more utility to actually make their way out in sight, it just looked like it was just another part of the round or another part of the game where they just walk out and give G2 OT. The Guard kind of lost out a little bit by the end of that game.
And it matters how you finish, not how you start. The Guard leading 7-1, by the way, in the first half, and G2 clawing all the way back 4 rounds in a row from 12 to 8. Well, they've taken map number 1, but still, map number 2 is around the corner. We'll be right back after the break with the analyst desk.
All right.
One enemy remains.
I just want to say, like, this performance from G2, obviously I just saw it, but we can take a look, or I was about to say a listen, but we can take a look here. I don't think I pulled it up. Oh, because, yeah, it's not here. Here we go. We'll take it up here and take a look at how Split did end up going for the Guard versus G2. Now, it went to overtime. It was very, very close, but the first map does go to G2 Esports, and I said, if there's going to be a chance for G2, they need to win Split, and they did it. Now, do I think they're going to be able to 2-0 and win on Haven? No. Do they have some good momentum to maybe get that mental in there and try to? Yeah. I think they can get a few good rounds on Haven, but I don't think they're going to stop the Guard on Haven. And then we go into Ascent for the Decider, which I do think it's going to end up. And I do think this matchup is going to go to the Guard, but I'm rooting for the underdog of G2 here. I'm all for a win for them. And we can just look at the performance from the Guard, and it was not super shaky for a few of the players. Look at Net, 30 and 18, and that's your Sentinel. Now, that can be viewed as either a good thing or a bad thing. I view it mostly as a good thing for Net, but then you look at Tex, and you're like, all right, Tex, why aren't you going 30 and 18 when you're on the Duelist? It looks like, all right, it's just some funny little in-between game intermission questions. But yeah, it is a question that needs to be asked of why is Net going 30 and 18 as the Sentinel, where the Duelist for the Guard, Tex, is only going 19 and 24. Although Net is trying to pull through it and carry for the team, he's on Sentinel. At the end of the day, he can't carry for his team. G2, on the other hand, going to be going 27 and 20. Now, that's not as good as Net for Penny's performance, but once again, the Sentinels for G2 are actually on top, similar to what we see for the Guard, although there's only one Sentinel for the Guard, but both Sentinels for G2 on top, followed by the Duelist in Oxy, as well as the Controller and Whippy, and the bottom is going to be Initiator. And then you look at the Guard's performance, and it's a pretty similar story. Sentinel on top, Controller below him, and then below him is the Duelist, so a little bit different there. But then it's Initiator, and then Valen also on Controller. But, you know, you do see sort of on Split, it does seem to be that the Sentinels have more of a chance to shine through. And, like, it's definitely not what you want to see. You do still want to see those duelists having good entry. And I think that's where the Guard was really lacking, is their Duelist wasn't able to find good entry relative to the rest of his team, who was really trying their hardest to lock it down. And Tex did end up not being the reason they lost. Probably Valen and Jonah could have been playing maybe a little bit better there. I mean, 122 ACS is definitely not good. In any setting, especially a pro setting, you don't want to be doing that few amount of damage. So hopefully for the Guard going into Haven, they're gonna be able to find that footing. Now Haven is a map where the Duelist really needs to shine through and help their team get through. So as long as the Guard can do what they are good at on Haven, which is really strong Duelist entry and deny Duelist play from G2, I think the Guard could definitely take Haven. They chose it. You know they're confident with it, but let's go ahead and take a listen to what the desk has to say.
In the end, on their map pick, G2 are going to take our first map here in overtime up against the Guard. I was a little worried at first, Tanner, when we got to see that fact it was going to be the Split run back, considering how this went down earlier in the day for G2. But hey, a little bit of redemption has to feel good, right?
Yeah, it was a little nerve-wracking. I think it became a little less uneasy once G2 started getting it figured out towards the end of the first half. A little scary that their first round comes in way of Oxy having to do super clutch things. Penny obviously having a good game as well. But yeah, I definitely think a big question was how much tank is left. How much tank is left in the gas? Oh man, I guess
Yeah.
I'm not even playing it. I guess it's been a long day.
Yeah.
How much gas is left in the tank? And G2 showed just enough to be able to claw their way back into this one and cross the finish line.
Yeah, they're gonna have to dig deep because they need a little bit more tank in their gas. No, I'm just kidding. The job's not done. But being able to take this first maps definitely has to feel good for them in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are do gonna eye, Tanner? I look at Dapper, and we talked about it. Dapper felt like his last series was largely underwhelming. He does get a little bit better here today. 21 and 19, 223 ACS. It's not too shabby for the Cypher main, but what's more impressive is the 5 first bloods. Something we actually didn't highlight when we talked about him at the top of the show. Sitting very high on that chart when it comes to Sentinel mains with the first bloods. It's pretty impressive as well, but it's hard not to highlight the performance coming in from Ned as well. The counterpart to his Cypher.
Absolutely.
30 and 18, 309 ACS, 5 first bloods.
You know what? I was questioning the decision to play Killjoy instead of Cypher. But it seems he was like, no, Killjoy is still good on split. You don't need a Cypher, and he was really trying to prove it, not just by doing well on Sentinel for his team, but top fragging and carrying his team on Sentinel.
All they had to do was just find like a few more rounds, close out the game, and they'd be moving into map 2 with an advantage, but they just fumbled the bag like right at the tail end. And it feels like they just kind of ran out of ideas, and we were talking about it. What made G2 good at this map, and they actually said it in the post-match interview yesterday, and it was something we didn't see from them in their earlier series, was their mid-rounding and their adjustments, their reads, and how they adapt. And that was what was working at least a little bit for the guard. And then all of a sudden they were just like, A hit, B hit, A hit. It was like very static. All 5 players coming out the same side. And it was very much like they had just run out of ideas. A little bit of mental exhaustion potentially. I'm not really sure what to call it, but it was disappointing to see the guard land a little bit.
And if there's
short,
a team you're going to see mental exhaustion on, it shouldn't be the guard. Considering G2 just had a 3-map series right before this matchup, so it's like a little bit disappointing to see that it went in the direction that it did.
But all of that gets erased when you look back to, again, the game that Penny had and the game that Dapper had, where on defense at the very least, it was so hard to get through sites. If Dapper was still alive, he was usually finding 3. Shazam would then be there to help, and then out towards the B site. I think it was round 20 where Dapper is bouncing back and forth. He finds a kill. The Cosmic Divide goes up. He ults a body. He's still dancing around. Like, it's just insane. This was one of those games where it was really hard to find a crack and breakthrough for the guard.
And ultimately, too, kudos to G2 for the 5 in a row and making sure that the guard couldn't be closing out and stealing their map.
That was a pretty impressive comeback.
Because it's definitely been a long day for them. The marathon's not over yet. We'll have to see if we can continue that moving on forward. We talked about the map pool. This wasn't necessarily a surprising map pool. It was just the order that we're going to see it in. And the guard picking up Haven for our map 2, Bach.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that guard has felt pretty comfortable on. We have seen G2 have decent results. I wouldn't classify this as a very strong map for G2. While they've found wins, their most recent adventure on the map really felt like Oxy basically dragged them across the finish line a little bit harder than he should have to. He definitely stepped up big for the team and filled in a lot of gaps. So anytime a mistake was made, he was there to pick up the pieces and again, find them the win. So there is a chance that the guard can end up taking this to a map 3. It's a pretty strong chance at that. It was looking like, though, it was going to be a 2-0 after that first map going the way that it did. There is the question of whether or not G2 will have the staying power in the series to take guard as deep on maps 2 and 3 as they did just there on map 1, because Split is comfortable territory, and while Haven and Ascent aren't unfamiliar, it's just a matter of are they as good as the guard is going to be on those maps.
I do want to mention, though, that the guard haven't looked the best. You know, we talked about coming up into midseason faceoff. Wow, the guard really haven't had to show any maps. And I was an actual believer that they don't have to show those maps. And if they don't have to, they're not going to, but they will be strong. And then we finally see Oxy, they get Haven out of them. Or Oxygen, excuse me, they get Haven out of them. And then they beat the guard and push the guard to a map 3. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe Haven wasn't as strong for them. Then they play M80. Things get a little weird on M80, on Haven against M80, and the guard lose that one as well. So it doesn't feel great for the guard here in Haven.
I'm a little bit confused as to why the guard keeps picking Haven. Straight up. Like, they keep picking it, and it doesn't keep working out. Like, there's got to be a point where they say, all right, I think that's enough. And it's a little bit late. Yeah, it's a little bit late to not, to say, all right, you know what, that's enough. So we're gonna have to see if the guard can finally find a win on Haven, in especially in mid-season, if it's finally gonna prove that they've improved enough. Losing on Haven to Oxygen, they lost on Haven to M80. They need to figure their Haven strategy out. And G2 is a team that is not like super strong on Haven. It's definitely not their best map. It's split. We just saw it. But they are still a team that knows how to play on Haven, and we'll see. And usually teams that are more offense-sided and are really good at playing aggressively, we do see them perform better on Haven because it's more of an offense-sided map, which is why we see G2 play better. I feel like the guard has a really solid defense a lot of the time. In fact, most of the time, I feel like the guard is better at responding to offensive positions. But now that we're going into an offense-sided map, it's going to be difficult for the guard to play. And this is sort of what we see the guard struggle with a lot, and this is sort of why they struggled with Oxygen against M80. It's because they don't like going into matches, it's just that their offense, it's not weak by any means, but it's just not as strong as a lot of these other teams, and yet they're still picking an offense-sided map where they're gonna have to be playing strong offensively, and I don't know if they'll be able to do that against G2, who typically has a decently strong defense. We'll see how it goes.
But you have to watch back the way the game played. There was definitely a very strong attacking side half coming out from the guard. If I remember correctly, they put up 8 rounds on the attacking side. It's very similar to what just happened basically on Split. They need to just get to the finish line. They get real close.
7.
And then it's like that video of the marathon runner like stumbling around at the end of the finish line, just losing all muscle control. Like, they need to just find the energy to get past those last few feet to carry it over for the dub.
And I know last series we asked Oxygen to take some risks with their map pool. I'm wondering if we see those risks taken here against G2. They had a comp once we got into this with the double duelist, and then they went away from it, maybe put Penny on something he might not be as comfortable on. But I think in these dire straits where you want to close this out, you would hate to have a map 3 after the last couple of days that you've had for G2. Maybe they do go back to allowing Penny to spread his wings, put him on a duelist alongside Oxy.
Neon, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm a big fan of Neon on this map. I think that it could work well.
It definitely could.
Honestly, also a Neon fan, and with elimination on the line, it would be really cool to see a Neon as teams are trying to get into the grand finals. I don't know if it'll happen, but the agent select is here with their casters, so sauce it over and see.
All right, let's get into it. I'm very excited about this match. I forget that it doesn't go straight to it. We'll take a little bit of a listen here. I'm very excited to see how this goes because I think G2 has a shot here. We know that the guard's Haven is a little bit shaky and isn't always the strongest. And so knowing that, I think G2 has a good shot if they can really pull through and really shine through on those offensive rounds and then put together a good enough defense to ward off the guard. I think there's a chance G2 can really shine through here and maybe even get a 2-0 victory, which would be a massive upset over the guard.
We said that about Split too. I say that again here about Haven just because of how heavy they relied on Oxy, but who knows, man? Sometimes G2, all they need is that individual ability coming out from one of them.
Again, I think that's the evolving play style of G2 on this map because they've changed this composition so many times. The desk mentioned it. We've gone into playoffs with a double duelist comp, and they've changed entirely. Now they're for the last two games, they've switched from Sky to Sova, and again, roles.
All right, we'll see if G2, who also has a similarly shaky Haven to the guard, is able to really pull through here. And that Neon that the desk was talking about may be coming through here. Let's see if it is. Valen goes on Omen. Dabber comes through on Killjoy. Trent comes out on Sova. Oxy on Jet. Jonah P on Breach. That Neon is not coming out. Whippy on Omen. Tex on Jet. Penny on Breach. Net on Killjoy. Shazam on Sova. I don't know why I read that so slowly. So it's an identical team comp or team picks from or agent picks. There you go. Identical agent picks from both sides. It looked like maybe for a second there G2 was considering going for the Neon, but that is not what's going to be happening here. And it's going to be a pretty equal play. Again, Omens can be traded out here for Astros and still be a pretty strong team comp. Sim can go for a Silva and a Sky, but that's not what's happening here. It's going to be identical team picks. And again, as long as G2 can put up a decent defense against the Guard, I think G2 can pull through on their offense. The Guard needs to find their footing on their own offense and prevent a good defense here from G2. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a mid-read here from G2, and it's not going to be very well placed, as the Guard is pushing A here, where only one of G2 is waiting to lock it down. Going to get some good vision first, but may not get away with his life. He does get smoked out, though. And now the Guard's actually backing up, maybe looking to challenge mid. Now there's two for the Guard. C-sided. Again, G2 is reading a B hit. Looks like the Guard may try to challenge it, but they're also definitely looking to either go C or A. Shazam going up quickly, maybe looking to do some damage. Gets away with his life, but takes a bit of damage himself. Same amount of damage done to both Jonah and Shazam there, so 70 health down for two initiators. An initiator for either team. Down to 70 health. Now Tex and Dapper have taken complete C site control. Sorry, Tex and Net, not Dapper. Tech's gonna take out Oxy, but Dapper takes out Net at the same time. Now it's gonna be a 4v4, and the spike's going down on C. Whippy gonna take out Jonah P, and now it's a 4v3 for G2. Maybe easy for them. Dapper takes out Valen, and now it's a 4v2. So looking to be gonna be kind of simple for them. They just need to play this well. One coming in from Garage. Three coming in from CT. The Paranoia comes through. Penny and Whippy gonna find the kills on Tex and Trent. Take them out. And the first round does go to G2. And this defense is starting off strong. Now, again, it's an offense-sided map because it has 3 sites. It's a slow rotate between, to get across the map for the defense. So that does make it a little bit offense-sided. And like I was saying, as long as G2 can put up a decent defense here against the Guard, they may have a good shot, because the Guard shines through on their own defense, more so than on offense. They're not a super strong offensive team. That doesn't mean they're bad on offense. They're decent, but they're just not as strong on offense as they are in defense on most maps. And now we're going into an offensive map, so the Guard just needs to put up some really good offensive rounds here to try and push, to give them as much of a shot when they go onto defense as possible. They should be able to take the advantage going into the next half. Because again, offense-sided map. There you go. And the Guard does challenge C a little bit, gets smoked off, and decides to run it over towards A lobby. But maybe challenging mid? No, looks like it will be an A hit. And Oxy's waiting with that Phantom. Holding the tiniest little sliver. Gets smoked off and decides to just spray on through. Does good damage to Jonah. Valen takes a little bit as well. Guard gonna be challenging short. Ooh, Oxy looks away. Just as the Guards start peeking. Looks like G2. Oxy playing back there, waiting for his team to help him out. And now he's gonna challenge short. Able to find 2. Gets paranoid. But he's gonna get away with his life. Not quite, though. Gonna get finished off by Jonah P. But Penny gonna be there to take him out. And really well played there from G2. Is gonna keep 4 alive on their bye round. Which means they're in a really good econ spot now. We already see that operator come out on Oxy. Well played there from G2. Gonna put them in a good standing. And again, offense-sided map. So doing well here on your defense is very good for you. Valen gonna take out Oxy, and that means the Guard may have a good passage here onto A. Now it's a buy round from actually both sides. That operator does go down. No more op for Oxy to defend with. The Guard now has some good picks on A site, but they do decide to rotate through to C, it looks like. Net's been able to push up all the way into Garage. Will G2 have placed false safety? Assuming Garage isn't big. It looks like it's going to be pushed very slowly by Dapper. Put him in a safe spot here. Now he's trying to peek CT, but is he ready for the potential players in Garage? He is, but Net on top of the ledge, going to be able to take Dapper out. And now it's a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players, and looks like they go for the save. And I think it's a good choice. Although they're on somewhat of a bonus, they did spend a lot of money this round regardless, and saving that operator would help them, you know, start to continue build up some good econ. And again, defense-sided map, so you're okay going into the next half, or sorry, offense-sided map. What am I saying? Again, offense-sided map. So you're okay going into the offensive side with a little bit of a disadvantage because you can probably make up that disadvantage. At least you should be able to. It's going to be another full buy from G2. Now the guard and G2 both going to be on a full buy. Both teams are okay losing this and will still have decent econ, although probably G2 would need it a little bit more for good econ. But it wouldn't be the end of the world. Could probably light buy. Or, sorry, half buy. Killjoy turret comes through to watch mid. Guards pushing in.
Pressured towards C. They're just watching for any pushes. But look at where G2 are now. They posted Oxy up on the operator here towards A. The rest of G2 kind of lining up here towards mid. Penny's in a spot where he can send an aftershock. Shock darts can be played, and this is a fake here from Tex. You wanted to break any alarm bot there. And breaking an alarm bot, if there was any util from the KJ over towards C Garage.
The guard taking this very slowly, but it has created some confusion for G2. But operator's still on Oxy, and the Sovadron's going to come through to clear short. He doesn't want to reveal his position. He doesn't have to. Gonna find a headshot operator pick on Valen. And the guard going to continue to challenge. They know that the operator is there and trying to push it. And aggressive. Are they ready for Shazam to be holding short, though? Maybe not quite. They're actually just going to back up. And they're going to run it over to C, but G2 is ready for it. Two still C-sided. Revenge in the hands of G2, but only one on B, trying to lock it down. Penny gonna take out Tex, Whippy gonna take out Net. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining guard players. Whippy gonna take out Jonah P. Trent able to take out Shazam, but Dapper gonna take Trent out. And this round does go in the favor of G2, and this defense starting to look very, very strong for G2. And their econ momentum gonna start to build here. Their round momentum that we know gives them so much power. Gonna start to build up here as well. Guards offense starting to look a little bit shaky. They're still going to be able to buy this round, but would need to win this round in order to secure a stable econ.
I think G2 have got the right game plan of pressing guard early in these defensive rounds and taking a lot of the map away from them and force them to play to their standards.
It's not what you expect from the guard.
See sight.
No op contact, but they're going to be fighting for the orb.
Sovadrone comes through, and it's going to find some good vision on Dapper. Whippy's going to be able to take out Tex, though.
Random shot from Whippy.
Where even was that? Oh, that was C. Just spraying through the smoke and find that pick. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for the guard, once again at a player disadvantage. And again, if they lose this round, their econ's really not going to be in a good spot. This is looking pretty good for G2, I'm not going to lie. It's only been a few rounds here, but econ-wise, G2's been able to get themselves up on a good pedestal. They just need to secure this round, and they'll be in a really nice spot. Turret going to give some vision, and the wallbang is going to come through, do a little bit of damage to Trent, but nothing crazy. Now, there is a Hunter's Fury in the hands of Trent to utilize, try and secure these rounds, or at least this round. Maybe clear Garage or C-Link. A-Link. Guard's got 30 seconds left. They need to start committing somewhere. It looks like they're going to turn their attention towards B. With the blast coming through, and it's going to be useful. It's actually going to... I mean, there was a blast at the exact same angle for both sides, but trades coming through from the guard that they really can't afford. So now Nets in a 1v2. Has no idea that Oxy's coming behind him with the shorty. And Oxy's going to get that kill to secure the round, and the Econ now going to be in a pretty nice spot for G2. Celebrating a little bit there. You know G2's happy to be this far ahead against the guard. Now, once again, the guard went into Haven having a little bit of a rocky performance so far. And in mid-season, have not taken a win on Haven. And so it is sort of the question of why did they pick it here when they haven't had a very good Haven performance. Maybe they want to prove that they are confident on it, but it may not be that the guard's going to make it to grand finals. I don't want to speak too soon, but G2's defense is pretty strong here on Haven. So unless the guard's defense is going to be equally as powerful, it's going to be difficult for the guard to come through here. Now, that being said, the Hunter's Fury does come through. It does a little bit of damage. Not going to find a kill, though. You know who is going to find a kill? Oxy coming in through short to peek. A lobby going to find a pick. Not going to take any damage himself. Penny with the op. Going to be able to lock down B. Takes out Net. And now it's a 3v5 for the remaining guard players. Now, it's a little bit of a light buy save from them. So they're not expecting to win, but you do want to get some good kills here. And guard hasn't really been able to find any yet. Taking C. Now, C is free. There's some Killjoy util there, and it does go off. So I think that alarm bot destroyed itself. Spike does get planted, and the Hunter's Fury comes through. Trying to chase down the remaining players, but no damage done. Paranoia comes through. None of G2 is paranoid, but they're going to push it. Oxy trying to aggress Trent, trying to get him while he's down. Not going to be able to. Now he's able to. Ooh, locking down CT is Valen. Spike gets tapped. Now that Spike hasn't been down too long, but the knive's not going to connect on Valen. A save round does go in the favor of the guard, and it's a thrifty save round. Going to be able to pick up an operator off that round as well. That round does go to the guard. Now, once again, offense-sided map. So the guard should be expecting to get the advantage going into the next half. And although it's been a rocky start to this half, maybe they can gain that advantage back.
Someone has to become the victor. And this round it was the guard. They used 2 ultimates as well. Or apologies, just 1. Shazam using his Hunter's Fury. And it's a big draw out from the guard. They have to feel rewarded from that last round.
Feel a lot.
Counter Oxy in this position. He's trying to prevent Oxy from getting full control with the
Guard challenging Garage, but nobody's in there. Though Dapper is watching it. He's in window. Won't be able to get wallbanged from there.
Changed up their A-holds a whole lot. Double long at one point. Always just a single short. No early contact whatsoever. The guard. Shift back to mid instead. This is a lot better of a hold for G2 too. They actually have an alarm bot finally in B.
Penny could get 1 kill after shock, and you could definitely play here.
1 kill, Rolling Thunder.
Lockdown does come through. The guard not going to be able to destroy it, but the counter lockdown comes out. And the guard now going to turn their attention towards C off of that counter lockdown. Now, 3 of G2 were sort of A-sided. That being said, the guard has quite a few ultimates to utilize. Tech's using one right now, able to take out Whippy. Does get concussed, but Trent going to be there to take out Dapper, who's also concussed. And now it's a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players. Ooh, Shazam trying to get that dart through. Going to get spotted by the operator on Tex. Now it's a 2v5 for Oxy and Penny. And it looks like they're going to go for the save.
Tex stun still got a kill onto Whippy in the back sight. For now, it's Oxy looking for these exits. Whatever he can get would be nice, but not really going to contest this fight too much. Exchanging ultimates. Penny's not going to have his Rolling Thunder online. G2 letting guard slip through with a third round. A very nice contact in towards TF. They're getting forced off the B angle. I think the simple thing there is just pop.
And this save round is going to go in the favor of the guard, but or not save round, but this the remaining G2 members are going to save, and the round goes in the favor of the guard. And it's looking like they may be trying to regain some of that round momentum, try and get back up. G2's already gotten 4 rounds, had a pretty strong start to this half, but the guard definitely looking to hurt that. The guard taking a timeout off of that win. Now again, G2 has yet to use a timeout, and I'm almost certain it's because they want to be able to tweet no timeouts, by the way. And the more timeouts that the guard uses, the closer and closer to that reality G2 is, because they can point out how many timeouts the guard is using. I do think, like, as stupid as that is, and like that's such a dumb reason to not use a timeout, but we know that G2 has been playing up this match in particular and trying to get into a position where they can play the guard, so they're definitely trying to play that up a little bit and would love to be able to say that. And that may literally be a reason why they're not going for timeouts, or maybe they just haven't felt like they would benefit from it quite yet. Now, 4 rounds already from G2 is a decent amount of rounds on an offense-sided map. Obviously, 5-7 even better, 6-6 even better. If you can take the advantage of the defense of during the defense of an offense-sided map, you're in a really nice spot. But the guard, or sorry, G2 gonna be on a little bit of a save round here. So Econ has sort of been destroyed. The guard off of this timeout. We'll see how they decide to play it. Looks like it's gonna be challenging mid, maybe A lobby. See pushing up, looking for a pick on grass. Not gonna find it. The guard is still played pretty far back in their spawn. Trying to challenge garage and mid control. Looks like they're going to mostly be turning their attention towards A. Now, G2, again, on a save, so they're going to play a little bit more grouped up here. And so they're going to miss the push onto A.
No one on A. Shazam sent a dart and instantly backed away, but Tex just full cleared long with an updraft. So, guard more than likely looking to end here towards A, but they are still playing a lot slower for this A exec. Seeing if they can catch anyone in rotation, because they know G2 have the lesser guns. So G2's response is probably going to be try and close the gap, get into their face with the Sheriff's the Stinger, create
guard coming in here to A.
The guard get none of that.
Coming through A long, and again, G2's having to play grouped up, so they don't really have anybody on A. Shazam's going to see the smoke, and now G2's going to start their rotate towards A. Shazam reveals his position, and Jonah's just gonna take him out through the smoke. The operator is still in the hands of Oxy, and he's looking to use it. Trent also has not 5 health. Tech's gonna take out Oxy. Okay, that was pretty unfair there, I'm not gonna lie, but Tex is able to find that kill. Only 1 pick so far for G2. And he gonna find the pick on Tex, and now it's a 2v3. The flash comes out. And he does have the Rolling Thunder to use, but it looks like the remaining G2 player is going to save. Don't want to challenge a 2v3 if they don't have to. Or at least Penny's going to try and save the op. Of course, Dapper has the money to challenge it. Penny trying to get away with his life. Jonah P trying to chase him down. Not going to be able to. Although, Penny's going to be met by multiple. Not going to defend against net. Doesn't even get the shot off. And that operator is going to be picked up by G2. Able to chase them down, but that was a save round for G2, so now they're going to be on a bye, expecting to win this round. Rolling Thunder in the hands of Penny, and an Omen ultimate in the hands of Whippy. Though I've talked about how difficult it is to use those Omen ults.
Try to set up Oxy in this round, because again, we haven't seen too many of those aggressive A main pushes. That's where the guard are.
This time without the op. Has to play with just the Vandal.
Tech's able to take out Whippy. Peeks him C, and that's it. So C control not gained by the guard, but they do know there's one less on C at the very least, and it looks like the guard's gonna start rotating C off of that. Now there's still 2 on C for G2.
Now for G2.
It's not the end of the world. It's not impossible to lock down this point forward.
Retake options are a little bit restricted. See them trying to get a little bit more creative with that too. 2 players trying to push up A main. They're just playing around the alarm bot though. This could go crazy.
Oxy gonna be able to take out Jonah P. It's traded off by Tex with the op. But Shazam gonna take out Tex and Net, and now the player advantage and the spike in the hands of G2. Now it's a 3v2 for G2. Again, spike in the hands of Shazam right now. They're trying to peek him, get rid of him. He's able to do some damage to Valen and get away with his life and health intact. They're trying to chase him down. He's able to escape long. Spike has been picked up by the guard. Valen, though, going to be down to 7 health, and the Rolling Thunder comes through. Dapper going to take out Trent and Valen, who are trying to rotate through mid. That round does go to G2, and like I said, it's an offense-sided map, so 5-7 is a good amount of rounds. 6-6 even better, but G2 is honestly in a position to take the advantage going into the next half, which would be even better. Alright. Now the operator going to be back in the hands of Oxy, and we'll see if he's going to find a pick with it. He's peeking out A main, looking for it, but the guard is pushing mid this round. Dapper pushing or shooting through that smoke, or sorry, through the garage doors, looking to do some wallbang damage. Not going to find any though. Penny able to take out Net, and now it's a 5v4 for G2. Player advantage in their hands, but the guard moves their attention towards trying to take C. Tex gets concussed in garage, going to slow him down a little bit. Jonah P, using that util right as Tex peaks, but Whippy going to take out Valen, and that's going to keep the player count even. Whippy Flash going to take out Tex, still Dapper takes out Jonah. Dapper also going to take out Trent, and G2 has secured half of the half. 6 rounds, they've denied an advantage for the guard when the guard is on offense. This is what I was talking about. The guard has a really shaky offense on Haven. They're not the best team offensively, so you know they needed to pull through on their offense, especially on an offense-sided map, and then just put up a good defense. But now they're going to be forced to put up a really nice defense if they want to be able to take this map. Where again, offense-sided map, but G2's been able to defend well, and they're a pretty strong offensive team. And this is the question we asked before, but like, why does the guard keep picking Haven when they keep losing on Haven? Obviously, the first matchup against Oxygen, or not against Oxygen, the guard, I forget who they played first, but they did lose Haven in that first matchup. I actually, it's too much work. Against FaZe. No, they didn't lose on FaZe Clan against it, but they did lose Haven against Oxygen, lost Haven against M80, and they may be looking at losing Haven against G2 again, as G2 did not have the player advantage, able to keep it even. While the guard's getting ready to push in here, Net gonna take out Penny. And the guard needs to close up this gap and give themselves a good fighting chance once they're on defense here. Ooh, Whippy just barely gonna whiff to the left. Unfortunate. The guard's gonna take that. The guard's gonna take that round, pick up the operator as well. So the guard, if they can get 6-6, it gives them a fighting chance. But again, it's an offense-sided map, and the guard has not been able to gain the advantage, which means G2, when they're switching to their offense, is going to be in a good spot. Sorry, what I was saying is the guard has not been doing well on Haven in mid-season so far. Their map loss against Oxygen was on Haven. Their map loss, they lost Haven to M80 as well in the upper final. And so you do wonder, okay, they lost it twice now. What did I just do? They lost it twice now. Why are they picking it again? Would probably be the most likely question you want to ask yourself. And that's a good question. Tex looking to challenge the operator on Oxy, but gonna miss the shot a little too high.
Now he's got control because of the missed shot from Tex. Oxy assumes control. Nice smoke though. Love that from the guard. Limiting Oxy's vision and almost forcing another player to play here with him on site.
Yeah, why does the guard keep picking Haven when they're just not able to perform well on it? But it's picked again here, and they need to try and perform well on it. Valen gonna TP in, but he gets paranoid. Gonna get taken out by Dapper. Now it's a 4v5 for the guard, and they're a little bit low on health. Jonah down to 70, or 81 total. Defender lockdown comes out as well to ward off C, but the guards already been rotating off of C and turning their attention maybe towards A, but now they're rotating back to C. Back and forth, back and forth. There's no util for G2 to let them know if the guard is pushing C. Ooh, Dapper does see them though. Now G2 knows that Spike plant gets threatened. The Hunter's Fury is coming out. Tech's gonna be able to take out Dapper. They do need to start planting. Penny gonna be able to take out Net in Garage. Player advantage. Now gonna go to G2. Spike does go down. Jonah able to take out Penny. Trent able to take out Oxy. Trent also able to take out Whippy. And now it's a 1v3 for Shazam. Last round, no point in saving. Gotta go for it. Reveals his position, and Tech's gonna be the one with the op to take Shazam out. So the guards tied it up going into the next half, but again, offense-sided map. So tied here is honestly one of the best case scenarios you can be in when you're switching to the offense of an offense-sided map, because G2 should be able to take the advantage here. And G2 is also a pretty strong offensive team. Honestly, I'd say their offense is stronger than their defense, and they've been able to put up a pretty damn good defense. So it's not looking great for them. Again, why did the guard pick Haven? I understand letting it through and going to the decider, but picking it here was a really interesting choice, considering their record in mid-season on Haven. Going into the pistol round. Looks like Oxygen gonna be doing a C push here. Getting in through Garage. Net in Garage. There to lock it down. Valen there to help him. Whippy's holding it. Garage. Not quite going to be able to take out Valen. Valen going to win that exchange. Now it's a 4v5 for G2. Now the Spike's been down for a little while. Guard needs to figure out how they want to play this. Going to concuss site. Net going to take Oxy out. But Shazam going to find two. Trent going to take Shazam out, but it's a 2v3 for G2. Trent going to trade off Penny. And now it's a 1v2 for Dapper, but it's the Killjoy util to help play post plant. He's getting held, and he has to peek it. Jonah P going to be there to defend his partner, who's defusing the spike. And this first round does go to the guard. Their defense starting to shine through a little bit. And again, getting these rounds here for the defense is good for them. They need to put up a really unlikely defensive performance, where they're able to keep it at least even in rounds.
Again, the man dropped over 30 in the last map anyways. It's just an expectation that the man who has always been on his ish in terms of innovation, realistically this entire team has historically been known for that innovation.
Trent were on a mission in the last map. Now they've got to do it again.
Net there to challenge Garage. Not going to find any picks, but going to do some good damage to Oxy, Dapper, and Shazam. And it's a save round for G2, so having lower health here is not going to be good for them, as they need to try and defend themselves. 3-man flank coming through from the guard. Not gonna quite find anybody now. Pushing mid, still not finding anybody. And G2 is actually gonna be able to take site and get that spike down. But the flank Now a two-man flank coming through. One coming in from Garage. Shazam going to be there to challenge it. Maybe. Jonah able to take out Oxy. One of the players that was low on health. Whippy with a collateral headshot on Tex and Trent. Long. Valen going to find two. Trying to entry here. Penny going to take out Jonah, but Net going to be able to take him out. So now it's a 1v2. For Whippy, able to take out the diffuser. Able to take down Valen too. 4 kills for Whippy to lock down an unlikely save round for G2. Gonna be a win. Impressive performance there from Whippy.
They said they wanted the guard. They wanted to go at it. 7-7. Still disadvantageous for the guard here, but again, G2. Again, when have we seen this team be undeniable? There have been so many questions.
See how it goes for these teams.
Throughout the season, even though they ended 4-1.
G2 now going to be on really good econ, and the guard now going to be on a save round. They need to play aggressively on this defense. Play together on the save. Whippy going to meet Valen. Long. He knows Net may also be there. Net going to peek it. No, Net's waiting for Whippy to peek him. It's not going to happen. Jonah going to get caught in the Killjoy Nanoswarm. Whippy, meanwhile, going to take out Net. See Long, who did end up peeking. And now it's a 2v5 for the remaining guard players. Tech's going to push from A short. Dapper going to win that exchange. Trent predicting a C hit, and it's a good prediction. Really be able to find a pick before he's taken out. No, not quite. Oxy going to take him out, and that's going to be a flawless round there for G2. Went from a save round that they won in a clutch to an impressive, flawless round there against the guard. Now, of course, the guard was on a save, so of course they're going to be in a position to get a clutch there. To get a flawless round there. But you should still get quite a few picks there. You should get a few, at the very least. The guard should have been trying to find 1 or 2. Help their ult points out a little bit. Trent going to have a Hunter's Fury now, but they do need to win this if they want to start getting some econ momentum going. G2 going to be aggressively pushing C, and there's not going to be much pushback. Just some Nanoswarm util. Dapper's Nanoswarm going to take out Net in CT. In this round, looking pretty good for G2. They've taken C site. Spike's going to go down, although this re-entry from Garage, Valen going to get 1. Tech's going to find Penny as well. Tech's also going to take out Whippy, though Oxy going to take out Tex and Valen. Jonah going to be able to take out Dapper. Ooh, Oxy gets spotted in. Ooh, he doesn't know how to approach this. Able to take out Jonah, but Trent coming in from behind. 3 kills for Oxy, but Trent going to be the one to shut down any hope of a clutch. Could have been impressive there from G2, and although it looked like a good start to the round, G2 not going to win that exchange. Now, it's an offense-sided map. G2 went into this half, tied 6-6, so they were in a really good position going into offense. The guard trying to keep it even still, trying to prevent the 13th round. Trying to prevent that lead that G2 should be able to get on their offense. The guard's doing a pretty good job of it. They're able to put up a pretty solid defense of their own after a not so impressive offense. Shock Dart comes through, does a little bit of damage to Oxy. Trent trying to ward off this A push from G2. Ooh, that Rolling Thunder looking like it might come out, but the Sova drone comes through and he backs up. But now, looks like this is going to come through to clear the site. And it does. It's not going to hit anybody, but it is going to push the guard off the site. Oxy going to take out Trent, but Jonah going to trade that off. Whippy going to take out Tex and then spray transfer to Jonah. Net, though, going to take out Shazam and Whippy, and now it's a 1v2 for Dapper.
for Dapper is one away from the lockdown. Knows at least where Net is. Valen.
There's a little more. Dapper just
Not gonna win that exchange as Valen takes Dapper out. And this round does go to the guard in a 1v2. It was looking pretty strong for the guard. Or G2 there for a little while, but the guard came back to take control of that round.
It's immediately into sight, and this fault line response as well is perfect. They know exactly the path. Exactly the path that Oxy was looking for to get into sight.
A little bit of deja vu there. I feel like I've seen that exact 1v2 situation before, but I could be wrong. Maybe my brain just making stuff up.
Rolling Thunder in the mix here towards A, and that shocked our combination looking for damage. Doesn't get anything, unfortunately.
I'm a little hungry. I haven't really eaten very much today.
Go deep down towards the C site. They want full control here.
G2 getting ready for this B push.
Contacting Garage. They are going to hear the owl drone. Person in snipers.
Hold on. Lockdown here for Dapper. Rolling Thunder to contest it. Where is the rotate from Jonah P? He's still sticking towards the A site. And G2,
they're not biting.
Honestly, no ground. They lost full control of A because of the fault line and the smoke. And now they've got to try and recuperate.
Net able to take out Dapper. Gonna find two more as well, taking out Oxy and Shazam. Now it's gonna be a 2v4 for the remaining G2 players. Tex with those knives. Looking to lock down Garage, but G2's actually turned their attention towards pushing C main. I had time. It might have been a good choice to rotate over towards C. That's a full buy from both sides, but G2's money not in a good spot and would love to win this round to start to get some good money, but this 2v4 is going to be tough. They still haven't gotten that spike down. They would like to clear CT when they have the drop. Looks like Jonah P may be expecting it. Now that that concussion comes through, Jonah P from CT try and challenge this plant. Gonna use the Rolling Thunder, and it's gonna hit both players. Valen gonna catch Whippy, and Valen also gonna be the one to finish off Benny. This round does go to the guard, and they've started to take good lead here. G2 may want to use one of their timeouts here. I know they don't want to for their ego, but may want to use one here, guys. They're going into a save round. G2 has 4 ultimates if they would like to utilize them, but yeah, it is a save round here from G2. So
the ultis can carry those stingers though. But look at C.
Although they do have some of the good guns on their side. Dapper has a Vandal to use. And again, 4 ults for G2 here. Though Oxy going to use his knives here for the save. But if this round does start to look like it may be going the way of G2. Okay. Net just going to turn, take out Oxy. Quickly clear Garage as well. They need to stop him. Check his PC or something. Pulling through. It's a 3v5 now for G2. Guard should be able to take this round. Valen just going to clear Shazam out there. Now it's another 2v5. 2 players once again left alive for G2. And Guard going to finish that out. Now it was a save round from G2, but a flawless round of the Guard is not what you want. And it looks like G2 may be blundering the offense side of this map. And it's an offense-sided map, but the Guard's defense is really pulling through. And now they're 1 round away from tying it up. Or not tying it up, but from putting it to 12 rounds for the Guard. And mind you, G2 had a really impressive comeback on Split, but you can just see how comfortable the Guard is going for these retakes. They're okay letting G2 get the plant because they know that they can retake easily. And they make it look easy. G2's coming in here, trying to push down C. Valen looking to find some picks, and he's going to Oxy dashes past them, and that makes them feel confident that the smoke is cleared. He's going to be able to find 3, not even killed, as Oxy's taken out on site. Now she's down to Dapper, who's lurking through mid. Doesn't have the spike, gets spotted B. Nanostorm comes out, gets spotted again by Tex, and Trent going to finish him off. A flawless round there for the guards, going to put them at 12 rounds, and that was a buy round for G2. So going into this, what needs to be a 4-round comeback, they're not going to have good econ. They do have 3 ultimates to utilize, but Valen just locking down C main there, and G2 needs to figure something out here. I know they don't really like B because it's easy for the defense to rotate, but they really haven't pushed B very much. Maybe the play here. Thunder's Fury comes out and it hits Whippy. It's not going to chase him down. It actually does a little bit of damage to Penny as well. Whippy going to continue to contest A long. Now G2 backing up. Whippy still in that A-long cubby. Will he be able to find a pick? He's low on health, so that's why he's playing like this. Trying to peek, gonna try and clear him. Gonna find one, not gonna find another, but he's good for one. Although, Tech's gonna be trying to lock it down with that op. Penny gonna take out Trent, but Tech's gonna return, taking out Dapper. Trying to escape, the Rolling Thunder comes through as well. And he's able to. Shazam gonna shut him down though, and now it's a 2v2. But Penny's kind of low on health. Valen coming from heaven. G2 gonna be able to clear it? No, not quite. Although Valen's not able to find the pick on Shazam, gets him very low, and Nent coming for the flank, gonna take out Penny. Now it's a 1v2. The guard using that lockdown to try and secure this round. It is not looking good for G2. The Hunter's Fury gonna be good to help secure Spike. Net's pushing here. Oh no, and Shazam goes right into them. And this round does go to the guard, which means they take this map. And we're going to a third decider. Although the guards, Haven has not looked super strong, and it really didn't look that strong in the first half. G2 was not able to pull through on their offense, and although it was an offense-sided map, both teams made it look like it wasn't pulling through on their defenses. Of course, G2 not able to pull through as hard as the guard did.
After going 8-8, it was back and forth throughout the first and second half, closed out in a heavy guard favor.
It's just the fact that G2 did it in such dominating fashion, you still had the guard doing it in dominating fashion. G2, however, they still had their moments. They still had the takes working, quote unquote, but once the guard actually started to really close down on space, when that play from Valen came down, the 4-man push into A main, the garage hold from Nets, everything for the guard just ended up working out in terms of their intention on defense.
It was a lot of individual performances coming out from the guard. Net, Valen, and Trent, it feels like they have a vengeance to get to M80, but they have one more map to do it. Ascent, our final deciding map for this series. It's been back and forth all night long. And in just a second, we'll have the decider. We're going to throw things to a break, and after we'll have the analyst test to set ourselves up for this final map.
eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories.
How long have I been muted? Okay, it can't be that long, right?
You can shop with confidence because manufacturers go through a rigorous
What was I gonna say?
process.
Oh yeah, Haven is a map where the guard typically doesn't have a very strong performance, and so after that first half, I was like, all right, G2 has this, and then they just didn't. You know what I mean? Like it should have been in their hands, but I guess the guard had done enough preparing to know how to play well on that defense. And yeah, it just goes the way of the guard there. And now we're going to Ascent, a map that is really strong, I think, for mostly for the guard, but both teams. And seeing how strong G2's performance has been in these past two maps, I think it really could go either way. I think G2 just needs to really pull through here.
I just saw these young whippersnappers, you know, struggling to stay awake on the desk. I wanted to show them how a real man brings the energy. That's all.
So, Miner, y'all gonna take them. hey, someone's gotta have the energy. Maybe you can give that energy to these teams, all right? Because we're going to map 3. We're going to Ascent. I was actually, Tanner, we were talking about it when we were about halfway through that map, kind of which way we thought things were gonna go, because G2, they had things tied up. They got really good rounds, but then after that, it was just guard all the way.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be all G2 once we saw the pistol round loss, and then a huge clutch from Whippy. He had picked up somebody's Guardian, ends up winning the round just by spamming through some smoke. And that was when we were having that conversation. Bach and I were both like, well, we need to see the full buy to see kind of how this is going to play out for G2. And then that round happened, and it felt like G2 could do it. And then once the game got a little too close, Net and Valen got their hands back on it, and it was insane. Net's ability to read the aggression from G2, and then not only read it and leave, but read it and accept it so well. So many times they try and run him down inside garage, and he just wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a false start coming in. We had this expectation coming into the second half. Again, let's see what they do. If their buy round looks good, we'll roll with it from there. They win that round. It's like, okay, here we go. And then, nope, never mind. Completely flattened. And then from then on, it really was the guard pretty much controlling the pace in the second half. They definitely looked really strong. Even in that final round, it got like kind of close, but not really. You know, it comes down to the 2v2 and then a 2v1 for Shazam as he has to retreat because there's a lockdown down, but he has to get ground between him and the site because even though he has Hunter's Fury, he can't use it to kill the lockdown because they'll chase him down and kill him. And if he does that anyway, he kills the lockdown. They're still going to plant. He's like, it's rock in a hard place situation. Either he uses the ult for the planter and tries to run, or he uses the ult for the lockdown and tries to fight. Either way, it's just not going to work out well for him. It was really good team play coming in from guard, which is exactly what we've praised them for all this first split. You're seeing it there as well. Whippy, though, I mean, Tanner, Whippy played so good. Outside of even just that one clutch, like, so good from Whippy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good and very aggressive on the Omen when they needed him to, finding multi-kills, but then eventually that just turned into round wins for the guard. It was... I actually Googled it. I said, like, what do you call a hero that falls short? Because we were seeing the heroism work for the guard, and we were seeing the heroism for G2, but it wasn't collecting the rounds. It wasn't connecting well enough. It was Oxy 3Ks when he needed 4. It was Whippy's 2Ks when he needed 3. They were just falling short in those rounds. And I mean, if you go back to look at the end of it, honestly, it felt like G2 were kind of running out of ideas and were a little done on the attacking side. It was an unfortunate spray down from Net, a 3K that happened inside garage. The next round, they try and run at Net again, and he does the same exact thing. He kills the 2 players that are trying to crunch the C site. The C site is taken, 5v3, the guard retake, and then from there on out is basically flawless for the rest of the game, for the rest of the round. So G2 felt a little out of steam, and I don't blame them. when sometimes things just weren't going their way.
Like, we watched the series against FaZe, and it did feel like G2 was kind of clunky on this map. But in that moment, that was Oxy's time to shine. He was always stepping up and closing out rounds. But what do we say the Guard did coming into the midseason face-off better than any other team? They shut down duelists, and they do it well. They've done it to players like Koala Noob, and now they're doing it here as well to Oxy. He has a pretty rough map performance there on Haven. Again, this is a map that not that long ago, he was putting in some serious work. That's exactly what they needed to do. That was their win con for me if they were going to take Haven.
Yeah.
So now we move to Ascent, Sierra, and I feel like we were saying it. This is like super even territory for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is honestly I think the best case scenario for a lot of people, including just us and the viewers, to be able to see both of these teams really be able to come alive, prove their case on why they should be playing up against M80 tomorrow, why they should be going into the grand finals. Both of these teams, if not mistaken, are undefeated on Ascent. So this is where, for these teams, they're really going to be able to prove once and for all, this is what it takes. I'm just worried that G2, it's been a long day. They just took that loss, that they could just be out of that steam.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be a factor for G2, but you also have to think, right, at the very end of it all, this could be your very last map. And whether you win or lose, obviously losing feels horrible, there is going to be some respite, right? You're going to have that rest. So I think G2 can come into this one and give it everything they got, because at the end of the day, it's not as late as the day as yesterday. They're going to have a bit of time. And they also, in map 3 against Oxygen, in a series that started very shaky, down but not out, that's what G2 did, and they played Ascent so incredibly well.
I think the one good thing is like the way the sides are starting out. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be G2 on the defense to start out here on Ascent. And if I remember correctly, Guard's attack on this map is not super strong. It's not to say it's weak, but G2's defense is kind of weak, so it like kind of helps them a little bit to get the ball rolling early at least. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about where this one goes. I do think the results that we've seen from the Guard look potentially a little bit better than what we've seen from G2. You look at the teams they've been beating and how they've been beating them, holding teams to single digits throughout the first split, even coming into the midseason face-off, whereas you had that very close game with FaZe just recently for G2 where it went into multiple overtimes, plus games earlier on that were in double digits with both teams. I kind of give the slight nod to the Guard, especially coming off of a map 2 victory. Maybe like we talked about it earlier today, the momentum will just carry over into map 3.
Yeah.
Well, G2 were able to do it earlier on in the day, managed to take one win to be moving on. We'll have to see if they can do it again here as our match is ready. It's time to head over to Amine and Sully.
M80, man, they are patiently
I
waiting to
remember
see
here.
who
Yes,
is
so
going to be the one to take.
I will say, like, for people that were disappointed that Moist Mobiles didn't have a better run than they did, I think if G2 ends up beating out the Guard here, or even if G2 can beat the Guard here, then those Moist Moguls fans can be like, all right, you know what? We did take a loss. We didn't make it as far in the lower bracket as maybe we'd like, but we lost to the people who went on to beat the Guard. So, you know, we lost to a really powerful team. So if you're a Moist Moguls fan, you're definitely watching this and going, I want G2 to win this. Plus, you get to take down some of those top dogs, make it easier for those lower teams to find their place in the playoffs. But let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Valen, I'm just going to say which ones are different, and it's only one. On the Guard, they've chosen to go for an Omen, and on G2, they've gone for an Astra. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's the only difference here. And again, Omen and Astra are you can use them pretty much interchangeably on Ascent. These are just two very powerful agents. They both have their merits. We just saw G2 on Ascent against Oxygen, and so we've seen the way that they play. That also means the Guard has seen the way that they play and know, and they know maybe how G2 will approach Ascent here. And I mean, we'll see how it goes. G2 definitely looking for the win here. Now, Ascent, I've talked about it, it's slightly defense-sided, and both of these teams, especially the Guard has a really strong defense, and so I expect to see that come through here on Ascent. G2 also, I mean, we just saw them have a decently strong defense, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they get a defensive advantage here as well. In fact, they should. It's a defense-sided map. You should get the defensive advantage, but we'll see how it goes. Already, though, G2 going to find a pick on net. Oxy able to find that pick there, and the guard just deciding, alright, we'll just rotate over to A. They're going to encounter quite a bit of Killjoy util, as well as some Astra util to ward them off. It's going to do a pretty good job. It stuns them for a little bit. Whippy going to take out Trent coming in from main. Jonah P going to trade that off. But then Dapper going to prevent the push in. And Dapper also going to be able to take out Jonah P. Meanwhile, Tex stuck. Has to go from tree to around and just going to get shut down. Able to find a pick before it happens, but does get taken out. And 3 players left alive for G2. It's going to be a good, solid round for them. And they're going to take that win there. It's looking like G2's defensiveness is coming out. And again, it's a defense-sided map, so both of these teams should do well on their defense. It's just going to be who can do better on their defense and also who can be doing better on their offense, obviously. What the guard needs to be doing here is trying to get as many rounds as possible. I'd say a good amount is 4-8, so 4 offensive wins is good for the guard. 5-7, even better going into the next half. But as many offensive wins as possible. G2 not going to let this round go offensive, or go to the offense, is what it looks like, as they've already managed to get the pick on Tex and Trent, looking to deny that push into B even further. But it's not going to ward the guard off. It looks like they're still wanting to challenge B. Valen's going through mid, going to get taken out by Oxy. Net also going to be rotating through mid. See if Oxy's able to take him out too. Ooh, not quite. Decides to just use his dash and get away. Play it safe. Now, Jonah P's still waiting in garage, hoping he'll get pushed. Now, the flank from Whippy going to come through, the long-range kill. Oh, Jonah P going to win that exchange with Shazam. You know, he'd love to pick up that Sheriff, able to also take out Oxy, and now it's a 1v3 for Jonah, but down to 5 health. He was definitely just trying to figure himself out. Gets taken out by Whippy. And that round does go to G2, although some good damage done by the guard. So the econ not going to be excellent for G2, but they are going to be able to put up some good guns here against the guard. And it actually looks like they're going to play a save angle here. Oh, no. Whippy was just going to buy the operator for Oxy. Still going to end up with a gun, so a little bit of a little bit of a more expensive round for G2, but it may be worth it if they can secure this round. Oxy was trying to lock down mid from CT, but then he gets smoked off, and he just decides to rotate around to watch from Cat, but it's a little bit late, as the guard's already been able to push through, and that alarm bot goes off to confirm it. Now the guard coming in through market, and try and push site. Tex all the way back in CT, the rest of the guard following shortly. Oxy able to take out Jonah, but Tex there to trade it off, and now it's a 3v4 in favor of the guard right now. Trent is down to 50 health. The guard's just going to rotate through CT all the way over to A, and G2 definitely is not ready for that, although they do see Trent. Trent not going to take any damage, still at 50. Whippy takes quite a bit of damage through door, down to 30 health. Again, it's a 3v4. Numbers not in the hands of G2 right now. They do need to decide if they want to go for the save. Net going to take out Shazam, and they may just want to. Dapper going to take out Net, but it will be a save from G2. This was a pretty expensive round for them. Whippy going to grab that operator and get away with it. Guard taking their first round. Now again, it's a defense-sided map. And G2 did take the first 2 rounds. The third round is expected to go to the if you win the first 2 rounds, the third round should go to the opponent. So no surprise there, and some good damage done to the guard, taking out Jonah and Net. But definitely leaving a little bit to be desired. And it's going to be a forced buy here from G2, knowing how many guns they have left over, having 2. And G2 finally takes a timeout. I thought they weren't going to use any in this matchup, but turns out they do want to play it safe, so they're taking a timeout here, but it's an early timeout. It's only been 3 rounds. They're already using a timeout. And maybe it's to talk about how Penny and Shazam still have no kills. That being said, though, the guard, Trent and Valen, still have no kills, so...
It's just tough to even think about what they're trying to fix. It's so early into the game.
I'm not even sure what G2 could improve on at this point.
Remove that alarm bot and have an actual body there to fight. Like, put one market, one towards, like, top or bottom mid with Oxy and the operator. That would commit
That's
3
what they were
players
doing.
towards the B side and just put 2 players in A. That could work. But, again, mid is kind of this weird, contentious spot, I feel, for G2. And it's going to be, I think, key to figure out those mistakes and the issues now, as soon as you can, so they don't kind of continue to pop up throughout this first half where, you know, Guard are very solid on their defense, Gus, and so one of the main contingencies of winning this map in this series is you have to have a good defensive start.
Actually, we talked about how fluid he was on the defensive side earlier on Ascent. That's mainly just going to come down to his off positioning.
G2 gonna stack to A main. Now they've given up mid control. Let's see if the guard is gonna be able to take advantage of that. Looks like it. They're gonna run down Cat, and it looks like they're gonna challenge Tree. Penny moving to try and challenge it himself. Gonna use that molly to ward off the guard.
But who's here to respond from G2? 3 players now, but Shazam might get cut out of the fight early on as Whippy has to deal with the players.
Whippy gonna find one. Not gonna find another, but does a good amount of damage to Tex. Shazam gonna take out Trent. Tex gonna take out Shazam, and then Penny gonna find 2, and now it's just down to Net in a 1v3. Sorry, I haven't been covering it that well. I'm a little bit out of it, but Penny gonna take out Net, and it's 3 kills for Penny to secure G2 another defensive round. Now, again, defense-sided map, so the guard shouldn't be looking to take the advantage or even tie it up going to the next half. A good amount is just 4 offensive rounds. That's a good amount, and especially for a very good defensive team like the guard, it's definitely a winnable amount. That being said, like the desk talked about before the matchup started, both teams have a flawless run on Ascent in North American Challengers so far. So the winner of this map will continue their flawless reign, while the other will take their first Ascent loss. Tex with the knife, trying to figure out if he wants to aggress A main here. Decide to use the knife to ensure nobody's watching that one way. And nobody is. Oh, Tex gets down to 2 HP. Not even going to be able to find one before he gets taken out. The ultimate on Jonah going to get taken out before it can do any damage. Malin and Net going to find kills, but going to be last left alive. Whippy finishes off Jonah. Penny dies as well. 3 players left alive for G2, and they didn't even need to necessarily win that for their econ, but they did, so their econ's going to be starting to boost up a little bit. The guard, that was a save round for them. So now they're going into a bye. They do need to win this to start to stabilize their econ further. See if they're able to. Yeah, I'm a little bit out of it right now because I'm tired. Been a little bit of a longer stream despite the fact that I came late to the first series. I'm glad I was late. Otherwise, I'd at this point have been live for like 6 hours, 6.5. Net gonna take out Oxy, who's trying to get some early aggression with that operator in garage. Net looking for another, but not gonna find the pick on Shazam. The guard is aggressing A, but off that action garage, it looks like G2 is ready for a rotate. But so is the guard. The guard is rotating over towards B.
Could be going back towards that mid side. And indeed, you do see that hard reposition. The KJ is going to replay back over towards Market to try to play with the alarm bot.
Oh, this is
Alright, is that the diamond gun buddy? Okay, it's a 4v5. And my computer's lagging. 4v5, the guard getting ready for this B take. The lockdown comes out. It's not going to force that operator that's on Shazam out from CT. They're going to be able to flash him and then smoke and use those mollies. Vision is gained, and some good wallbang damage done. The nanostorm going to be huge and allowing them to take out Jonah, but Balin's there to trade it off. Tech's down to 32, net down to about half, 76. The Omen ultimate going to come through from Balin, and they know where G2 is. Cosmic Divide comes out though, and it's going to block off Garage. Net going to be pushed, taken out. Tech's going to be able to take out Shazam and Penny, and Valen going to be the one to finish off G2. Buy a round win there from the guard that they needed to win to start to stabilize some good econ. And now, G2 in a decent place econ-wise, but they may want to light buy. They don't have to. Gonna be a half buy here. With the light shield and pull guns. Knives gonna come out on Oxy, but it is overall a buy here for G2.
Not with the blade storm, at least. Certainly can fight that here. Net gets spotted. Turret is gonna spot him. Oxy can push with it.
Oxy pushing out now, trying to figure out how he wants to play that. Had to wait for that turret to go down, and now that it is, he has a little bit of an edge here, trying to push out. Ooh, he sees Net. Net knows he has the knives. Oxy gonna win that exchange, taking out Net. And now the player advantage in the hands of G2. And it's not a save run from G2. But they saw those knives, and it might make guard think it is. Ooh, the util gonna be useful and doing good damage. Protects. Forces him to use a little bit of util there. The Hunter's Fury comes out, and it actually doesn't hit anybody. Just narrowly misses all of the guard members. The defensive lockdown comes out. Tex is pushing aggressively from heaven, but Penny's ready for it. Meanwhile, Dapper takes out Jonah P. Valen able to take out Whippy. But now it's a 2v4 for Trent and Valen. The spike is down. But the KO ult. No paranoia there. The hands of Valen. Trent gonna take out Dapper, but Oxy takes Valen out, and now she's down to Trent to play this close plant. He's gonna get pushed by Oxy here. He needs to use his Hunter's Fury, but can't, and Oxy gonna be the one to finish him off. The Confuse comes off, and G2 doing pretty well on their defense, and again, defense-sided map, so the guard shouldn't be too worried here. They're on good pace to go into the next half with at least 4-8, which is a good amount of rounds to have on the offense of a defense-sided map, and especially for the guard, who is a more defense-oriented team. There's not a whole lot to worry about for the guard. G2, though, a pretty strong team on offense, so when it does switch sides, you know they're going to be putting up a good fight, and they're already putting up a very solid defense.
Oxy does see the turret. He hears it for now. Back over towards that mid side, but again, we've seen G2 be able to capitalize in these types of rounds with their sheriffs. Not so much the guard, and that's just
now it's leaning B for the guard, but they haven't started pushing at all. No noise made either, no sight given other than the turret mid.
G2, the epitome of down but not out.
Shazam will shoot this shock dart as soon as the turret rings out something. And it's going to be a lot of damage.
Shock dart was just waiting to go off, but they send the owl out instead, send the shock dart down. No damage done still to the guard, but it's a save round from them. And G2's gotten some good vision.
He will get smoked off, so it's going to lock him into the smoke, but he's getting info. And there's still a player towards Cat, so they effectively still know this is going to be a B hit.
That guard's still just holding this B. Still not pushing. Finally starting to try and clear some space. Tex being the only member for the guard that has a gun.
30 seconds left.
30
Nice
seconds
knife
left.
as well. Just full clear catwalk.
Yep. Waiting for that one.
Expected now to be a B hit. You can see already Oxy beginning to pivot back towards the B site now.
Nano's just going to keep delaying.
Molly's gonna try and force them back. Valen gonna get picked off by Oxy. Shazam gonna take out Tex. And they've waited a little bit too long as Oxy's gonna shut down this push, but he's got 6 seconds to get on, but Dapper gonna be the one to finally shut him down. And looks like the guard may have waited a little bit too long on that save. But the guard does have a timeout to use. G2 used their timeout after only 3 rounds. Maybe the coach just thought there was some re-strategizing and not going or not sticking to the plan that G2 had, and since then they've been doing pretty decently. G2 wants as many rounds on this defense as they can get. It's again defense-sided map, so getting as many as possible is good and gives you as much of a chance when you switch sides.
Maybe expecting a switch up and a push towards A, so he tries to welcome it with the op. Nobody there this time around, and G2 are a lot smarter. They switched up their robbing decisions and where they want to get map control.
It just is funny to see that call out because we
Tech's going to be able to take out Whippy, A main. There it goes. Now it's a 4v5 for G2 in this round. And he's trying to lock down the cat tree entrance. Sends that molly through, getting back up a little bit. Dapper and Garden gonna get hit with a few pieces of util. Tech's gonna be able to take out Shazam mid. Now G2 has no B control whatsoever. And the guard's just gonna be able to push through and get onto B site. 3v5 for G2 is not looking very good.
There's no way that you expect the attacking up on the A
Ooh, Penny gonna be able to take out Jonah. Spike finally going down. Tech's gonna be able to take out Oxy, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining G2 players. And they don't have, well, these two players do have good money, so never mind. I was gonna say, Oxy does not have solid money, but they really don't need to save. Tech's gonna take out Dapper, and you know he wants that ace, and he's gonna find it. Takes out Penny, and that's an ace for Tex with the operator. It's gonna be 6-3. So we continue to move through this first half. It feels like it's going slowly, and that's because it is. The guard has been taking quite a while to secure these rounds.
Makes it look easy with his steez. G2 will have another buy. Oxy gets dropped over a rifle. 3 rounds left here in the half, and Oxy again looking to get aggressive towards B. And I think the thing here for G2 is they kind of have to recognize where this op is going to be and how it's going to change this.
KO knife going to come through, and it's going to clear, or at least tell them that there's 2 holding up B main. Now the guard, who's been turning their attention towards A, really getting ready to push A now. We'll see if that operator on Tex is just as deadly once again. Now Balin's able to take out Dapper. This take of sight is going pretty smoothly already. Are they ready for Whippy to be where he is? Probably not, but Whippy gets flashed. You can't do anything about it. Valen going to take Whippy out. Now it's a 3v5 for G2. Just going to try and get away with their lives. Oxy got to take out Tex after Tex takes out Penny, and G2 just going to go for the save here.
Gets the spike down. He's going to at least have the Hunter 3 to play with, and that's a contingency, but G2 instantly back away. Nice trade from Oxy, but it's really not for much as Tex gets aggressive in punishing those players, ending any sort of hope for a retake to happen.
Again, G2 only had the one person in the back of sight off of that one pick, but it's not like they had the wrong options. The KJU still look dangerous. Dapper just goes down out of nowhere to Valen. Such a big pick for Valen to get.
This round does go the way of the guard. Sorry, I'm not talking a whole lot. I'm like pretty tired. It's been a little bit of a day. G2 Esports not gonna have money to buy. You may just have to sacrifice this round and risk the guard tying it up. Now G2 has secured half, so the guard can't take the advantage going into the next half, but G2 would love to have the advantage going into the next half. On the, you're on a defense-sided map. Of course you want to be taking the advantage when you're on defense. You know that the guard's defense is so powerful. Tech's gonna take out Shazam.
That's just death waiting with open arms there.
Now G2 in a really nice spot here.
And it's just so scary. Tries to swing it, thinks he can best him there, but he can't. Backs away is Dapper, but he's already been tagged.
Net able to take out Oxy as well, and now it's a 2v5.
Looks exceptionally clean from these guys. Yeah, Valen TPing with the rest of his team. These last two players will be looking to just kamikaze into the site. Take any players down that they can. It's 6-5. The Guard have brought this one back in a pretty decent manner. This is kind of how Haven was for G2, and we ended 6-6 as well.
Yeah.
Looping Penny being the only players alive. They don't have guns, so there's really no point in saving for them.
Second half from the other team pushing it
They're
back.
really just trying to figure out how they can find some exit picks, but the Guard's not going to exit through garage.
Before their attack
Doesn't look
descent
like.
is where Oxy can truly spread his wings.
You can see that stamina that G2 had to sacrifice by playing that first series against Oxygen. You see that stamina starting to run low. Whippy able to take out Valen. Now it's a 2v3. Penny gonna take out Grant. Now it's a 2v2. I don't know why I'm saying it like the round could go to G2. This fight goes way too close to a conclusion. But Whippy's gonna get away with a gun that round. Won't matter a whole lot. I mean, gonna be able to full buy this round regardless. Yeah, this round does go to G2, or sorry, does go to the Guard, and G2 looking to win this round and secure the advantage going into the next half.
As Tex has just been lights out so far with this attacking op.
Again, somehow, the attacking op, you have to be so fluid. Every reaction is a snap when you're on this side. Nobody's going to be peeking him back over towards B main. Knife is pushing players back to mid.
Smart man here. Expected the updraft from Oxy, but Oxy's on the opposite side of the map. So no clash yet. Lockdown here for Net. Hunter's Fury for Trent to boot. No ultimates here for G2, by the way, to cancel these out. So it's a full alt round here. The Guard have walked all the way up towards
Lockdown comes out. The Guard is getting ready to try and finish up the offensive side of Ascent, keeping it even. Oxy has that operator as well as those knives to use. One's going to be able to get on site, get the spike down.
Snagging down Trent. The Guard now down to 4. The Paranoia might line up 3 here, but G2
Trent does get taken down as they're trying to entry onto site. Let's put them in a little bit of a bad spot. Valen going to Paranoia through, blind through, trying to prevent G2 from pushing on. Tex able to get Dapper before the smoke comes through, and Penny just going to get him through the smoke. Spike's been down for a little while now, and G2 has to start moving here and get ready for this retake. Penny gonna be able to take out Net. Oxy dashing through the smoke, gonna be able to take out Valen. Was that a long range shorty shot? Gonna take out Jonah. And this round does go the way of G2. 7-5 going into the next half isn't great. They would definitely want more. 9-3 would be incredible, but they don't have that. Having a good defense, or they didn't have the best defense there, but they were still able to take the advantage going into the next half, which is, of course, the most important thing you can do when you're on defense-heavy map. So they did take the advantage there, but now they're going to have to fight up against the Guard's defense, and the Guard has a really powerful defense, so it's going to be difficult for G2.
Oxy back to form here. When his team needs it most, he steps up. The first half was all between the two of them. The pistol for G2 would get them a lot of momentum to start off this second half. As the Guard, we know this is their better side, and the Guard, this round here could even things
Guard,
up very, very quickly.
now that they're on this defense, looks like they're going to be 3-stacking in CT, watching mid. Maybe expecting a mid push, but G2 is headed towards A. That knife makes the Guard, alright, we'll just stack A. So there's going to be a 4-stack on A that G2 has to face up against. We'll see if they're able to. Sweater does spot 1, and G2 backs up.
Towards where Dapper is. The back door, if you will. They did this multiple times versus Oxygen. I don't know if the Guard watched that map, but they're going to
Guard,
see here in a second what they
sorry,
want to do.
G2 running all the way over to B.
He's going to try and clear that close angle so his team can make a clean entry. Swarm gets broken, actually. And same.
Dapper sends that nanoswarm through, and it gets rid of the turret
Clears the angle, removes any
that's
intel.
been watching
One
B.
player here to receive. The Guard
Now G2 can get into sight. They just have to clear net, get smoked. Now they can push in. They can just be taken by G2 here. They can get on site.
Again, they know the mid shouldn't be taken up. At least it's safe for now. Most players should
And he
be
takes a
on
little bit of damage here. Trent low on health. Shouldn't matter too much. Net. And Trent's shock dart actually able to find a pick. Dapper gonna take out Trent. Valen gonna take out Dapper. And now it's a 2v4 for the remaining G2 players. Play Postman. Whippy able to take out Net. Now it's a 2v3. Shazam taking out Jonah. Now it's a 2v2. Shazam gonna finish it out with 3 kills. Secure the pistol round to G2. And they're gonna need it to try and widen that gap. They win that pistol round. Should be able to get another round off of it as well.
He finds 3, essentially clutching out the round when the guard play that's so systematically perfect.
Could be looking at creating quite a wide gap here for themselves. Already went into it with an advantage, but they want to make that gap as wide as possible. This is a defense-sided map, so and they're against the guard, who has a really powerful defense. So of course, G2 gonna try and take this advantage as much as they can and try and make this gap as big as possible. Give them a good shot at beating the guard here. So I'm setting that drone through, trying to clear the main. You see Net knows that there's at least one. The smoke gets sent over to B main to help out. G2 is taking complete mid control. Send a molly through to clear pizza. It's gonna take out the turret. And now the guard rotating over towards B. All of them.
G2 depends on patience and discipline. The guard are giving them all of this space.
Now the guard backing up and going back towards A, and that's a bad decision. G2 is going towards B. The orb gets picked up. I don't think the guard can hear it. Now the knife comes through, and G2 is going to be able to take B control here. Net going to try and prevent it. Net going to be able to take out Penny and Oxy before getting shut down, and that's going to help give the rest of the guard time to rotate onto site. Site does get cleared. Spike's going to go down, but it's a 4v3 for the guard. Now they do have worse guns here, but it's going to be too difficult. The util's been denied that KO knife pivotal helping out here. Shazam looking to do some good damage. Tex down, quite a bit of health. Dapper going to take out Tex and Trent. Shazam going to take out Valen, and now it's just down to Jonah P in a 1v3. Seems that gun diff really did come through and matter. Gonna be definitely just gonna look for some exit picks now.
Should be a 9th, but that's where the guard can come up big.
Not gonna find one though. Whippy's gonna shut him down for the final pick. And this round does go towards G2, and they're managing to make this gap pretty big. And I believe they should be able to full buy again this round as well. It's gonna be a full buy versus a full buy. A little bit of a better purchase here for G2. Gonna be in a little bit of a better spot.
It's been the Trent, or apologies, Tex and Oxy show. It was Trent and Net earlier.
Yeah.
But at 9 to 5, these
See how this ends up.
much better defensive side. So there's high expectations.
If you just look at the guard's kills, though, you can see how much Tex has had to pull through for his team, while the rest of his team is starting to lag behind. And although Net was really strong on the first 2 maps, he hasn't really been able to pull through for his team this time around. Armbot gets taken out. Ooh, Trent gonna find some good vision and able to get the wallbang pick on both Shazam and Whippy. Tearing around and take out Penny. Valen and Tex gonna finish it out. Odin spamming. And the 3rd round does go to the guard. Now G2 does have another timeout to use. And although going into this map I didn't expect them to use any, they have used one, and they used it right at the beginning of the first half. It's going to be a forced buy here from G2. Definitely hoping to secure another round.
Hunter Sphere to play with, and there's a very heavy lean towards A, but again, keep in mind, with Dapper playing towards B, we always see G2 take a step back and assess, hey, what space does that have? Can we rotate out?
Contact doesn't see anything. Back over in A main.
It's a 3-stack on A
Might be a little more willing to make some
for
noise
the
over
guard.
B, and that's exactly what he did. He ticks off the turret. Gonna go back over towards
Again,
the
forced
mid side,
by round from
potentially
G2,
get a
so they're
double
expecting to
contact
win
with
this round,
Jenny
or at
top
least
mid.
expecting to try
G2
to win
right
this
now is
round to
working
the best of their
entire
abilities.
map right now with barely any contacts.
Gonna walk up near towards Cat. Dart cleared out this bottom arch mid. I think a knife just got chucked from Jonah P.
Yeah, Jonah's all the way back.
Never mind. Oh yeah, the knife did just get chucked and it catches 2 players. Both
Now these players getting ready
still no info here towards Cat.
push into A.
That's where the hit comes. Oxy trying to get into
The
site
tree
now.
push getting warded off just a little bit.
In the backside.
2 on site to lock it down. Gonna be able to. Valen and Jonah each getting a pick, then Tex taking out Whippy. Each of the players getting a kill. I believe that's a team ace.
The dynamic duo in the back. Valen did not need to worry about Jenny.
Able to
Had more than enough
hold
support.
and lock down that site. That's going to prevent the push on from G2, and it's going to prevent a round win for G2. And that was a forced buy there from G2, so they were hoping to win it and needed to if they wanted to get some good econ or maintain some decent econ. Now, in a position where they have to save. Shazam has that Hunter's Fury to use.
It's tough to always give that sort of reason, but again, time after time, they keep proving us wrong. But G2, even on a pistol round, they are willing to kind of play a bit of a lurk, play that push and pull.
Here with mid. They broke the early user towards B.
Tech 6 out Oxy, and now it's a 4v5 for the remaining G2 players. Again, it's a save round for G2. You don't expect to win a save round, but you do want to try and get some good picks. The Star Duelist gone for G2. A little bit of wallbang damage done to Trent.
Gotta be careful of that. I think for the rest of the map, you have to be careful. Trent's presence with that Odin.
Now the spike, along with Penny and Shazam, pushing into B. Gonna get spotted.
Sort of the nerd in the last
And the turret, oh, vision gonna be gained, and Trent's gonna be able to take out Penny.
This time with no info.
Now it's a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players. Again, it's a save round. They're not expected to win, but they do want to get as many picks as they possibly can.
Trying to get some kind of lurk. Maybe he gets a kill, picks up a rifle, but yeah, 15 seconds left.
Shazam able to take out Net, and then Dex and Trent gonna lock down the remaining players on B. G2 did manage to get 1 pick, but it's really not looking good for them as we move further into the defense for the guard. And again, it's a defense-sided map. And G2 went into this half with a tiny advantage, 7-5. Won the first 2 rounds, put them in a really nice position where they were up 9-5. But now the guard has won 3 in a row. And are looking to tie it up.
Continue to march their way forward to this scoreline of 13.
Valen as per usual. Front side. Waiting for the contact. The lineup does get him. That doesn't worry him at all. Could easily be back over towards Wine.
Penny on the ult here now.
Back in main.
Hold up. 3 ultimates lined up here. Penny could pop this lock.
G2 trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Again, and this is why it's a defense-sided map. There's so many choke points that the defense can just hold. In tree, in A main, in B garage.
With net stuff, Shock Dart breaks the 1 nanoswarm. So now they have to kind of double up
In
here.
mid.
That drone signifying a hit there. And they're relying on that.
Has that up, and it's going to see Oxy take him out. Not looking good for G2 as the first pick goes in the favor of the guard.
G2, they are still taking that space. Will it be the counter?
Dapper decided to buy an op to try and counter the operator.
Valen does finally pull out of smoke in the middle of main. G2 running out of space.
Shazam trying to clear Boathouse, hoping somebody's there. He can take out. Now Penny gonna get res as Whippy takes out Jonah. And now the player advantage, ever so slightly in the hands of nobody. It's been trades after trades. Dapper a little bit low on health here. Wouldn't matter. Is Trent able to take out Shazam? Going to get himself a player advantage. Net going to take out Dapper. And now it's just down to Whippy in a 1v2 where there's 6 seconds left. The guard's just going to play it safe. This round does go in the hands of G2. Sorry, in the hands of the guard. Why did I say... You can tell I'm getting tired from how long this matchup has gone. Again, this defense for the guard looking so strong. And on a defense-sided map, G2's in a really tough spot. I believe G2's taking this timeout. And it's a really smart choice here. Look at G2, they're pretty solid across the board. It's just they can't do a whole lot against Tex with 20 kills. G2 had taken no timeouts going into this map. And now they've taken both their timeouts this map. I believe that might be an indicator that they're a little bit nervous here.
It's on this side that you expect Oxy. An average of 4 first kills. The attack side.
Oxy just doing so well so far. Able to find those picks, and now that he has the operator in his hands, it's almost like he's unstoppable. Able to find some really solid picks. Player advantage in the hands of the guard. Player advantage. The gun advantage in the hands of the guard. It's going to be a save round here from G2. There's 4 ultimates for the guard here.
Trent's changed up his position here with the Odin. What's he got cooking up for us? I don't think the Hunter Sphere is going to get used.
See if that timeout was useful. 3-man stack on A is immediately found out by G2. That's going to give the rest of the team some good confirmation that they should start pushing B. Cosmic Divide comes out as well. Tech's going to be able to take out Oxy. Net, even though he's whiffing like crazy, he's still going to find Dapper before he's traded off. It's a 3v4. Oh, the Sheriff going to win the Sheriff Operator duel. And the Spike's going to be able to go down, and the player count not going to be even. And again, this is a save round here from G2. The Hunter's Fury comes through, trying to find a pick. Not going to be able to. Does some damage to Shazam, though. Find Jonah P.
Whippy waiting for the contact, waiting for that swing out. Jonah P has been waiting the whole time. No, this spot for Whippy is so
Fallon going to be able to wallbang and finish off Whippy. The last 2 in Boathouse. Gonna have to play this. Shazam gets blinded with that operator. Fallon able to TP into a little bit of an off angle. Shazam now in a 1v2, and all he has is an operator. Has to pull out the Sheriff. Not going to be able to play time for long enough. And another round in a row won for the guard. I believe that's 5 in a row now that they've won. It went from 9-5 to, yeah, a 9-10. So 5 in a row for the guard. Absolutely insane win streak. And what is G2 going to do to put a stop to it? Now, that was a save round for G2, but they did have the player advantage at one point. And definitely should not have blundered that round. Now, they didn't need to win that round. Because, again, save rounds. Their econ's in an okay spot. It's going to be a bye this round, but G2 needs to win this round, almost certainly. It's going to be a tough rest of this half. Tech's going to be able to take out Oxy, and it looks like he's going to get away as well. No, he's not. Penny going to punish him, take him out. And Whippy's going to be able to take out Valen as well. And A-site nearly cleared. Jonah P still there to help lock it down, but it's now going to be a 4v3 for G2. Tech's gone. The star player for the guard. Not going to be able to find any more picks. Looks like G2 is going to run. Start looking over at rotating. Whippy going to be able to cross as well. Jonah still holding wide. But G2 is now taking the very long rotate through their spawn towards B.
He's gonna stay around at least close enough for his util to still be in radius.
Yeah, he will have the turret and the nanostormers, but he's not in a position to fight. His lockdown is kind of useless here on this retake. And I think if you're G2, your best bet is to hit the B side because it's so hard to get an effective lockdown on this defending side towards B.
Standing ahead. 30 seconds left though. Nanos might have
Net able to take out Penny, but it's traded off by Dapper, and the guard does not want trades. Dude, they're up a player. Trades are not good for them.
For G2 going into the post plant. No ultis on the board. Whole lot of util for the guard.
Lambert goes out on switch. I doubt that's where Dapper was trying to place it. Trying to wallbang through Boathouse here from Trent, and he actually does a significant amount of damage to Shazam. Flash comes through, gonna be able to take out Shazam. Whippy gonna trade it off though, and now it's a 1v2 for Trent with an Odin. Dapper coming in through Market. Gonna be able to take out Whippy. Is he gonna be able to take out the Dapper holding Market? He has to start pushing this spike. Shock Dart comes through. Not gonna land. Dapper trying to wallbang it. He needs to peek it. Come on, Dapper. And Trent's gonna win that exchange. And that round should have gone to G2, and it didn't. And you know they feel bad about that one. They don't have a timeout to use to try and recoup. And it looks like this matchup, which I thought was going to go to the guard, although closer than maybe I was expecting, is in fact going to go to the guard. As it is now 11-9. And it's going to be a forced buy here from G2, but it may not be good for them. If they lose this, they're going to be in a really bad spot going into the next half. Or not into the next half, into the next round. So they need to win this to get some good hope in case the guard does get to that 12th round. Dapper going to take quite a bit of damage. Not looking good for G2 to start it off. Oxy, though, going to take out Trent. Player advantage now once again in the hands of G2. We've seen it so many times. Jonah P going to get taken out in a trade. Whippy going to take out Valen as well. Now Spike, or Sight, has been mostly cleared. The defender side lockdown comes out. Tech's trying to stop the plant, but not going to be able to with that Odin. The lockdown does not get destroyed. Whippy's in heaven, and Tex may just be able to take him out, but he's trying to run away to save the op. This round does go to G2, and it was a forced buy, so it's good that they're winning this for their economy. And finally, it looks like G2's able to gain some ground here in the second half. Won the first 2 rounds and hasn't been able to win any since, but finally winning one. Could this be the start of some round momentum? They need, I did say it probably wasn't going to go in that direction, but they want to prove me wrong, and I can't blame them.
It's 2 rounds separating guard and M80 right now. It's 3 rounds separating G2 to again playing spoiler to what seems to be the faded rematch. But G2 only faced 1 team from the other
Tex with
side.
22 kills really carrying his team here.
Can they make it too?
But that's one of the issues here. You can't just have one of your players dominating, and maybe G2 can take advantage of that. They just really need to shut down Tex here.
Some minor adversity. Back over towards that mid-side Tex. Might get up some decent information early on, but doesn't actually go for the big swing back over in mid. Instead, the guard still have knife. I don't exactly know if it already got used. No contact whatsoever. With Jonah P backing away.
G2 looking at an A push, but maybe they're just trying to get that ult up. Now there's a Hunter's Fury in the hands of Shazam. This is huge. G2 trying to deny the 12th round for the guard. So if the guard gets to the 12th round, it's a tough and difficult push that G2 needs to make. They made that push and come back on split. But Ascent is not split, and G2 does not have as good of a history. I mean, they have a flawless round on Ascent, but so does the guard. So G2 flashes through B, trying to make some noise. Maybe trying to get that rotate off. But it's not going to get off. Tech's going to miss the first op shot. Not going to find the second either. And Dapper's going to punish that, take him out. Their star player whiffs a little bit. Valen going to take out Penny, but it's a trade, and they're down players overall, so you can't trade here. It took quite a while for G2 to figure out where they wanted to go, and they finally did. Now they're starting to see some action. Now the player advantage has been evened out, but Dapper able to find that pick, and now no longer evened out. It's a 2v1, and although Dapper's very low on health, and Trent's able to take him out with a shock dart, Dapper gonna be able to win that exchange, and it's the score has been tied up. I'm sitting back up in my chair. I was starting to slump over, getting ready to end off the stream and go to bed, but it's looking like G2's got a second wind in them, and although it's been a very long day for G2, after a 3-map series against Oxygen, and now it's gone to a 3-map series against the Guard, they still have fight in them. And they are still pushing through this. The Guard in a really tough spot right now. Their econ's not really there. You see Valen having to buy a Spectre, but they don't want G2 getting to the 12th round, because that puts them in a really tough spot.
Knowing that it's not a two-way push, that the contact would only be coming from Cat, if anything.
Dapper on this lockdown, and I'm looking for Penny to get this orb, and that's what they're getting it.
I believe it was Dapper who tweeted for G2 that he only got 5 hours of sleep last night, and he's still trying to push through. It was either Dapper or Oxy who said that, but they're still able to push through. They're trying to win these rounds for their team, despite not being at their peak performance currently. Maybe that was Oxy I was talking about. Jonah P able to take out Oxy, but Shazam going to be there to take out Jonah P and also Valen, and that's going to clear the site. The Cosmic Divide going to help G2 here, and they may be looking at securing this round. Now going to be in a 4v3. Tex is seeing Heaven. Trent trying to wallbang a pick there. They're going to have to back up off of the offensive lockdown. 2 players detained here for the Guard. But it looks like the Guard going to have to go for a save now. No hope of winning that round. Really good here for G2, and they've secured the 12th round, which means the Guard going to have to push through and try and get to the overtime. This could mean G2 has hope of taking down the number 2 team right now in North American Challengers, hoping to take them down.
Last round of regulation coming up.
And say, nope, you're actually only 3rd, buddy. Put themselves in contestant with M80 trying to fight for that top spot. I saw G2 during that group stage. I saw how poor some of their performances were. And I was like, alright, I don't know if G2's going to be the one to really shine through in Group A. And now we're coming into the mid-season, and they are the team that's looking to really shine through in Group A. They've been talking about this matchup with the Guard time and time again.
Hold on to those 3 weapons. That's their saving grace. So they have a bye in what could be their final round of Split 1. Seeded number 2, heading into the midseason face-off.
They want that number 1.
Guard taking their first time out. They did not take one yet this entire time. But now that they know they need to push for this overtime, now you do get additional timeouts in overtime to utilize. So, it's not like the Guard's saving their timeouts for anything. They just haven't felt the need to use them. The Guard finally going to be able to use timeout here. We're finally going to use the timeout here. Not going to be able to full buy, and there's a Hunter's Fury in the hands of Shazam. That being said, Valen has the Omen ult and the Hunter's Fury for Trent. Now, we did see the Guard take a timeout on Split, trying to prevent the comeback for G2, and they couldn't. G2 came back and won. I believe it was 12-7. 5-round comeback to get it to overtime. Oh, but now Trent, that Hunter's Fury does come through as he's able to find a pick on Penny, and it's looking like the Guard may be looking at getting to that overtime. Both teams had a really, really strong offense so far. Both teams had a really strong defense as well. Very solid. But G2 trying to poke holes in the defense of the guard. The TP for Valen not going to get any vision other than that nobody's in a main. Ooh, the knife going to be big, and now they know Oxy is tree. Ward him off, some vision given. And now that Hunter's Fury comes out from Shazam, trying to help them push in. Oh, Valen going to be able to take out Oxy, and now it's a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players. It's the last round. There's no point in saving. They just got to go for it. Go, go, go. Got a clear sight. Whippy takes out Tex. Time is ticking down. Valen trying to stop the plant. Able to take out Shazam. Dapper trades him off. And now it's a 2v3 for the remaining G2 players. They have to get that spike down. Whippy going to have to defend Dapper here. Able to do it. Takes out Jonah P. Able to take out Trent as well. And now it's a 1v1 between the two Killjoys. G2 could be looking at the win here. They see each other. The turrets come out. Ooh. He knows that Net dropped and Dapper takes out Net. And G2 has taken the win over the guard. Went right down to the wire. But the series does go to G2. And G2 will be playing against M80 in the grand finals of the Mid-Season Invitational tomorrow. All 5. It's going to be a best of 5 between those two teams.
An absolute nightmare for the guard here.
That is absolutely true. An absolute nightmare for the guard and a massive upset. As somehow, someway, G2 pushes through and is able to take the win over the guard. And they're going to be in the grand final facing off against M80. The guard going to end up in 3rd place with 4 points. They also get a nice handy-dandy $4,000. Nothing to scoff at. But where does that put them now? Let's take a look. Sorry, I did not mean to. Oh, okay, that's not what I meant to do. What did I do? Alright, let's take a look at how many points now the guard has. They went into this with 18 points, able to earn a nice solid 4 points in mid-season. That's going to get them to a total of 22. But at minimum, G2 has secured themselves 6 additional points, which means at the very least, they're at 21 points to the guard's now 22, which means G2 could be looking at trying to tie it up here. Or at least G2 is going to be contesting the guard now for that number 2 spot. And if somehow they're able to beat M80 in the grand finals tomorrow, the guard will get an additional 10 points. Or sorry, G2 will get an additional 10 points, which will put them above the guard and secure themselves a spot in 2nd place, I believe. Because at that point, it'd be 6 points for M80, so that'd be 26, 10 to the 15. Yeah, so G2 would be right behind M80. But anyways, that's all hearsay. We don't know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow in the grand finals, and I'll be here for the entire time. It's been a really long live stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.